The story starts in a palace, where the emperor, who goes by Sylvanus, announces that his eldest daughter, Princess Aristine, is getting married. People believe that even though she's a princess, her dad is making her marry some barbarian. They think the emperor prefers his other daughter over Aristine. Basically, her father, who is also the emperor, wants to use Aristine to benefit himself by marrying her off to the enemy kingdom called Irugo. After a month, Aristine leaves for Irugo. She acts obedient and doesn't rebel against her father. But let's be real. She's probably just pretending. You can tell by her big smile and the way she flicks her finger that she's actually happy to leave that place. She's finally free. Speaking of freedom, she's actually relieved to escape from her super unpleasant father. Aristine's father, who happened to be the emperor, put her through all sorts of torture in his eagerness to make her a success. One day, she woke up to a horrifying scene. The windows were blocked, and flames were engulfing the room. If she had woken up just a little later, she would have died. Can you believe it? Aristine was only 6 years old at the time. When her evil father saw her looking like a burnt piece of coal, he had this wicked grin on his face. He was just curious to see if Aristine had unlocked some special power or not. That poor little girl was shocked to the core. She realized that her crazy father had deliberately blocked the windows and set the fire for some twisted reason. Compared to her charred lungs and wounds, her father's actions hurt her heart the most. And that's not all. There was some kind of incident involving her sister that landed Aristine in prison for a whole 10 years. But you know what? That dark moment actually allowed Aristine to uncover her past life while she was confined. Now, though, she's faced with the challenge of dealing with her future in Irugo. Irugo, it's like a place straight out of a crazy fantasy tale. Fire and iron rule that joint, and it's surrounded by some demonic beasts. Those barbarians they're a real wild bunch. Some even get freaky with the beasts. It's hard to say if they're fully human or just some half-beast hybrids. The Sylvanus always prided themselves on being conquerors, but there was one place they just couldn't crack. Irugo. Aristine's father wanted to be the big shot who finally conquered Irugo, but he totally failed. And you know why? It was all because of Tarquin, Aristine's soon-to-be husband. Sylvanus figured they'd be screwed if they kept waging war, so they proposed a ceasefire. I mean, Irugo is stuck on this plain surrounded by demonic beasts, so it's a real hassle to keep fighting. Irugo accepted the ceasefire and suggested a political marriage. That marriage would mark the end of their long-ass feud and create a new alliance. But here's the kicker. The emperor isn't actually planning to end the war. Nah, he just wants a temporary ceasefire to buy some time. His real plan is to let Irugo think they're all cool and then stab them in the back with a surprise attack. That's why Aristine got shipped off like some unwanted piece of trash. Like, seriously, her old man wants her dead and wants to pin it on Irugo. He's just looking for an excuse to start a war with the very nation they just made a marriage alliance with. But Aristine ain't about to back down. She ain't just gonna sit around and let them do her dirty. She's got her own plans for the future. And in order to make them happen, she needs Tarquin to be on her side. They decided to set up camp and take a break. When Aristine sees this fancy tea set and dessert in front of her, she just knows something fishy is going on. She looks at herself, covered in dirt with a messed up dress, and the ladies-in-waiting start making fun of her. Aristine can't help but wonder what kind of shady business they're up to this time. You see, instead of using a portal to get to Irugo, they opted for a fancy carriage. And Aristine had a feeling that trouble was brewing. And boy, was she right? They made her suffer in that stuffy, hot carriage for a whole 10 days. Every time she tried to change her uncomfortable dress, those knights would come knocking on the carriage window, not giving a damn about her comfort. But now, out of the blue, they're telling Aristine to come out and enjoy some fancy tea. And they actually think she won't be suspicious? It's pretty hilarious if you ask me. Aristine figures it ain't the right time to reveal her true self, so she decides to play along for now. She holds her teacup and starts peering into the tea, and she gets a shock when she glimpses something in the tea. It's the lady-in-waiting deliberately tossing hot water at Aristine's face, causing damage and all that jazz. But you know what's messed up? The lady-in-waiting acts all innocent, like it was just a flippin' accident. Truth is, they all planned this messed up attack on Aristine. That thing Aristine saw in the tea, it's called Monarch's sight. It's this super special ability that her father is so obsessed with, and he believes Aristine failed to acquire it. When she looks at any kind of reflective surface, she can see the past, present, and even the future. So now that she knows what's about to go down, Aristine's wondering what she should do. The location and the outfits in the vision she saw in the tea line up perfectly. It means something seriously messed up is about to go down, like any second now. Then comes the lady-in-waiting, strolling over with that boiling hot water, planning to chuck it at Aristine since she's sitting there all vulnerable. But out of nowhere, Aristine jumps up and totally catches the lady-in-waiting off guard. She's got some tricks up her sleeve. The hot water spills all over the place, and Lady Brody, that lady-in-waiting, starts screaming in pain. She's frantically touching her burnt face, while the other lady-in-waiting is freaking out and asking for help. Aristine just stands there, observing the chaos. Then this lady-in-waiting wearing a red dress marches up to Aristine and starts getting all loud, demanding to know what Aristine's gonna do about it. But Aristine stays cool and calmly asks why the lady-in-waiting is putting the blame on her. She explains that all she did was stand up, and it was Lady Brody who ended up spilling the hot water on herself. Aristine then hits the lady-in-waiting with a question. She asks if she's supposed to be Lady Brody's babysitter or something. That totally shocks the lady-in-waiting. She never expected Aristine to speak so eloquently. She probably thought Aristine was a total idiot. But hey, Aristine's got this smirk of satisfaction on her face, showing that she's not just gonna sit back and take it when something bad happens to her. While Lady Brody is still freaking out about her messed up face, other people are trying to convince her that once they reach Arugo, her face will be treated properly. But it's gonna take another 2 weeks to get there, and she's feeling desperate. Observing the situation, Aristine assumes that those people, they're the type who can't even imagine themselves getting hurt when they bully others. They only realize it once they get hurt themselves. Dumb jerks. At first, Aristine planned on being obedient until they reached Irugo, but everything changed after what she saw with that Monarch's sight. She wants to protect her future, so she's gotta fight back. And as Aristine elegantly sips her tea, that lady-in-waiting realizes she's the one who got played. She probably thought it would be easy to bully Aristine, especially since the Emperor himself ordered the lady-in-waiting to do it. But oh boy, she was so wrong. Days pass by. The lady-in-waiting, while stomping on Aristine's only spare clothes, smugly informs her that unfortunately, it's the only outfit she has to change into. But you know what? Aristine doesn't say a word. She quickly picks up her dirty clothes from the ground and darts into the carriage, leaving the lady-in-waiting in complete shock. Ever since that hot water incident, those jerks haven't been bullying Aristine as much. And even if they give her clothes that they've trampled all over with their shoes, it doesn't really get to her. But now she realizes something messed up. They only prepared one extra set of clothes. They must have planned to put Aristine in such a terrible state. Finally, the day arrives when they reach Irugo. The knights of Irugo, who catch sight of Aristine's carriage, start talking smack about the Sylvanians. They call them sneaky and cunning, and one of them even smirks and suggests that the princess might faint when she sees them. But then this Irugo dude with short red hair steps in and tells them to shut their traps and greet the Sylvanians. He ain't having none of that disrespect. As the Sylvanians roll up, the knights of Irugo are checking out the fancy carriage and those overdressed ladies. They're curious about what kind of princess Aristine is gonna be. When the carriage door swings open, out steps Aristine, all dirty and stuff. The Sylvanian knight introduces her to the Irugo folks, who are totally taken aback by Aristine's appearance. They're like, "Oh, what the heck happened to her?" That red-haired knight from Irugo ain't too pleased. He thinks the Sylvanus Emperor is disrespecting Irugo by sending them a princess who looks like she crawled out of the gutter. See, the Emperor's trying to show off Sylvanus's power with the fancy carriage and all, but sending a filthy princess to Irugo? That's a real slap in the face to Irugo. The Irugo Knights are getting pretty mad now. They can't believe the Sylvanas Emperor would dare look down on their lord like that. Aristine saw this coming though. She knew it was gonna happen. Suddenly, she gets this determined look on her face, walks straight up to the Irugo Knights, and locks eyes with the red-haired knight. She's probably wondering if he's the one who's gonna be her husband. Aristine got word that Tarkin would be waiting for her at the royal gate in the capital. She looks at the guy standing in front of her and figures he must be some high-ranking Irugo dude. She's relieved that he's not bad-looking, so at least she won't have to live with an eyesore. The red-haired knight bows and greets her, and Aristine even likes the sound of his voice. Most importantly, she's happy that he's treating her with respect, even though she looks nothing like a princess right now. But then she notices something fishy. When the red-haired knight introduces himself as Durante, the guy who will be escorting her, Aristine realizes he's Tarkin's underling. That catches her off guard, so she asks where her future husband is. And Durante tells her that Tarkin is out hunting. Aristine's face falls, but then she quips that her future hubby must be pretty shy. That throws the Irugo Knights for a loop, and they try not to burst out laughing. Durante explains that it's not exactly like that, but there were some crazy demonic beasts roaming around. Without a hint of fear, Aristine asks why Durante didn't just say that in the first place. Durante just shrugs and says he was answering her question. But Aristine ain't buying it. She tells him that lying isn't the only way to deceive someone, and it's sneaky to give a half-truth like it's the whole truth. Durante's totally caught off guard by what Aristine is saying. She's one bold chick, I tell ya. She can see through Durante's eyes, and she declares that it's not a good idea to try and fool her anymore. Even with her dirty face, Durante can see the sparkle in Aristine's eyes, like stars in the night sky, and it feels like she's looking straight into his soul. As Durante suggests that Aristine freshen up and change her clothes, the lady-in-waiting and the Sylvanas Knight don't seem too pleased. They assume that the Irugo people are calling their princess dirty. Durante has to step back and avoid causing any conflict while his lord is away. Even though the Irugo Knights hold back their anger, they still show respect towards Aristine, which surprises her. As they march towards the palace, Durante is shocked to see carriages belonging to other princes and princesses already parked in front. He wonders if they're spying on Tarkin's future bride, even though Tarkin himself hasn't even met her yet due to the demonic beasts. It's like the other royals have way too much free time on their hands. And when the Sylvanas carriage arrives, people start murmuring about how grand it is. Aristine steps out of the carriage and looks around. She can feel eyes scanning her from head to toe, piercing through her like arrows and spears. One person even has the audacity to openly say that she's a perfect match for someone of lowly blood. Looks like they despise Tarkin too. They mock Aristine further, saying she looks worse than a beggar. The fact that they're greeting a bride from a distant nation with such suffocating hostility is unbearable. Meanwhile, Aristine's ladies-in-waiting wear delighted expressions as they witness how the people of Irugo treat Aristine. Durante, watching from the side, wonders why Aristine's own people, who should protect and support her, seem to be doing the opposite. Suddenly, a tall, imposing man appears from behind the Sylvanas knight, who brought the gift for Irugo. This man takes one of the silks from the knight, causing the knight to instantly get angry and try to stop him. The knight starts babbling about how precious and expensive the silk is, but then abruptly stops. Aristine, who is suddenly wrapped in a luxurious silk, feels surprised and even more confused by the actions of this man. He picks her up and carries her, stating that there's no problem with taking the silk, since he should give his bride the most precious items. The Knights of Irugo bow to him as he walks past them. Aristine, initially bewildered, now realizes that the man carrying her is none other than Tarkin himself, her future husband, as she looks into his sparkling eyes. With his long black hair and impressive physique, Tarkin gazes at his future bride while carrying her tenderly. Aristine can't help but wonder if everyone from Irugo is that tall. Even though he hasn't done anything extraordinary, he has the power to silence the proud people of Sylvanas in an instant. Tarkin glares at the other Irugo prince and princess who had been mocking him, leaving them speechless. He takes Aristine inside the palace, leaving those disrespectful individuals behind. Setting Aristine down, Tarkin makes it clear that she shouldn't misunderstand his actions, as he simply can't stand the way her siblings talk. Locking his gaze with Aristine, he emphasizes that he doesn't like her or anything. Observing his current state, covered in dirt and demon's blood, Aristine wonders if it would be even more dangerous if he did like her. After all, she's sweaty and filthy right now, so she brushes off the thought. Suddenly, Tarkin instructs the maid to bathe Aristine, surprising her with his decision. Aristine comments that they're not even married yet, to which they both find themselves taken aback. They exchange a lingering look, leaving Aristine to ponder what Tarkin truly thinks of her. While she thinks they should decide who gets to wash up first. With a mischievous grin, Tarkin assures her that he won't devour her after taking a bath, so there's no need to worry. However, Aristine is perplexed by Tarkin's choice of words, which could be interpreted as something inappropriate if taken literally. She assumes Tarkin is a pervert, leaving him surprised by her assumption. They start arguing about it. Tarkin insists that all he meant was he wouldn't do that in response to what Aristine said about them not being married yet. But Aristine isn't even fazed. She clarifies that she meant they can't bathe together because they're not married. This only confuses Tarkin even more as he tries to understand what she's saying. However, Tarkin eventually grasps Aristine's point. Since he's also dirty, he realizes he should also wash up himself. Understanding what Aristine meant, Tarkin tells her that he will wash up somewhere else. Without wasting any time, Aristine quickly jumps off the couch and asks the maid to show her the way. Tarkin, watching her from behind, can't help but think about how peculiar Aristine is. Initially, he assumed she would be in tears being in that humiliating situation, given her noble background in Sylvanas and upbringing in the Imperial Palace. But to his surprise, Aristine's face showed complete indifference. Tarkin finds himself wondering why she's alone and covered in dirt, never before being so conscious of a woman who is meant to become his wife. Meanwhile, Aristine is pleasantly surprised by the luxurious bath with hot water in the bathtub. Several maids approach her, showing respect and offering their services. It's probably the first time Aristine has had a proper bath since she was little, and she is treated with kindness and professionalism by the maid. This treatment is a stark contrast to the ladies who have always ignored her, and it leaves her amazed and wondering if it reflects Tarkin's capabilities and charm. As the maid cleans her, they can't help but gaze at Aristine in awe, prompting her to ask if something is wrong. It turns out the maids are simply mesmerized by Aristine's natural beauty, with her stunning purple eyes and shiny silver hair. Realizing that she has caught their attention, the maids quickly apologize. As the maids leave, Aristine eagerly gets into the bathtub, feeling the hot water wash away her exhaustion and stress. It's so comforting, it's like all her troubles are melting away. As she starts to relax, the water in the tub begins to ripple, signaling that her magical ability to see visions is activating. Aristine looks at the water's reflection and is surprised to see Tarkin there, but she can't quite figure out if it's a vision of the present, past, or future. However, when she notices Tarkin's dirty appearance, she secretly hopes it's a glimpse of the past because she's not a fan of guys who are all dirty and messy. In the reflection, Aristine sees someone calling out to Tarkin from behind. Tarkin mentions the name DNA, and she's asking him what he's been thinking about that he didn't notice her approaching. Tarkin avoids the question, trying to brush it off by saying he wasn't thinking about anything important. With a curious look on her face and while placing her hand on Tarkin's, DNA boldly asks if he has feelings for the princess. When Aristine sees this through her magical sight, she's taken aback, realizing that they're talking about her. Tarkin shuts down DNA's question, saying there's no way he likes Aristine, and he's sure DNA knows it too. He puts on a serious face and declares that his feelings won't ever change. After getting a glimpse of the situation from the Monarch's sight, Aristine realizes that love isn't a part of an arranged marriage. Observing their closeness, Aristine assumes DNA is Tarkin's romantic partner. She sees it as an advantage when negotiating with him. Seizing this opportunity, Aristine asks the maid to escort her to Tarkin instead of resting in her chamber. In Tarkin's room, DNA is busy preparing tea. She's relieved to learn that Tarkin has zero interest in Aristine. DNA thinks to herself that Tarkin remains his usual self. Someone difficult to approach yet exuding both elegance and danger. Out of the blue, the maid informs Tarkin that Aristine is on her way to their room, leaving both DNA and Tarkin bewildered. Tarkin grants permission for Aristine to enter. As the door swings open, DNA and Tarkin can't conceal their expressions of disbelief as they lay eyes on Aristine, looking naturally beautiful without a speck of dirt. While they wonder how she managed to surprise them like that, Aristine takes a seat and subtly signals DNA for a cup of tea. DNA, still stunned by Aristine's beauty, apologizes and worries that Aristine might think she's being disrespectful. She then introduces herself and greets Aristine. It's clear that DNA is taken aback by Aristine's prettiness and is concerned that Tarkin might develop feelings for her. Then Tarkin tells DNA to leave the room. Sitting face to face, Tarkin asks Aristine coldly what she wants, and Aristine responds with the same question. Tarkin locks eyes with her, sensing that there's something she wants to discuss. Aristine calmly replies that since they're going to get married, there's no need for any reason to share a cup of tea. But Tarkin remains displeased. Taking a sip of her tea, Aristine is pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste, as it's the first time she's had such high-quality tea. Setting her tea down on the table, Aristine reveals her true intention for seeking out Tarkin. She proposes a business partnership. This shocks Tarkin. What Aristine truly desires is to amass a great fortune so that she can secure her freedom and not be locked away by anyone anymore. She's determined to witness all the visions she received through the Monarch site with her own eyes, and that's why she needs a substantial amount of money and Tarkin's cooperation. Tarkin expresses his confusion, and Aristine swiftly clarifies that she's not a business addict, nor is she asking to borrow money or requesting Tarkin to invest in anything. Due to their political ties through the arranged marriage, Aristine explains that it would be beneficial for both of them to establish a win-win situation, akin to a business relationship. Tarkin observes Aristine's audacity in speaking to him so boldly, yet he agrees with her points. However, Tarkin raises the question of what Aristine can offer him if he decides to help her. Suddenly, Aristine drops Tarkin's name and asks if there's something he desires from her. She believes she holds a trump card, but Tarkin turns his face away, concealing his expression from Aristine. Still avoiding eye contact, Tarkin questions what she can accomplish with her slim figure and even doubts her ability to hold a fork with those tiny hands. Undeterred, Aristine claims that her hands are of normal size for Sylvanians. She assumes that Tarkin is underestimating her. Abruptly, she stands up and declares that she will prove to him what she's capable of. Aristine then challenges Tarkin to witness it for himself before sealing the deal. Meanwhile, the folks in Arugo are buzzing with gossip about Aristine, who was supposedly locked up due to a mental illness. They fret about the possibility of Tarkin becoming the crown prince one day, and Aristine becoming the crown princess, fearing it would tarnish Arugo's reputation. Their chatter abruptly halts as Tarkin strolls past, exuding an incredibly cool vibe. They find themselves gazing at his strikingly handsome face. While they're marveling at Tarkin's shiny hair, they spot a silver-haired figure by his side. It's Aristine, looking completely different from the rumors they've heard. They're taken aback and can't help but wonder what Aristine and Tarkin are up to as they make their way to the king's palace. Inside the king's palace, the king of Arugo, King Nevtar, receives word that Aristine is on her way to the palace. He wonders why she wants to meet him now when the official audience with the Sylvanas delegation is scheduled for tomorrow. The second princess, Yenneca, manages to convince her father to see Aristine, as she is also curious about her. However, King Nevtar already knows that Yenneca and the other princes and princesses have gone out to meet the bride. Still, he finds it amusing. In the end, King Nevtar grants permission for Aristine and Tarkin to enter, as there's no reason to deny them a meeting. With a wicked grin on her face, Yenneca plans to mock the disheveled Aristine in front of her father. But hey, no chance, baby. As they step into the room, Aristine gracefully greets the king with perfect poise, leaving Yenica utterly shocked. Even the king himself is impressed by her impeccable manners and silently praises her in his mind. It's a complete surprise for him, especially considering Aristine's past imprisonment. King Nephter expresses his gratitude to Aristine for making the long journey to Irugo. He then instructs the servant to bring refreshments. While Aristine lets out a relieved sigh, glad that she didn't make any mistakes. Since she only learnt it from the Monarch's sight, she had worried that her body wouldn't move properly. But judging by the king's positive response, Aristine has handled herself exceptionally well, especially for her first time in such a situation. Aristine's eyes lock onto the dessert the servant places on the table. She recognizes it from the Monarch's sight, a light yellow jelly dessert famous as Irugo's specialty, with a delightful combination of sweetness and sourness. Aristine can't resist the temptation to try it, but she composes herself, realizing it's not the appropriate moment. She gestures, indicating her determination to prove Tarkin wrong and dispel any doubts he has. Witnessing this, Tarkin suddenly feels uneasy. From the king's point of view, it appears as though they are getting along well. King Nephter asks Aristine the reason behind her visit, but just as she is about to explain her intentions, out of the blue, the other prince and princesses enter the room. The third prince, Martin, stating that they came to see the king and now have the chance to meet Aristine. He starts chattering about Aristine, expressing their curiosity about the rumors of her beauty. Tarkin appears annoyed but manages to remain calm. However, as they lay eyes on Aristine's stunning appearance, they are all taken aback in disbelief. Tarkin realizes their initial intention was to insult his future wife, unaware that Aristine's disheveled appearance wasn't her usual look. Sensing an unexpected turn of events, Aristine calmly asks, "Who?" The fourth princess, Stalin, seems unsure how to respond to Aristine, while the first princess, Palamian, whispers to her, telling her not to let any irritation show. Palamian didn't expect Aristine to look so different, and she's wondering why the queen didn't clue them in on this important detail. Feeling pretty confident, Palamian introduces herself and vents her frustration, saying she'll let it slide this time but warns Aristine to watch her step in the future. She's like, "What did you mean by who anyway? It's not like we're your servants or anything." Both princesses are all smug, thinking they handled the situation perfectly. Stalin jumps in and adds her 2 cents, pointing out how Aristine is supposed to be a princess, but doesn't even know the basics of manners. Palamian just shrugs it off, saying they were expecting way too much from Aristine. Meanwhile, Tarkin watches all this go down, seeing how the princesses did a complete 180 in their attitude after excessively praising their opponent. It's all part of the typical royal family act, but Tarkin would rather duke it out with a sword. He can't stand the fake words and hidden agendas that the nobles always have. Tarkin realizes that, because of him, Aristine is enduring all sorts of humiliation in Irugo, which she shouldn't have to face. Aristine finally responds to the princesses, saying there's been a misunderstanding, but Palamian brushes it off, thinking Aristine is just making excuses. All of a sudden, she's caught off guard by Aristine's serious expression. As Aristine declares that she wasn't asking who they were, but rather asking herself who because she's pretty sure she's seen them somewhere before. Palamian is even more shocked, unable to believe that Aristine is claiming to remember her. With a slight smirk on her face, Aristine turns to Martin, the third prince, and asks if they've met before. Martin responds, saying they might have since he's been to Sylvanas before. But then Aristine confidently states that she believes they've crossed paths somewhere other than Sylvanas. Palamian's mind is blown, realizing that Aristine's question wasn't just a wild guess. Aristine actually remembers them being present when she arrived at the Irugo palace. Palamian had underestimated Aristine, thinking she was a fool, but turns out she's pretty sharp. Maybe even a little bit scary. Tarkin just stays still, watches Aristine from the side. Aristine's whole life has been about observing the world through reflections in water, recalling it, and creating vivid imaginations. It's no wonder she's honed her observation skills and memory. Even King Nephter seems impressed with how Aristine handled the situation. Palamine, who notices her father's interest in Aristine, starts to worry that if Aristine spills the beans about what happened at Tarquin's palace to King Nephter, it won't just make them look foolish for pretending not to know, but it could also be dangerous. She's thinking of coming up with a new plan. But out of nowhere, Stalin tries to ruin Palamine's plan by accusing Aristine of flirting with another man while she's engaged. When Stalin starts getting fired up to attack Aristine, Palamine is caught off guard. Aristine remembers the moment she first arrived in the palace, where Stalin had called her common blood. With a confident look, Stalin tries to intimidate Aristine. But Aristine, seeing through Stalin's immaturity despite her grown-up appearance, smiles. This irks Stalin even more, as she accuses Aristine of making a joke out of her words. Knowing she has to step in, Palamine shouts out Stalin's name, surprising her. Then Palamine tries to explain that Stalin is still young and asks Aristine for understanding. Aristine remains calm, sipping her tea and thinking that Palamine seems to catch on quickly. In Irugo, they haven't appointed a crown prince yet. There's an ongoing power struggle between Hamir, the first prince, and Tarquin, the second prince. Hamir has the advantage of being the queen's biological son, while Tarquin faces political challenges due to his mother being a commoner. But the real battle is between the old guard and the rising powers. Aristine decides to take action and confronts Stalin about her doubts regarding Aristine's lineage, especially since Stalin previously mentioned Aristine's common blood. Stalin and Palamine are taken aback by Aristine's bold move. Aristine doesn't stop there and points out that Stalin comes from direct royal Irugian descent. It seems that Aristine has no choice but to accept that Stalin represents Irugo's official stance on the legitimacy of the Sylvanian royal family. Alright, let's change the focus for a moment. Over at the Queen's palace, the maid rushes in to inform the Queen that the prince and princesses have headed to the main palace. She asks if it's all right, and the Queen, with a mischievous smile, replies that since it's an informal meeting, there's no need to be overly fussy about it. She's confident that her beloved Yenica, who's among them, will be treated kindly by everyone. Let's jump right back into the intense situation at the main palace. Panicking, Palamine scrambles to explain that Stalin's words don't reflect Irugo's stance at all. She desperately clarifies that Stalin is still young and didn't think through her comments. Martin jumps in to support his sister's explanation, saying that Stalin often blurts out things without considering the consequences. Confused and anxious about her sibling's sudden change in attitude, Stalin looks lost. From his seat, Tarquin observes the scene, realizing that Aristine's words hit the mark. If Sylvanus were to find out about this conversation, they would seize the opportunity to gain an advantage. While Irugo currently holds the upper hand in the peace agreement, it's still hanging by a thread. The agreement covers crucial aspects like trade rights, passage rights, and mana stone rights. Even if it's just the careless remarks of an immature princess, Sylvanus would exploit this incident as an excuse to gain more benefits. The Queen's faction would face the consequences. That's why Martin and Palamine are desperately trying to resolve the situation. However, the problem is that they don't know which side their imperial father will lean towards. Getting worried about the situation escalating further, Palamine hurriedly explains that Stalin's words don't reflect Irugo's stance because she didn't think ahead. Martin quickly backs up Palamine's explanation, but as he starts to ask Aristine to understand the situation, he stops in his tracks when Aristine locks eyes with him. Aristine wonders if the situation has already calmed down. In truth, she doesn't plan on pushing it further, neither for what happened when she first arrived, nor for the disrespectful behavior she just experienced. She hopes they'll quiet down now. However, Aristine suddenly notices that King Nephter is watching her, and she wonders how long he's been observing her. Thinking that she must have captured the king's attention, she takes it as a sign that she handled the situation well. With a smile, she reassures the king that she won't overstep any boundaries. But Palamine is taken aback by the sight, as she starts envisioning scenarios in her mind where Aristine spills everything that happened when she first arrived, playing the innocent card in front of the king. Palamine worries about her own reputation suffering as a result. However, she quickly composes herself, brushing away her own thoughts, while Aristine observes her in confusion. Realizing her mistake and understanding what needs to be done, Palameon takes charge and instructs Stalin to apologize to Aristine, catching Stalin off guard. Palameon realizes that she underestimated Aristine and urges Stalin to offer her apology. Reluctantly, Stalin tries to suppress her displeasure and offers a half-hearted apology to Aristine. Calmly, Aristine asks if Stalin has anything else to say, reminding her of the vulgar remark she made earlier. Stalin is even more shocked by this mention, but before she can respond, Palameon intervenes and insists that Stalin make a proper apology by acknowledging her mistake sincerely. Although Stalin believes it was just a slip of the tongue and thinks she doesn't need to apologize, she finds herself unable to do anything but follow Palameon's instructions as Palameon now stares directly into her eyes with a stern expression. Finally, Stalin musters up the courage to give a proper apology to Aristine. Tarkin, who's been quietly observing everything, is surprised to witness the once arrogant and stubborn foreign princess actually apologizing and even kneeling down. He glances at Aristine, expecting to see a triumphant expression on her face for getting the payback she deserved. But to his astonishment, Aristine looks somehow happy, completely unfazed by the situation. It's not the dramatic reaction he anticipated. He can't help but smile, realizing that Aristine has successfully made an Erugian princess kneel with just a few words. Meanwhile, Aristine wonders if Tarkin appreciates the outcome. And sure enough, he does. She knows he harbors resentment towards his half-siblings, and this seems like a satisfying conclusion for him. Deciding to put an end to it all, Aristine stands up and approaches Stalin, who's still kneeling. She admits she didn't expect this turn of events, extending her hand to help Stalin up. Aristine explains that her previous question was simply meant to give Stalin a chance to speak her mind, and she doesn't feel comfortable seeing the princess in such a submissive position. In that moment, Stalin realizes that Aristine never scolded her or demanded an apology. It dawns on her that this situation seems completely insignificant to Aristine. Stalin witnesses Aristine's generosity and open-mindedness, but there's also a coldness in her eyes that resembles their imperial father. The king, once again, is impressed by Aristine's ability to understand her political position and make the most of it. Yenneker, noticing her father's interest in Aristine, starts to worry. Finally, the king speaks up, asking them to take a seat and explain the reason for their unexpected visit during tea time. Martin, Palameon, and Stalin are at a loss for words, unable to explain their true intentions. Sensing the tension, Yenneker decides to intervene, expressing her disappointment in her siblings for causing a scene. She puts on her innocent look and shares her sadness that they gave a bad first impression to Aristine, worrying that Aristine might think they hate her. Aristine, still observing Yenneker, the queen's biological daughter and Hamir's younger sister, watches as Yenneker approaches her and tries to be overly friendly by suggesting that she should call Aristine Sister Rhine. Thinking back to when Aristine was a kid, she had this lovely little sister who used to call her Sister Rin. When Yenneker asks Aristine to call her sister Rin too, she gladly agrees. And that totally makes Yenneker's day. Aristine goes ahead and says it feels like she's actually seeing her own precious younger sister, which makes Yenneker even happier. But hey, we all know it's just an act, right? Sitting between Tarkin and Aristine, Yenneker plots to win Aristine over, thinking it'll be a breeze to replace Tarkin. To make it seem natural, Yenneker decides to get closer to Aristine by offering her help if she feels uncomfortable in the palace. Aristine responds with a smile and thanks Yenneker, talking to her in a casual manner, which makes Yenneker feel a bit awkward. But before Yenneker can say anything, Aristine realizes her mistake and asks if she can speak informally. Yenneker doesn't really want that, but she hesitates to express it. Aristine assumes Yenneker as her new little sibling because of the whole Sister Rin thing. She admits she misunderstood Yenneker's intentions and apologizes. Yenneker is caught off guard by Aristine's statement and quickly changes her expression, pretending she meant it even though she really doesn't like the idea. As for Yenneker, the only one who can treat her as a younger sibling is her brother Hamir. Aristine sees this as a positive sign and asks for confirmation. Yenneker, still faking her expression, reluctantly tells Aristine she can call her Yenneker. But before she can say more words casually, Aristine interrupts, saying her little sister has always spoken formally, even since they were kids. Martin nearly bursts into laughter, and Yenneke's patience is almost pushed to the limit. She turns to Martin and demands to know what's so funny. Meanwhile, Aristine gives the king and the Prince Frank jelly a thorough inspection. Yenneke wonders what Aristine is staring at and assumes it's the king's Prince Frank jelly. She thinks Aristine has never seen that jelly before and doesn't know that the king always saves it for Yenneke. Out of the blue, Yenneke cheerfully asks the king to hand her the jelly. However, before the king can comply, he's taken aback when Aristine swoops in and picks up the jelly, holding it right in front of his mouth. Everyone is completely stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Without missing a beat, Aristine tells the king to open wide and makes a feeding gesture. The king hesitantly asks if Aristine intends to feed him, and she confidently confirms it. Yenneke can't contain her emotions any longer and vents her displeasure at seeing Aristine feed her father. But Tarkin steps in to support Aristine, mentioning that even though he and Aristine haven't had the ceremony yet, they will soon be one big family. So, there shouldn't be any issue with treating each other as family beforehand, which seems contradictory coming from Yenneke, who claimed they were already family. Upon hearing Tarkin's explanation, Yenneke fails to provide any valid reason behind her discontent. Aristine assures the king that she'll be more cautious if he feels uneasy about it. Initially hesitant, the king eventually takes a bite of the jelly from Aristine. This surprises even the servants, as they never expected the tough and strict king to have such a soft side. After savoring the jelly, the king explains that he doesn't mind at all. Yenneke, witnessing the entire scene, clenches her fists, trembling with anger, and wonders if Aristine knows the king's secret. The other princes and princesses are left stunned as they witness Aristine continuing to feed the king. Even though the king has already had 3 servings, Aristine shows no signs of stopping. She asks the king if he enjoys the taste of the jelly. While the king responds positively, Tarkin shoots him a shocked glance, gesturing as if asking his father if he has lost his mind. Tarkin wonders where the king's prestige and dignity have gone. It's quite a challenge to pick up the Prince Frank jelly, and Aristine didn't expect that her past practice would come in handy now. In the past, Aristine watched her younger sister feed their father the Prince Frank jelly from the Monarch's site. Inspired by that, she practiced picking up little balls of mud with a fork, hoping to receive her father's compliments as well. However, she eventually realized that her father only desired her power, the Monarch's sight, not a genuine connection with her. That realization shattered any hope she had of having a meaningful relationship with him. But out of nowhere, Aristine halts when she hears the sound of a cup hitting the table. It turns out to be Yenneke's teacup that fell, causing the tea to spill. Yenneke immediately blames it on the teacup being unbalanced and starts raising her voice, accusing the servants of not checking it properly and demanding that they get rid of it right away. Palamine notices this unexpected change in Yenneke's behavior and wonders what could have caused her to act out of character, as Yenneke is usually so conscious of maintaining her image. There's a secret that nobody in the palace, not even Tarkin, knows about. Yenneke, who always asks for the king's jelly, isn't just doing it because she wants to eat more of it. She's actually keeping the king's secret hidden. The secret is that the king has injured his wrist. During times of war, news about the king's injuries can easily be silenced, especially if they're not life-threatening. It's because an injury like that would only increase anxiety among the citizens and lower the morale of the soldiers. So, the king has been hiding it, pretending to be completely fine. He avoids eating foods like Prince Frank jellies because he doesn't want to give any hint that he struggles to pick things up. Ironically, these jellies are often served as desserts during traditional Erugian dinners. The only ones who know the truth are the king's doctor and Yenneke. Yenneke covers it up by asking for the king's share of the jelly. People who witness this assume that Yenneke is the king's favorite among all his children, regardless of how much the king dotes on Tarkin. Some even speculate that it secures her brother Hamir's position as the crown prince. But if Yenneke truly wanted to keep the king's secret, she could have just fed him herself. From Tarkin's perspective, what Aristine did might seem absurd since he still doesn't know about the king's injury. Aristine was simply trying to help the king. Now, She's worried that the king might get angry with her for treating him like a child. As Aristine anxiously observes the king's calm expression, she becomes even more nervous as it's her first time in such a situation. However, to her surprise, the king smiles. He even mentions how happy he is with his decision to marry her to Tarkin. The king expresses his satisfaction and asks Aristine if there's something she'd like as a reward. He affectionately calls her by her nickname, Rin. Aristine is taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Not only has she been granted permission to call the king father, but now he's also using her nickname, which is something she had always hoped for. Seeing Aristine's surprised expression, the king asks if it's too sudden to call her by her nickname. Aristine quickly clarifies that it's not the case, and she's just overjoyed to hear it. For Aristine, it feels like she finally has a real father. She smiles brightly, feeling grateful that her actions have brought her to this state. Making sure she has the king's permission to ask for anything, Aristine confidently states that there is something she wants. The king, curious, asks what it is she desires, suggesting possibilities like gemstones, gold, or land. Aristine glances at Tarkin, then back at the king, and with determination, she firmly expresses her wish for the eradication of the stigma that labels Arugo as a barbaric nation. In fact, that's the main reason for her visit to the king, which had been delayed due to some previous events. This unexpected request from Aristine catches everyone, including the king and Tarkin, off guard. It's her chance to showcase her abilities to Tarkin, proving that she's a valuable asset worth sealing the deal for, even before knowing all the terms and conditions. As they stroll out of the tea room, Tarkin keeps an eye on Aristine from behind, totally blown away by her unexpected request. Ever since then, Aristine hasn't uttered a word, leaving Tarkin clueless about what's going on in her mind. Out of the blue, Tarkin asks Aristine if she could spare a moment for him. She swiftly replies, saying she's swamped with stuff. Nevertheless, Tarkin persists, assuring her it'll only be a quick thing. After some back and forth, Aristine finally gives in. The table is all set with tea and stuff, and Tarkin kicks off the conversation, acknowledging Aristine's ability to assist him. He mentions how amusing it was to witness his siblings acting like complete clowns and making fools of themselves. Although deep down, Aristine feels a thrill hearing the compliment from Tarkin, she maintains a poker face. Tarkin then shares his initial impression of Aristine when she first arrived in Irugo, thinking she was in tears and humiliated. He cautiously points out that he believes, as a Sylvanian princess, Aristine isn't accustomed to that kind of mockery. While munching on a scone, Aristine seems unfazed, as if it didn't bother her in the least. Tarkin expresses his disbelief, asking if that means Aristine is used to such treatment. Taken aback by Tarkin's reaction, Aristine confirms if he genuinely didn't know that she had been imprisoned. Judging by Tarkin's expression, it's clear he had no idea. Aristine assumes that Tarkin must have zero interest in his future wife. Out of the blue, Aristine questions whether there's a possibility that Tarkin desires a war between Irugo and Sylvanas. This unexpected query catches Tarkin off guard. Aristine believes that Tarkin's answer will determine her future, as while they sit there conversing, Sylvanas is preparing for war, going so far as to conceal a lethal poison within the dowry intended for assassinating Tarkin. Alright, let's change the subject for a moment. In the meantime, the ladies-in-waiting are escorted by an Irugo maid to the palace, and one of them is completely blown away by how magnificent the palace is. Lady Brody, who has a noticeable burn scar on her face, asks the maid if they have a skilled healer around, but unfortunately, all she gets is the same old story: her scar is too old to be completely removed. Suddenly, one of the ladies-in-waiting mentions that the guy who's rumored to be a beast is nothing like what she imagined. The other one agrees, saying he's quite the handsome fella, which doesn't really match up with that princess who looks like a beggar. Yep, they're talking about Tarkin. Lady Brody predicts that Tarkin will soon lose interest in Aristine, looking down on her, who has been locked up all alone for 10 long years. These ladies-in-waiting start creating their own little scenarios in their heads, taking it upon themselves to take very good care of the princess's husband as well. But suddenly, a knight from Sylvanas rushes in and shatters their foolish dreams. He informs them that Aristine has just returned from a meeting with the Arugo king, leaving them completely shocked to the core. Lady Rosalind, thinking that Aristine still doesn't know her place, becomes furious. Now, let's get back to Tarkin and Aristine. Tarkin clarifies that while there are certainly people who desire war, he is not one of them. So he's confused by Aristine's question. Aristine then reveals that the easiest way to ignite a war is by killing her, although it's not the only way. She mentions other possibilities like being a spy or attempting to assassinate Tarkin when he least expects it. Aristine declares that she wouldn't engage in such dangerous actions, especially since she has no fondness for Sylvanas and is despised by the Sylvanas Emperor. As Aristine explains, Tarkin can't believe that she didn't have the Emperor's favor to the extent that she was imprisoned. He concludes that there's a high chance Aristine was sent here to meet her demise. Suddenly, Aristine calls Tarkin's name and expresses her desire not to die. She emphasizes that Tarkin also doesn't want a war to erupt, which means their interests align. Aristine further states that she can handle matters on his behalf while he's away, mentioning the ongoing War of Succession in Arugo. With a bright smile, she reveals that all she wants is for Tarkin to put in the effort to keep her alive. Hearing this, Tarkin can't believe what's on Aristine's mind, going through all this trouble just to ask for something as basic as protecting her life. He wonders what kind of mistreatment she endured to make such a request. Tarkin tried his best to ignore her, believing that regardless of his partner, the marriage alliance itself was the most crucial aspect of the peace agreement. That's what he thought until he saw Aristine's calm expression, even though she was still covered in dirt. It annoys him greatly, but he can't even find the words to describe why. Suddenly, Aristine stands up and extends her hand, encouraging them to work together and calling him her partner. Tarkin reaches out and seals the deal by shaking her hand. On her way back to her chamber, the Sylvanas knight finally spots Aristine and raises his voice, calling out to her. He expresses his anger at her for wandering around without permission, and tells her to start behaving properly in Arugo. Blaming her for the actions of the ladies-in-waiting, he plans to scold Aristine so she won't dare to act up like that again. But guess what? Our hero arrives just in time. Tarkin suddenly appears, slinging his arm around Aristine's shoulder and giving a fierce glare to that arrogant knight. The Sylvanas knight seems taken aback and asks what brings Tarkin there. Tarkin confidently approaches the knight, stating that he must have misunderstood something. Feeling uneasy, the knight insists that it's a private Sylvanian matter, and that Tarkin shouldn't pay any attention. He quickly glances at Aristine, silently signaling her to tell Tarkin to leave. But Aristine, making a dismissive gesture, clearly indicates that she doesn't care. With his piercing gaze, Tarkin declares that it has everything to do with his future bride. Tarkin's mere presence alone is enough to intimidate the knight, and he straightforwardly tells the knight that there's no point in a dog baring its teeth at its own master. Tarkin effortlessly throws the cheeky knight to the ground, making him roll. Despite having his foot on the knight's face, the knight still manages to blabber about making a formal complaint as a Sylvanas knight. But Tarkin couldn't care less about that. He glances at Aristine and states that since the knight is his bride's dog, it's up to the owner to decide his punishment. Aristine is stunned by Tarkin's statement. However, the knight, still under Tarkin's foot, continues to show no respect and demands that Aristine order Tarkin to remove his foot instantly. He's full of anger towards Aristine, who simply stands there without flinching. Aristine recalls the moment when they were on their way to Arugo, and that impudent knight harassed her, intentionally peeping into her carriage while she was changing her dress. Aristine can't believe that after pulling off such nonsense, the knight is now asking for her help. She walks closer to Tarkin, places her hand on his arm, and smiles at him. Tarkin still has no clue about what she's up to. But then, Aristine mentions the saying that couples are like two halves of one heart, and suddenly, she changes her expression. Aristine gives the green light for Tarkin to step on the knight. Hearing that, Tarkin flashes a grin and wastes no time. He does exactly what his bride wants without any hesitation. The knight is left beaten and battered. After dealing with that arrogant knight, Tarkin orders his servant to throw him in prison. Meanwhile, Aristine still feels Tarkin's arm lingering on hers and can't help but think that his arm is strong and powerful, easily brushing off the night like dust. She gazes at Tarkin with a hint of jealousy. Catching Aristine's gaze, Tarkin shyly looks away. Thanks to Tarkin, Aristine feels a sense of relief and finds herself thinking that Tarkin may be a pervert, but he's actually a good person. Meanwhile, Tarkin starts feeling uneasy due to the ominous gaze lurking behind him. Entering her chamber, Aristine is amazed by how perfectly it's been set up, even though it's just a temporary room until the wedding. It truly feels like the people of Irago are welcoming her with open arms. Aristine feels grateful for this arranged marriage, where everyone is so kind to her, and even the king treats her better than her own father ever did. Having Tarkin by her side only adds to her happiness. But right now, all she can think about is having another bite of that delicious scone. However, her daydreaming is interrupted by a loud voice calling her name. Lady Brody seems upset as she had been calling Aristine multiple times without a response. The other ladies in waiting quickly close the door, making sure all the Erugian have left the chamber. Aristine remains silent, wearing a determined expression on her face. As the ladies in waiting start to corner her, Lady Rosalind arrogantly tries to intimidate Aristine, demanding an explanation from her. Previously, Aristine found herself trapped by these three sassy gals who were grilling her for answers. But Aristine keeps her cool and just drops the bomb that they're worth less than a dog. Those words totally catch the ladies in waiting off guard. It's like they got hit by a surprise pie in the face. These ladies, they've got no loyalty or street cred, they're just playing for themselves. They're like those folks who only do what's good for their own agenda. Now let me break it down about these ladies in waiting. Imperial ladies in waiting? They're the fancy pants crew, all from snobby, high-up families. They're not your regular help or court folks. They're more like the VIP companions to the imperial family, helping out and all that jazz. So, it's a big deal. And usually, only well-off high-class ladies get in. But guess what? These ladies are the exception. They're not riding the highborn wave. Nope, they're just giggly thieves, swiping the crumbs sent to the poor abandoned princess crib. And then Rosalind, with that smug grin, tries to play memory lane and remind Aristine about her duty. Red, Sylvanas King shipped Aristine off to Irago as a potential ghost. But hold up! Aristine is sharper than attack. She lays it out. This ain't Sylvanas' playground, it's Irago. While the other ladies in waiting are still thinking Aristine's the one in the hot seat, Rosalind's got her Sherlock cap on. Remember those Sylvanian knights who got a whooping from Tarkin? He basically said you don't need a dog that bites the hand that feeds it. Rosalind finally gets it. Aristine's been playing them all along, pulling a fast one with a mask that screams idiot. So, Rosalind steps up, shocking the crowd by suddenly transforming into a four-legged barker right in Aristine's lap. It's like she's realizing she's got to roll with the punches to survive. And even though Aristine didn't see this curveball coming, she's finding it kinda adorable. Meanwhile, over in Irago's training hall, Tarkin is there, his mind blown wide open. He's thinking about his old man's plan to marry him off to the Sylvanian Imperial Squad, who are supposed to have rich blood running through their veins. The whole point? It's like a cover-up for his political vulnerability because his mom is a commoner. But he's not blind to the fact that the fight for the throne is only getting nastier by the minute. Out of the blue, Durante hollers at him, reminding him about some meeting he's gotta attend. When he walks in, the whole gang's already gathered. Tarkin doesn't waste a breath, kicking off the meeting pronto. They're all hashing out the issue with these freaky demon creatures lurking around. Then someone brings up the scrap with the Sylvanians. And just like that, it's like a mental light bulb goes off, and they remember Tarkin's supposed fiancée. They're all on the edge of their seats, curious about her looks. Durante's been playing secret squirrel with her, but folks are puzzling over why some of Durante's guards appear to have a soft spot for the Sylvanas princess. But before the room turns into a total circus, Tarkin shuts it down. Out of nowhere, he singles out this dude named Jack, demanding to know why he didn't clue him in about Aristine being locked up in the past. And man, Jack can't hold his poker face any longer. He spills that he did everything short of skywriting to report it to Tarkin, but Tarkin was tossing those reports into the fireplace like they were old junk mail. But then, in a wild twist, Tarkin throws everyone for a loop by telling Jack to spill every last detail about Aristine from now on. It's like the crowd's wondering if Tarkin caught some kind of love bug for Aristine after meeting her face to face. But Tarkin doesn't want to leave them with the wrong idea, so he sets the record straight by saying that Aristine holds the key to ending the war with the Empire. He figures it's fine to gather more information. Out of nowhere, Tarkin drops a request for them to fetch a scone-making expert. His crew is all enthusiastic, instantly saying yes to their boss. But then reality dawns on them. A scone specialist? Wait, what? Fast forward to the afternoon when Aristine finally wakes up. It's been ages since she's had a proper bath, put on clean clothes, and snuggled into a real bed. Everything just feels so darn cozy, including the plush pillow. Little does she know, Tarkin's been watching her the whole time. Oopsie! Spotting Tarkin there, she's thrown for a loop. Tarkin's sipping his tea like it's no big deal, and casually asks if she's having a blast. Aristine, in turn, wonders aloud if he's got nothing better to do, considering he could have woken her up but chose to wait instead. And guess what? Tarkin's caught off guard, having actually tried to rouse her. At first, he loitered outside her room, waiting for someone who's sound asleep. First time he's ever waited for someone to wake up, mind you. But the lady-in-waiting shattered his hopes, letting him know Aristine was still in La La Land. So off he went, checked out the training grounds, handled some briefings. You get the drill. When he circled back to her room, he was met with another still-sleeping report from the lady-in-waiting. Enter these ladies-in-waiting with a tea invitation, offering him a sip while they all waited. Suddenly, Tarkin's reminded of when Aristine first set foot in Irigo, those same ladies who were poking fun at her, tossing insults her way. With Aristine in Snoozeville as lunchtime rolled around and these ladies-in-waiting forming a blockade unnaturally, his mind spiraled down the worst-case scenario path. In a heartbeat, he barged into Aristine's room, yanked open the curtains and found her in dreamland. Now he can't even cough up the truth because he's a mix of embarrassed, flustered, and all things in between. Aristine, seeing his expression, gets a DJ Vu vibe. She boldly declares that he couldn't wake her up because she was sleeping like an angel. That's like a lightning bolt for Tarkin's brain, shocking him to his core. It's like she's accusing him of being a pervert who gets a kick out of sipping tea while watching people sleep. Tarkin's beyond explaining himself at this point. So, no more waiting. He hands over an envelope, even though he's still feeling irked. Aristine's left wondering what's inside as she cracks it open, only to be surprised by the content. So, it is the list of aristocrats who will be attending the delegation's welcome party. Tarkin drops a hint that it'd be cool for Aristine to have the heads up before she rolls into the party. But let's be real. It's a ton of info to hand over to someone from the other side of the enemy line, which means Tarkin's giving her some major trust points. Finally, the big day of the welcome bash for the delegation arrives. Tarkin and Aristine walk in like $1,000,000, stealing the spotlight together. Aristine's beauty has jaws dropping left and right. The whispers start flying. She's nothing like the rumors said. Aristine goes on to exchange pleasantries with Irigo's king and queen. The king's all warm and welcoming, but hold up. The queen, that sneaky old lady, she's wearing her caring face mask, and she starts hinting how Aristine made the trek to Irigo by carriage instead of hopping through the portal. It's like Aristine's alarm bells start ringing, remembering what Tarkin told her about this queen's attempts to off him. First with assassins, and then with a frontline ticket to the Beast Plains. It's pretty clear the queen is ready to throw anything and everything at the wall to make her son, Hamir, the king. So, the queen's welcome could kinda go like this. Dang, Aristine couldn't even snag a portal ride? That's a bummer. But you know what? Aristine's not falling for that trick. She's got her comeback locked and loaded. She fires back at the queen, explaining how the war has been giving both countries' folks a rough time. And since she's a princess, she just had to see it all up close. Witnessing the struggles of the people made the journey totally worth it for her. The queen's left hanging, unable to come up with a word. But she's gotta force that smile after hearing Aristine's comeback. But out of nowhere, this sneaky dude pipes up. He calls her bluff without batting an eyelash, even pointing out that she's trying to charm the Erugians by rocking their gear. This guy? Duke Sciella, the queen's pops, and Hymir's right-hand man. Technically, as the Sylvanian rep, Aristine's supposed to wear the Sylvanian attire. But seriously, who's gonna come to a party looking like they were wrestled through a mud pit? Duke Sciella ain't holding back, throwing shade at Aristine, treating her like some sort of tribute in front of Tarquin. He's got some serious nerve crossing that line like it's nobody's business. Now, the rest of the crowd starts making fun of Aristine too, even bringing up her time in jail and stuff. Watching all this unfold, Aristine figures these folks must all be on Team Queen and they're all against Tarquin. So Aristine decides to give it her all. She's like, hold up a sec. This is kinda weird. I'm here to stop the war and bring peace between our countries, remember? She goes on to say that mocking her just messes with the whole peace vibe, making it seem like they're all secretly into more war. Duke Sciella is totally taken aback by how clear and straightforward Aristine's words are. He quickly tries to sidestep the situation, claiming he wouldn't dare to challenge it. He's basically realizing that if he pushes further, he might be seen as going against the king's wishes. But Aristine doesn't miss a beat. She brings up the whole attire thing that Duke Sciella mentioned, saying it's supposed to be Erugian. And here's the kicker. This guy has no clue what he's talking about. You can practically hear Aristine's exasperated sigh. She even adds that just like they had high hopes for her, she had high hopes for them all too. But it looks like she gave them too much credit. Duke Sciella can't hide his confusion anymore, and he's like, okay, spill it then, what's up with your clothes? This is when Princess Pelamian jumps in and drops the knowledge bomb about Sylvanian carriel silk. Aristine's got this smirk on her face and she's like, bingo, you got it! She goes on to explain that this silk is a huge deal in Sylvanian culture, so important that they named it after their own country. And getting a top-notch, bright red carriel silk is like hitting the silk jackpot. The Imperial Palace doesn't just toss this stuff around like it's candy. Trust me, jaws are dropping all around. Duke Sciella must be feeling like a complete fool right now. It's like he walked right into a trap. What Aristine is wearing isn't just any outfit. It's a perfectly symbolic attire that uses Sylvanian silk to create an Erugian look, symbolizing unity between the two nations. Oops, Duke, you've been totally played! Just before the official reception kicks off, Aristine finds herself in a tight spot. Her dress is practically ruined, covered in dirt, and she's in desperate need of a solution. She turns to Tarquin for some much-needed assistance. Going for a Sylvanian dress isn't feasible due to time constraints, so thankfully, the Erugian attire becomes the saving grace. Aristine reveals that the silk used in this attire was initially intended as a gift for King Nephter. With her trademark brilliant smile, Aristine takes a courageous step and directly asks the king if she can have the silk as a wedding gift. King Nephter happily agrees, noting how fitting the silk looks on her. His expression shifts quickly, and he adds that it appears Aristine is the lone individual who genuinely prioritizes the future peace of both nations. But right when Aristine and Tarquin are all set to plop down, there's this servant who's practically quaking like a leaf while they stutter out the horrifying truth. There's not a single chair left for them. But wait for it. Just when it seems like things couldn't get worse, the queen swoops in with a solution. She's like, hey, why don't you guys head to the back, like, way back? Yeah, we're talking the kind of seats that are practically on another planet. As Aristine takes a sneaky peek behind her, her eyes lock onto something rather exciting near the dessert table. Now here's where things get juicy. The queen's expression goes from all confident to total shock when she spots Aristine rocking this megawatt smile. It's like the queen was expecting Aristine to be sulking about getting the absolute worst seats. But surprise, Aristine's still beaming like she won the lottery. But hold on, your perfect plan hits a snag. Oh, cunning queen. observing how Aristine's expression transforms into one of radiance. Tarquin's nerves begin to tingle with unease. It's as if his instincts are sending out a warning signal that turmoil tends to follow whenever Aristine wears that kind of expression. Reacting promptly, he firmly clasps Aristine's hand and steps into the spotlight himself. Commenting on the situation, he speculates that perhaps the queen has indulged in a bit too much, considering she openly directed the princess, essentially a living embodiment of peace, to sit at the very back in the lowest position no less. The attendees all exhibit astonishment at Tarquin's sudden foray into the complexities of high society politics. This is the same guy who used to be reserved and quiet. It's a widespread assumption that this bold move is all thanks to Aristine's influence. The queen keeps coming up with excuses, but Tarquin isn't out of tricks just yet. He casually mentions that he just needs a bit of space and turns his head to the other prince and princess, shooting them a glare as if to signal, "Move over." He adds that he's pretty sure someone from the grand imperial family of Irugo can give up a seat for the sake of peace. To prevent any more fuss, the third prince, Martin, immediately gives up his seat for Aristine. But then, Aristine adds her 2 cents, saying that as a couple, she and Tarquin need to sit together. Yep, she didn't come all this way just to let Tarquin get stuck at the back. Then, she goes straight up to Yenica, the second princess, reminding her of that time when Yenica mentioned being totally thrilled about Aristine and Tarquin's marriage. This move makes Yenica stumble over her words even more, and even Aristine's intense glare makes the situation worse. Observing the scene from his throne, King Nevter seems to side with Yenica, mentioning that her legs are bothering her, so it's best if she remains seated in a comfy chair. Now, here's the catch. Princess Yenica is the king's absolute favorite daughter. That means Aristine can't just expect the king to take her side in this. But King Nevter doesn't stop there. He brings up what Aristine said earlier about couples sticking together and what Tarquin suggested about making room. The king takes charge and tells a servant to set up seats for Aristine and Tarquin right next to him. This move catches the queen and Duke Sciella off guard, leaving them utterly displeased. Duke Sciella chimes in, noting that the space is reserved for the crown prince and his wife. The queen nods along with the duke, grumbling to the king that there should be some order within the imperial family. However, King Nevter just chuckles in response. He then echoes the queen's words from earlier, saying something like a seat is just a seat. He explains that there's no other choice since it was the queen herself who made a mistake during the seating arrangements. Ouch! It's like a smack right in the queen's face, leaving her completely speechless. In that very moment, it wasn't just the queen's supporters, but also the neutral nobles caught in between who sensed a significant change. The political situation had taken a complete turn, with Tarquin, who had previously been wary of diving into politics, stepping up and the queen getting sidelined. And right at the heart of it all is Aristine. As they settle into their seats, Tarquin suddenly asks Aristine if they're familiar with each other. Naturally, this leaves Aristine puzzled. Tarquin then explains that when the queen suggested she sit in the back, he noticed what Aristine was eyeing. Getting a bit closer to Aristine, Tarquin turns his face and curiously asks about the identity of the man who caught her attention. Aristine hesitates for a beat. All the while, Tarquin keeps his gaze firmly locked onto hers. Then she responds, "It's a business secret." Tarquin, without missing a beat, casually averts his gaze, indicating that he's cool with it and that he's not prying. He emphasizes that he's not really curious, as long as her involvement doesn't lead her into any trouble. So, this is the guy who's piqued Aristine's interest. He's the one she saw in her vision. About a month ago, as Aristine was making her way from Sylvanus to Irugo, the waters cleared around her and she had this sort of vision. That's when she encountered this man who earnestly asked her to accept him. And with all her heart, Aristine agreed. Now, if the story just stopped there, it could have been mistaken for some kind of romantic drama. Fortunately, Aristine's vision extended further, revealing her conviction that this man could potentially become the continent's greatest blacksmith. Tarquin, despite his claim of disinterest, keeps sneaking glances at the man who has caught Aristine's attention. As he observes, a hint of annoyance creeps into his expression. While they're chowing down on their meal, Aristine discreetly steals a quick look at that man. She notices that his hand seems perfectly intact, which is in contrast to what she recalled from her vision. The man was missing his right thumb. Though she remains unsure about how she's connected to a man whose name she doesn't even know, and why she spoke so confidently about his future in her visions, she's determined to take action now that he's injury-free, aiming to prevent that vision from becoming reality. Aristine's face lights up with pure joy as she indulges in her French Frank jelly, but sadly, it disappears in no time. Taking note of this, Tarkan, a bit bashful, offers his own French Frank jelly to Aristine. She compliments him, teasingly calling him a pervert who's a little shy, yet still a fantastic partner. Meanwhile, from a distance, other ladies observe the scene and murmur about how well matched the two of them appear to be. Their curiosity gets the best of them as they wonder what tender conversations might be exchanged between the two. Catching wind of these hushed conversations, DNA suddenly rushes out of the banquet, her heart heavy with sadness. In her haste, she accidentally bumps into someone. The man she collides with asks DNA why she's in tears and if something has happened to Tarkan. Sensing an opportunity, DNA crafts a fabricated tale. She claims to be concerned about Tarkan, suggesting that the princess he's about to marry might be showing interest in another man. The man, marked with a scar on his face, bristles with anger upon hearing this news. After the banquet, Tarkan's palace, which had been hushed for a while, suddenly burst with life. Not only because the princess from Sylvanas was a total stunner, but also because news of the queen's failed attempt to put a damper on things at the banquet had spread like wildfire. In her room, Aristine is busy jotting down her business plan. Armed with top-notch Irigo steel and a skilled blacksmith she's partnered with, she's on track to make her business a hit while also fulfilling King Nevdar's long-held desire. Her goal is to overturn the negative perceptions surrounding the Erugian people, putting an end to their unfair reputation as a barbaric nation. Out of the blue, a voice interrupts her thoughts. It's her servant who's brimming with enthusiasm. They eagerly inform Aristine that the wedding dress she's going to wear is inspired by the gown she donned at the banquet, a dress that symbolizes the unity between two nations. The servant excitedly presents Aristine with design sketches, asking for her input on the choice, even though Aristine seems fine with wearing whatever is chosen. Taking in the scene, Brody, the lady-in-waiting, wears a clear look of displeasure on her face. She openly scoffs at the whole fuss over the peace symbol, considering it all utter nonsense. But without warning, Rosalind launches into an argument with Brody. She accuses Brody of belittling the princess's accomplishments and even questions Brody's role as Aristine's lady-in-waiting. Unable to hold back, a servant steps in, yelling at them to take their fight outside. For Aristine, it's a calm day. The ladies-in-waiting no longer pester her. Instead, they're too occupied with their own brawl. The nights have all been swapped out for Erugian ones. The food is satisfying. The beds are comfortable. And even the scones are tasting better lately. Once the ladies-in-waiting are booted out, the servants go into overdrive, practically gushing with eagerness. They're begging Aristine to spill if there's anything, even the tiniest thing she's hankering for. Aristine eventually spills the beans, letting on that there's actually one thing on her mind. Blushing a little, she hesitantly admits she's in the mood for something soft, with a plush pillow popping up in her thought. However, it seems like the servants' minds might be going somewhere else, causing them to turn a bit pink. Aristine tries to set the record straight, clarifying that she's after something cozy that'll feel amazing when she kicks back. Meanwhile, Tarkan, strolling toward Aristine's room, catches wind of their conversation and can't help but pause for a beat, tuning into their chat. The servants just keep on prodding, asking if the soft thing should also be roomy. This leaves Aristine a tad puzzled, but then she clarifies that she's fine as long as it's not too narrow. There's no need for excessive space when it's wide. The servants kick things up a notch, their minds seemingly going places, wondering how close Aristine plans on snuggling up to Tarkan. Meanwhile, Tarkan comes to a halt right in front of Aristine's door, still tuning into their convo, and he starts to feel flustered. The servants finally catch on to the situation. and they're all set to arrange things, sporting big smiles. As they head out of the room, one of them remarks that she's pretty sure Tarkin is in for a surprise. Well, surprise indeed, because there's Tarkin standing right there giving her the stink eye. Caught off guard, the servants are taken aback, and in the midst of it all, Aristine hails Tarkin and tells him to come on in. Meanwhile, the tussle between the ladies-in-waiting rages on, escalating even further. Abruptly, they halt in their tracks as a voice calls out to them. Their eyes widen as they lay eyes on the man, clearly shocked and trembling. The man, introducing himself as General Mukali, orders the ladies-in-waiting to convey to Aristine his wish for an audience. Mukali's strong attachment to DNA stems from her elder brother, Shatra, who was the embodiment of loyalty, going so far as to lay down his life for their cause. Before his sacrifice, Shatra entrusted his little sister, DNA, into Mukali's care. So, when DNA confided in him about her recent struggles, he felt a personal responsibility to investigate the matter himself. The very thought of it ignites Mukali's anger even further, especially since there's a growing commotion about people's affection for Aristine. This amplifies his determination to uncover the truth. He's set on finding concrete evidence and delving into the core of Aristine's true identity. You've got quite the imagination, Mukali. I bet you'll end up being Aristine's #1 pal once you actually meet her. Want another round of this series? Don't forget to smash that like button and drop a comment down below. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you had a fantastic time. Aristine is chilling with her tea and snacks when her ladies-in-waiting suddenly barge in, telling her that General Mukali wants to see her and is already waiting. Aristine doesn't know who Mukali is or why he's there, but she guesses he must be coming from Tarkin to help her out. So, she lets Mukali in. The guy walks in looking tough with a scar on his face, thinking he'll scare Aristine, but she just smiles and welcomes him. Mukali gets straight to the point, mentioning he's heard Aristine is looking into some guy. Aristine confirms it and tells him to take a seat. Mukali is pretty shocked to find himself at a cozy tea party with her. When Aristine asks if he's going to help, Mukali, still a bit thrown off, says yes. Aristine then tells him to find the man. Mukali hesitates, stuck between yes and no, leaving Aristine confused. Aristine asks Mukali again if he's going to help her or not. Mukali seems to get a bit angry and is about to spill his real plan, but then he stops himself. He feels hesitant for a moment, but then decides to fake helping Aristine to catch her off guard. He quickly switches gears, saying he'll help her investigate the guy. Aristine says she's got some info on the guy from her servants, but she's still clueless about what he's into. Mukali is shocked and blurts out, asking why she's even interested in this. Without skipping a beat, Aristine says she wants to flirt with the guy. Mukali is so surprised he falls right off his chair. The confusion grows as Aristine talks about how this guy has different skills and physical abilities compared to Tarkin. She mentions the guy is a jeweler, and Tarkin's a warrior. Mukali looks puzzled. Aristine goes on about how Irugo needs better swords to fight evolving beasts and boasts about their top-notch metalwork. Mukali is amazed she knows all this and starts to gloat about Irugo's awesome swords, forgetting he's supposed to be pretending around Aristine. Then, Aristine excitedly asks if Mukali's sword is one of those famous ones. Mukali gets pumped up and pulls out his massive sword to show off, not realizing one swing of it sends a gust of wind that messes up Aristine's look. Mukali feels bad, worried he might have freaked Aristine out with his sword swinging. He initially wanted to intimidate her, but this was just him being excited about his favorite sword. He's used to people getting scared of his scar, so he thinks Aristine might be scared and cry. But to his surprise, Aristine isn't scared at all. She's actually curious about the sword. Aristine figures out that Mukali can really go on and on about swords. Then she realizes her tea's gone cold before she even got to enjoy it. Mukali notices the servants have bolted, probably freaked out by him. A bit awkwardly, he suggests they go have tea at his place. Aristine jumps at the chance, seeing it as a cool way to get out of the palace for a bit. Tarkin and Aristine's big day finally rolls around. It's all hustle and bustle as everyone's working hard to make sure things go smoothly. Aristine's crew can't stop gawking at how stunning she looks. Over at the wedding hall, it's packed with guests. All eyes are on Tarkin's main guys, Steel Sword Mukali, who's looking kind of out of place without his trusty sword, Supreme Brain Jacqueline, who's nudging Mukali to keep it cool, and Guardian Sword Durante just chilling like he always does. On her way to Aristine's waiting room, DNA bumps into some ladies and tells them she's headed to wait in the bride's waiting room. This gets the ladies thinking that Aristine might have called DNA over just to mess with her. They tell DNA they've got her back before heading off. Standing outside the bride's waiting room, DNA's lost in thought about how she once dreamed of being in there. But the royal rules mean she's just a guest. She knocks, and Aristine lets her in. Aristine's got this puzzled look that totally throws DNA off. DNA awkwardly reminds Aristine they've met before. Aristine cuts to the chase, asking why DNA's there. DNA, feeling a bit intimidated by Aristine's stunning looks, ducks her head down. She pulls herself together and says she's there to celebrate Tarkin and Aristine's wedding. Aristine just coolly says thanks. DNA sees an opening to boast about her close ties with Tarkin, but Aristine seems pretty unimpressed and bored with the chat. DNA starts talking about how marriage is usually about love between a guy and a girl, but she points out that this one's all about peace. She's trying to hint that Tarkin really loves her, not Aristine, but Aristine doesn't bite. Instead, she just thanks DNA and says she plans to have a successful marriage, just like DNA wishes. Then Aristine gets serious. She says her marriage isn't just a regular love story, but it's about something big, world peace. Hearing this, DNA clams up, trying to keep her emotions in check. In the wedding hall, Durante catches bits of a conversation about DNA and Aristine from some ladies nearby. He's got a feeling something's up, so he tells Mukali he's got to step out. Mukali is baffled. Durante always sticks close to Tarkin, so why's he heading the opposite way before even seeing Tarkin? Mukali figures something must be off. Everyone thinks Mukali is the tough guy, but in reality, Durante's the real wild card here. Back in the bride's waiting room, DNA's getting all worked up, thinking Aristine's hinting that a marriage between her and Tarkin wouldn't mean much. She's deep in her thoughts, even though she knows she can't change the situation. Out of the blue, there's a knock on the door. DNA's ticked off because she hasn't had the chance to throw shade at Aristine yet. But then in walks Durante, right after Aristine says it's okay for him to come in. Durante greets Aristine with full formal warrior respect, calling her your royal highness. DNA's watching all this and starts feeling really uneasy. Aristine tells Durante it's weird to be called that already and asks him to ease up. Durante then turns to DNA, asking why she's there, leaving her stunned. DNA knows Durante isn't as laid back as Mukali and worries she might slip up. Out of the blue, Aristine spills that DNA's there to wish her well for her wedding. Durante seems relieved to hear this, and DNA nods in agreement. But then, Aristine drops that DNA was actually talking about something else too. DNA tries to jump in and explain, but Durante cuts her off, saying he's keen to know what's up. Aristine warns him it's probably going to be a snooze fest, but Durante insists on hearing it. Aristine finds the whole boyfriend bragging thing pretty yawn-worthy, but since Durante is curious, she decides to spill the beans. She figures DNA would rather have two people in on her boasting than just one, so Aristine plays along, ready to share DNA's earlier bragging session. So Aristine just goes ahead and tells Durante everything DNA was saying earlier, including how DNA claimed she's super close to Tarkin. Durante hears this and starts questioning why DNA's even there, congratulating Aristine and Tarkin on their wedding. Aristine confirms it and adds that DNA said their marriage is just for peace between their countries and needs to be a big success. Durante gives DNA a look that turns her white as a ghost. Aristine's watching this play out, thinking why on earth DNA would come to brag about this stuff. Bringing up a groom's supposed fling in front of the bride is pretty bold, but Aristine doesn't sweat it because her and Tarkin's relationship is not your typical story. Aristine, trying to be helpful, says she's not bothered by it. But this just seems to make Durant even more ticked off. Aristine tells Durante she's totally okay with everything. Seeing how sure she is, Durante finally gets it and asks if he can leave. But before he goes, he wishes Aristine a happy wedding. She thanks him, saying it's not the first time she's heard that today. Durante cracks a smile and corrects her. It's the first time she's hearing it. After Durante leaves, DNA starts freaking out. Just as she's about to bolt, Aristine calls out to her. DNA makes up an excuse about needing the restroom. DNA actually runs off after Durante to explain she was just giving Aristine a heads up on Tarkin's likes and dislikes. But Durante isn't buying it. He tells her he's more about actions than words. Diana's shocked Durante knew about her crush on Tarkin all along and is upset he's not on her side. Suddenly, Mukali shows up, asking Durante where he disappeared to. DNA quickly runs to Mukali, and he asks Durante why DNA's crying. Durante just says he spoke his mind, but Mukali seems skeptical. Before leaving, Durante warns that he doesn't care much about DNA's drama with Aristine, but if it messes with Tarkin, he won't stand by. DNA tells Mukali she doesn't get why Durante's acting this way, suggesting maybe Aristine badmouthed her. Mukali wonders if Aristine's involved in this somehow. Then the wedding kicks off. As Aristine enters the hall, photographers start snapping pics. Tarkin's waiting for her at the altar, and for a second, his usually cold look seems to soften. The priest starts the wedding ceremony, explaining that this isn't just any old wedding. It's a big deal because it's going to end the long-time feud between Sylvanas and Urugo. This marriage is all about bringing peace and friendship to both countries. When the priest brings up the part about the vow kiss, Tarkin looks taken aback. Aristine sees he's nervous and takes his hand, telling him the kiss is just a simple thing, no different from holding hands. Tarkin then goes for it and kisses Aristine, which gets a huge cheer from everyone. Next up is the wedding parade. Aristine and Tarkin get ready to hop on their carriage to wave at their people. The crowd is super excited, cheering for the new couple. Aristine is feeling pretty happy seeing everyone so joyful, and she starts smiling back at them. But then she notices Tarkin's serious expression and suggests he should smile too, to show they're a united, happy couple. Tarkin is still caught up in his thoughts about the kiss earlier, amazed that Aristine is acting like it's no big deal. He agrees to smile, and when he does, Aristine is just blown away by how charming his smile is. But then there's a hiccup. Something's up with the carriage, and Aristine almost falls out. Everyone's totally shocked by the accident, but as Aristine is about to fall, Tarkin grabs her in the nick of time, keeping her from hitting the ground. That's not all. Tarkin quickly pulls out his sword and cuts the carriage loose from the crazy horses. Showing off his crazy strength, he's holding Aristine with one hand and the carriage with the other, and even stops a runaway carriage with a kick. Aristine is super impressed by Tarkin's strength. Then Tarkin turns to her and checks if she's okay. As soon as Aristine figures out they're about to miss the wedding parade, she tells Tarkin to get the admins to bring another carriage, quick. Tarkin's shocked that even after almost dying in that carriage crash, Aristine's still keen on keeping the parade going. Aristine explains that if they don't, people will freak out, thinking it's a bad sign and worrying it could mess up the new piece. She's sure the Queen's crew will use it to stir up drama. Tarkin thinks the Queen will just make up excuses to not send a new carriage. But Aristine's dead set on making everyone's dreams happen. Seeing how determined she is, Tarkin whistles for his warhorse. And to everyone's amazement, this massive beast of a horse shows up. Tarkin then tightens his hold on Aristine, and they both hop on his horse. This way, they can keep the parade rolling, just like everyone's been waiting for. The next day, the newspapers are all about Tarkin and Aristine's wedding, and it's all good stuff. They're not just talking about the wild wedding parade, but they've also cooked up a romantic story about Tarkin and Aristine. The Queen's super annoyed reading all this. Even though she tried every trick in the book to delay the new carriages, it didn't work. Instead, she ended up getting dirty looks from the king. Then, out of the blue, Princess Yenica comes in, newspaper in hand, and shows the Queen some more jaw-dropping news. Tarkin and Aristine apparently broke the bed on their first night, and now everyone's gossiping about it. The queen's just speechless and doesn't know what to say. To get the scoop on how this all started, let's rewind to the night right after the wedding parade ended. It's the big night where the newlyweds are supposed to share a bed for the first time. That evening, Aristine's maids help her with her bath. After that, they bring out this fancy lingerie, saying Tarkin picked it out for her. Aristine gives a smile, appreciating her maid's thoughtfulness. But she's not really feeling the lingerie. Without giving it much attention, she asks her maids for something comfier to wear instead. While Tarkin's out for a walk, he's trying to wrap his head around how marriage has turned his feelings into such a mess. He's thinking back to how the maids were all excited, giving him tips about everything from lingerie to the bedroom stuff. And now his mind's just swamped with all these pointless thoughts. Deep down, Tarkin knows he doesn't want to get intimate with someone he doesn't love or feel anything for. And the way Aristine's been acting makes him feel like being with her is making it tough for him to stay true to himself. He thinks of a little girl with blonde hair and realizes that she and Aristine are nothing alike. Suddenly, Aristine's voice from behind catches Tarkin off guard. He was just daydreaming about whether Aristine put on that lingerie the maids had. But then she asks him to walk with her to the wedding room, and she's wearing a different nightgown. Seeing her in that, Tarkin instantly feels less nervous. As they're walking together, he notices that Aristine always smells nice. With her rosy cheeks and in her white dress, Tarkin finds himself blushing. He thinks to himself that this is even more risky for him. When Aristine and Tarkin walk into the wedding room, they're both pretty amazed by the fancy decorations and everything in there. But they notice that the bed, considering the size of the room, is pretty small. Aristine doesn't waste any time and jumps right onto the bed, loving how soft and comfy it is. Then she realizes the bed's too small for both of them, and tells Tarkin he'll have to crash on the floor. Tarkin's kind of shocked. He was the only one stressing about the wedding night. Aristine feels bad about making Tarkin sleep on the ground, so she suggests they just hold hands and sleep. She tells him not to worry, emphasizing that neither of them wants to do anything more. She's even confident she can help Tarkin become king without them having to have kids. Aristine is trying to be considerate, knowing Tarkin's got someone else on his mind. Tarkin's totally surprised that Aristine knows about the little blonde girl he's been thinking about. He asks her how she figured it out. Aristine just says it's pretty obvious, but she's actually talking about DNA, not the blonde girl. Tarkin then admits that the girl is his lover, and this leads Aristine to mention she's got one more thing to negotiate. She points out that while Irugo usually sticks to monogamy, things are a bit different for an emperor. Since she's not keen on being empress, she's willing to make a deal and let Tarkin's lover have that spot instead. Tarkin is blown away that this is what Aristine had in mind. Feeling pretty grumpy, Tarkin flops onto the bed and raises his voice, reminding Aristine not to forget what she said earlier. As she lies next to him, Aristine starts wondering if she said something wrong. Then she remembers something else important and asks Tarkin if they should drop some blood on the bed to make people think they did the whole wedding night thing. Tarkin tells her that in Irugo, whether the bride is a virgin or not isn't a big deal. Plus, he mentions that there's not always blood the first time. Aristine knows that people believe the better a couple gets along, the more political power they'll have. Suddenly, she blurts out a question to Tarkin, asking if he's ever broken a bed while being intimate with his girlfriend. Tarkin sits up, totally taken aback by her question. When Aristine sees his shocked face, she quickly assumes that he hasn't actually broken a bed. This makes Tarkin go red as he admits he's never done that. But before he can say more, Aristine jumps in again, commenting that with Tarkin's muscles, she thought maybe he could have. Seeing Tarkin's face turn kind of scary, Aristine wonders if she might have accidentally wounded his ego. So, she figures giving him some compliments might be the way to boost his self-esteem. Aristine, looking pretty sure of herself, tells Tarkin that he could probably snap the bed in half with just one go, calling him a real pro in bed. Tarkin just stares at her, feeling more annoyed, and lies back down. Out of the blue, he says he's never actually broken a bed, but that doesn't mean he couldn't. Aristine, in a chipper voice, tells him she totally believes he could break the bed if he really tried. But instead of making things better, her attempts to reassure him seem to just irritate Tarkin even more. Tarkin's had enough, turns to Aristine and kind of yells, insisting he can actually break the bed. This catches Aristine off guard, especially when Tarkin ends up staring down at her from above. Aristine, noticing Tarkin's weird expression, calls out his name. But then, Tarkin suddenly hits the bed and bam! The bed actually breaks, just like Aristine was talking about. And that's the real story behind the newspaper's headline about the broken bed. Aristine's in shock that Tarkin actually broke the bed, and now she's bummed out about not being able to sleep in her comfy bed. Tarkin points out that Aristine was the one who kept egging him on to break the bed, and that's exactly what he did. When he sees Aristine looking sad about her lost comfy bed, Tarkin moves the mattress off the broken frame and lays it on the floor, so Aristine can still have her soft bed. He says he'll just sleep on the floor, but Aristine insists they can sleep on the mattress together, just holding hands. As Tarkin takes her hand, they end up sleeping next to each other, hand in hand. It's Aristine's first time sleeping with someone else, and slowly, she drifts off to sleep. In her dream, Aristine's wandering around a forest of bread trees, super excited. She spots this really good-looking loaf and tries to grab it, even kneading it like dough. The more she looks at the bread, the more she wants to eat it. But when the bread starts to run away, she chases after it and finally takes a big bite, only for the bread to let out a loud scream. It's already morning, and Aristine wakes up from falling out of bed. When she sees Tarkin, she says hi, but she's kind of thrown off by the look on his face. He's all red and holding his hands over his body, and there's a bite mark where his hands are. Aristine asks Tarkin why he's looking at her that way. Tarkin, still in shock, tells her that even though they agreed to just hold hands and sleep, she was touching his chest all night. Aristine is just as shocked by this and can't believe it, even thinking Tarkin might be dreaming. But when she sees the bite mark on his chest, she's totally stunned. Tarkin looks away, regretting that he took her word about just holding hands. Aristine, at a loss for words and panicking, tries to explain the mix-up with her dream, then apologizes over and over. Word gets around fast about how steamy Tarkin and Aristine's wedding night was. Aristine's now faced with a bunch of fancy food, which confuses her. The maids are all excited, telling her to eat up so she can match Tarkin's energy. As Aristine digs into the food, the maids can't help but ask, super eager, how she found the night. Aristine, a bit nervous, says it was really soft and yet also really hot. She's actually talking about the bread from her dream, but the maids totally think she's talking about Tarkin. Out of nowhere, Lady Brody busts in, not bothering to knock or mind her manners, and she looks like she's ready to give Aristine a piece of her mind. But the Imperial maids step in, reminding her that Aristine is now their queen, and Brody needs to remember her place and follow the proper etiquette. Aristine, not wanting things to get out of hand, cuts in and asks Brody what's up. Brody, still looking kind of sassy, says that those rough and tough Irugos have stirred up trouble and injured Sylvanas knights. She's pushing Aristine to give the Irugos a talking to. On the same night, Tarkin and Aristine accidentally broke the bed. The Irugo and Sylvanas knights were on guard duty at the palace. Out of the blue, the Irugo knights attacked the Sylvanas ones. Aristine thinks about how even though there might be gossip about her and Tarkin getting along well, if their soldiers are fighting, it's not a good look for either of them. Over in Tarkin's office, he's going through a report, puzzled about this clash between the Irugo and Sylvanas knights. He turns to Durante and asks what went down. Tarkin's surprised, especially since Durante's usually so cautious, and he didn't expect him to be the one to start the trouble. Durante, the guardian holy sword, usually doesn't bother with what's going on around him. Even though he's got great insight and quick thinking, he doesn't get involved in stuff. He's only really focused on Tarkin, his boss. Durante apologizes to Tarkin and spills about what happened that night. He overheard some Sylvanas knights trash-talking Aristine and even harassing her. Durante was just about to check why these knights weren't at their posts when he found out they were dissing the royal family. Mukali, who also heard this, lost his cool and went after the Sylvanas knight who was bad-mouthing the royals, which led to the brawl between the Irugo and Sylvanas knights. When Tarkin gets the lowdown on the fight, his face changes as he asks Durante if he let those guys slide for talking smack about his bride. Durante assures Tarkin that, as his sword, he made sure those knights weren't taken care of pretty neatly. Meanwhile, back with Aristine, Brody's finding it awkward to tell her that all the Sylvanas knights ended up as eunuchs because of what went down. It's just too embarrassing to say out loud. The Sylvanas knights are getting checked out by a doctor who breaks it to them that they can't have kids anymore. They're now sexually disabled. This news totally floors the knights. Just then, Aristine walks into the room, catching them off guard. Their attitude shifts when they see her. They're kind of moved that Aristine showed up. They start blaming the Irugo Knight for what's happened to them. But Aristine points out that if they hadn't insulted her, the Irugos wouldn't have attacked in the first place. This makes the Sylvanas Knight go pale, stammering about how honorable knights like them wouldn't say such things. So Aristine throws it back, saying if that's true, then the Irugo warriors wouldn't have had any reason to go after them. The Sylvanas Knight, trying to save face, quickly claims that they got hurt while hunting a magical beast to celebrate her wedding day. Aristine actually already knew the scoop because she saw the whole thing through her Monarch sight earlier, the Sylvanas Knights dissing her. She tells them she'll write a letter for them, saying they got hurt fighting a magic beast and need to go back to their own country. All the Sylvanas Knights agree and sign the letter. This move wipes out any accusations against the Irugo warriors, nixes any reason Sylvanas might have had to start a war, and gets rid of a political headache for Tarkin. Before she leaves, Aristine hands them a gift, an egg, which totally baffles them. She cracks the egg with a spoon and firmly says that eggs are great for healing. The Sylvanas Knight, feeling humiliated, nearly goes after Aristine from behind as she's walking out. But just as things are getting tense, Tarkin shows up at the door. Seeing Tarkin, the Sylvanas Knight quickly switches gears and acts like he's really digging the egg Aristine gave him. When the knight blurts out that there's a monster behind the door, Aristine quickly looks to check, but there's nobody there. Turns out, Tarkin had already made a quick move to step away. Not just Tarkin, but his three main guys also quickly duck out of sight. While Aristine's looking around, she finally spots Tarkin and asks him how long he's been there. Tarkin says he just arrived. He checks in with Aristine, asking if everything's cool, and she gives him a confident smile, telling him she's got it under control. Without missing a beat, Aristine grabs Tarkin's hand and suggests they head out together, promising to fill him in on the details as they go. From his hiding spot, Mukali suddenly gets upset, realizing that if Tarkin hadn't shown up, the Sylvanas Knight might have tried something with Aristine. This reaction surprises Jack, who thought Mukali wasn't a fan of Aristine. Mukali admits he's not her biggest fan, but his issue is more with how nasty those knights were. Durante chimes in, saying that the Sylvanas guys probably saw Aristine as someone they could easily manipulate. Mukali is pretty taken aback by this info. Then, Jack mentions how Aristine's been getting a rough deal from Emperor Sylvanas, which really gets under Mukali's skin. But Jack switches gears to talk up Aristine, saying she's something else. He points out that usually, even when things start looking up after tough times, people often can't adjust and just feel sorry for themselves. Aristine's different, though. It's like she's been gearing up for this moment, blooming like a flower in no time, facing the world with a whole lot of confidence. While Tarkin and Aristine are chilling and having tea, Aristine fills him in on her encounter with the Sylvanas Knight. But then, out of the blue, DNA shows up, heading their way. DNA comes over and says hi to Tarkin and Aristine. Aristine notices the newspaper in DNA's hand and quickly figures out why she's there. She's about to take off to give DNA some alone time with Tarkin, but DNA stops her, saying she needs to borrow Tarkin for a chat. Just as Aristine is about to step out, Tarkin grabs her hand, telling her they're in the middle of a talk. He also reminds DNA to show some respect to Aristine now that she's his wife. DNA looks pretty shocked at this and then apologizes. Aristine, noticing the odd vibe between Tarkin and DNA, thinks they might be having a disagreement. She tells DNA that she's finished chatting with Tarkin and that DNA can have her time with him. Aristine even offers DNA some snacks, mentioning how great the pastry chef is and that everything's yummy. DNA is a bit skeptical, wondering if Aristine really knows good taste or if she's just showing off. But when DNA tries a piece of cake, she's genuinely surprised. It tastes way fancier than what she remembers from Tarkin's place, making her wonder why Tarkin, who isn't into sweets, would choose a new pastry chef. Just as Aristine is about to suggest another slice of cake, she notices a shift in DNA's expression. It reminds her of that time in the bride's waiting room when DNA had to rush to the restroom. Noting the similar look on DNA's face now, Aristine gently tells her not to push herself to eat. She leans in and whispers to DNA, hinting that she's aware of her stomach issues. Even though Aristine is whispering, Tarkin can actually hear everything pretty clearly. DNA looks puzzled when Aristine brings this up. Then, Aristine mentions that time in the bride's waiting room when DNA had to dash to the restroom real quick. Hearing this, DNA is totally taken aback. She can't believe Aristine is basically saying she's constipated. Aristine feels bad, thinking she didn't do right by her guests. She notes that the food they had isn't great for digestion. DNA, feeling super awkward in front of Tarkin, since she's always tried to maintain her image as the perfect lady idolized by young Irugo women, starts to get a bit loud. She's ticked off that Aristine doesn't seem to get it and questions whether Aristine can handle being Tarkin's wife. But then she catches herself, realizing she's raising her voice in front of Tarkin. DNA has never lost her cool or shouted around him before, and now she feels like her perfect image is crumbling. Overwhelmed and without saying another word, DNA rushes out, crying, leaving both Aristine and Tarkin totally confused. Over in another part of the palace, Mukhali's lost in thought, feeling pretty bad after learning about Aristine's background. Then he spots DNA running by, crying, and calls out to her. DNA quickly leans on Mukhali, upset, saying Aristine was mean and insulted her right in front of Tarkin. Mukhali seems a bit unsure and asks if Tarkin said anything during the incident. He also points out that since Aristine's from a different culture, there might have been a misunderstanding in what she meant. DNA is surprised by Mukhali's different reaction from what she expected. Mukhali then suggests that if Tarkin didn't speak up, he's pretty sure Aristine didn't mean to hurt her feelings. DNA, trying to mask her real feelings and thinking Mukhali's not being helpful, acts like she was just being too emotional. She then shifts the conversation, saying all she wants is what's best for Tarkin. She subtly suggests that maybe they should look into Aristine and some other guy, hinting at starting a rumor about Aristine having an affair. Mukhali's initially shocked by this idea, but then he firmly says that if Aristine ever did betray Tarkin, she wouldn't be able to escape his wrath. That night, while Aristine is washing her face, she tries to use her Monarch's sight in the water, hoping to catch a glimpse of something useful. Staring into the water, she sees a man getting attacked. It turns out to be the blacksmith she's been looking for. He's being picked on by other blacksmiths who are jealous of him. One of the bullies pulls out a dagger with a fancy design and uses it to hurt the blacksmith. Seeing this through her Monarch's sight, Aristine realizes the blacksmith's missing thumb wasn't an accident. She decides she needs to recruit this blacksmith quickly. With this in mind, she plans to meet up with Mukhali the next day. The next day, Aristine heads over to Mukhali's place. Over there, Mukhali is getting a bit annoyed with his servants, who are all hyped up to make him look good because Aristine is coming over. He insists that he's Mukhali, the tough and no-nonsense warrior. Trying to chill out a bit, he wonders if maybe Aristine didn't do anything wrong after all. When Aristine shows up and calls out to him, Mukhali totally forgets to play it cool. He dashes over to her, all excited, which definitely surprises his servants. Aristine thanks him for standing up for her with the Sylvanas Knights, and this compliment makes Mukhali blush big time. Mukhali, acting all gentlemanly, invites Aristine for a walk around the place. People watching this change in his behavior start wondering if this is how he usually acts. Feeling a bit shy, Mukhali admits to Aristine that he wasn't the one who broke the eggs of the Sylvanas Knights, but he did yank out their teeth first, calling himself a merciful guy. As they're enjoying their tea and snacks, Aristine suddenly mentions how Mukhali once offered to help her, which catches Mukali off guard. She goes on to explain that she wants to meet a certain man today, and she'd like Mukali to come along. She also asks him to keep it a secret from Tarkin. When they roll up in Catalaman, the blacksmith is totally caught off guard by their unexpected visit and invites them in. Once inside, Aristine is super impressed by all the blacksmithing work around. She takes a good look at the top-notch weapons hanging on the wall and asks the blacksmith, Philip, if any of the stuff was made by a guy named Ritrin. Philip tells her that none of Ritrin's creations are up on that wall. Aristine's feeling a bit puzzled because from what she saw with her Monarch sight, she was pretty convinced Ritrin was on his way to becoming a top blacksmith. Just then, Mukali interrupts her thoughts when he spots an empty hanger with the name Ritrin on its tag. Philip then recalls that it used to hold a dagger Ritrin made, and it was a pretty cool piece. This jogs Aristine's memory of what she saw in the Monarch's sight. Philip goes on to say that the dagger was there until just yesterday, and there's a special lock that only the admin can open. Aristine asks if the dagger had topaz inlaid in it. Philip seems surprised that Aristine knows about the dagger, but he confirms it. That's when Aristine realizes that Ritrin might be in trouble now. Right as it's about to go down, with Ritrin almost getting hurt, Aristine shows up just in time to stop it. When the guys realize it's her, they're scared stiff. Aristine steps up and tells the bully to hand over the dagger. The bully's a bit hesitant at first, but then he hands it over to Aristine. After she gets the dagger, Aristine gives it back to Ritrin, who's still looking pretty shocked. With a big smile, she compliments him on the great job he did with the dagger. After everything settles down, Mukali shares his concern about Aristine acting rashly earlier, and he's worried she might have gotten hurt. Aristine notices how worried Mukali looks and reassures him that with him by her side, she's all good. Mukali seems really touched by her words. But just then, Balaton, the head blacksmith of Catalaman, comes storming in, furious at his kids for causing all that chaos. Balaton quickly says sorry to Aristine for the mess and also thanks her for stepping in before things got really bad. Aristine, without missing a beat, asks him what the deal was with all that commotion. Balaton then starts explaining how he saw Ritrin as the ideal person to take over his work one day. After spotting Ritrin's talent, Balaton took him under his wing, teaching him the ropes from scratch. Turns out, a bunch of people, including his own son, were green with envy over Ritrin's skills, which were pretty top-notch. Recently, Ritrin mentioned that he's more into sitting at a desk than hammering away at the forge. He's kind of moved on from making swords and started doing his own unique stuff. Aristine's concerned that if she keeps sticking up for Ritrin, it might stir up more bad feelings. She's worried all that bottled-up anger could eventually blow up in Balaton's direction. Out of nowhere, Aristine puts on a show of being really freaked out. She tells them that thinking back to the earlier scuffle freaks her out, since it's the first time she's ever seen swords pointed at people like that. She says she's already super scared, so she can only imagine how terrified Ritrin must have been. She wants to head over to Ritrin's place to say something to cheer him up. Mukali's standing there, hardly able to believe what he's hearing, especially since this is the same Aristine who was all praises for what he did to those Sylvanas knights. At Ritrin's spot, he's holding something and can't stop thinking about how gutsy Aristine was to jump in and save him. But his thoughts are cut short by a knock at the door. He's totally surprised to see Aristine when he opens it. He drops to his knees right away, all nervous, and starts thanking her. Aristine reaches out her hand and tells him to stand up. She tells him she's just glad he didn't get hurt, which makes Ritrin's face turn super red. Aristine suddenly spots something in Ritrin's hand and asks him to show it to her. Ritrin hesitantly opens his hands, revealing a cute little animal craft. Aristine is amazed by it, and Ritrin shows her more of his creations lined up on a shelf. As Ritrin talks about his work, Aristine realizes he's exactly the person she's been looking for. She compliments his creations, but Ritrin seems down on himself, thinking he's just making stuff that's not practical. Aristine confidently tells him he's just been growing his talents in the wrong place. She sees Ritrin as a genius who doesn't just follow conventional ideas, but brings his own inspirations to life. Her words take Ritrin by surprise. Aristine then tells him he's the only one who can make what she's looking for. Mukali, watching Aristine talk to Ritrin, is curious about what she's up to. Aristine offers to take Ritrin with her, believing he has the potential to be the best blacksmith in the world. Aristine's back in her room, lying on her bed, feeling that mix of being wiped out but still wired from her trip to Catalaman. Then out of nowhere, Tarkin's voice gives her a jolt, asking about her and Mukali's jaunt to Catalaman. She explains it was all about snagging a blacksmith. Tarkin's puzzled, wondering who'd want to ditch Catalaman since it's so well known. But Aristine, flashing a confident grin, tells him she's got someone who's even said they'd be hers. Hearing that, Tarkin's really itching to press her for details, kinda aggressively. But he's worried it'll look like he's got a thing for her, which would be weird since they're technically married but really just business partners. Still, he can't help being super curious about what went down and tries to play it cool. But then Aristine clocks that Tarkin's got something on his mind and wonders if he's stressing about her diving into business solo for the first time. Tarkin seizes the moment to get into what's been bugging him, asking why the blacksmith would want to be Aristine's when he's just supposed to be an employee. Aristine tells him not to sweat it about Ritrin. Her brush-off only gets Tarkin more intrigued, so he leans in closer, pushing for why she's so keen on having Ritrin on board. Aristine says Ritrin's a stand-up guy and tells Tarkin to quit throwing shade. Plus, she drops that it was her idea for Ritrin to be hers in the first place. Tarkin's pretty stunned by that bombshell. Aristine's grinning, saying Ritrin's her first hire, so she's gotta look after him well. She shoves Tarkin's face away, telling him it's time to hit the hay. Just as she's about to nod off, Tarkin, not happy with her answer, yanks her blanket off, jolting her awake. Aristine shook. Can't believe Tarkin's acting all pouty and messing with her sleep. Snatching her blanket back, Aristine tells Tarkin to crash with her, swearing she'll just hold his hand this time. Tarkin, still a bit grumpy, ends up lying next to her, hand in hand. When Aristine teases about singing him a lullaby, Tarkin's quick to say he's no kid. Linking his fingers with hers, Tarkin brings up how he was her first biz partner and wonders if she'll look out for him too. Aristine, caught off guard but then softening, insists she's been doing a pretty good job of that, and Tarkin can't help but agree. As Aristine's drifting off, she half mumbles that Tarkin's got to up his game, leaving him puzzled in the dark, trying to figure out what she meant by wanting him to work harder. Next day, out on the training field, Tarkin's blowing off steam big time, and everyone's picking up on his foul mood. He catches Mukali showing the ropes to a newbie, but it's Mukali's impressive build that really grabs Tarkin's attention, making him go all stern-faced. Tarkin flags Mukali down, who's totally taken aback when Tarkin, with that intense look, says they need to have a chat. Tarkin hits Mukali with a curveball, asking if anything went down when he and Aristine hit up Catalaman. Mukali's caught off guard but quickly flips the vibe, assuring Tarkin it was all pretty standard stuff. Tarkin's not buying it though, especially since Mukali is the type to go on forever about Sylvanian princess. Catching the hint of suspicion on Tarkin's face, Mukali decides to come clean, hinting there's actually a bit of a story he thinks Tarkin should hear. That gets Tarkin all ears, his curiosity piqued. Mukali's all hyped up, spilling to Tarkin about this epic sword the blacksmith crafted, going on about how awesome it was and that Tarkin missed out by not seeing it firsthand. Tarkin's let down though, that wasn't what he was fishing for. He really wanted Mukali to dish on what kind of guy Aristine's into. Then Mukali hits Tarkin with another tidbit. Turns out, Bolotan hooked him up with this mask as a gift. Mukali's pretty sure Bolotan didn't mean any harm by it and actually put a ton of work into making it. But the moment Mukali checked out the mask, he got the message loud and clear. It's better to cover up his scar. Hearing this, Tarkin can't help but think Bolotan's gesture was kinda pointless. He's guessing maybe Bolotan whipped up the mask so folks wouldn't gossip about Mukali's looks. Mukali comes from a line of top-notch generals. Not too long ago, while on his rise to fame, he ended up with a massive scar across his face. Initially, he was all about embracing it, claiming a scar was nothing to hide. But it's obvious he's been struggling with how differently folks treat him now versus before the scar. People would look away, mumbling it was no big deal, trying to ignore the scar's existence. Yet, when it came down to it, they'd comment on how great the mask looked on him. That kind of two-faced behavior is really starting to mess with Mukali. Just as Tarkin's about to say something, Mukali jumps in, telling him he ended up not taking the mask. He explains that when Aristine pointed out the mask could be annoying in battle, despite Bolatan explaining it wasn't meant for combat, Aristine doubled down, asking if her point was off because she sees Mukali as a true warrior meant for the battlefield. That's when it hit Mukali. Aristine never looked at the mask as a way to hide his scar, but accepted him and his scar just as they are. Mukali mentions feeling a whole lot better since that realization. Tarkin cracks a smile listening to Mukali's tale, noticing how Mukali seems way more lit up than before. Mukali goes on to say he passed on the mask and chose pig iron instead, figuring the new blacksmith would be needing loads of it once he sets up shop, helping Aristine cut costs. But then Tarkin throws a curveball, asking if the new guy is Ritrin. Mukali suddenly looks like a deer in headlights, clams up, while Tarkin, giving him the intense stare down, pushes for a yes or no on Ritrin being the blacksmith. Mukali, though, makes a break for it, mumbling something about needing the bathroom, leaving Tarkin both baffled and ticked off. But thinking back on the story Mukali shared earlier, picturing Aristine in his mind makes Tarkin smile. On the flip side, after bolting, Mukali's feeling pretty relieved he dodged Tarkin's interrogation, mainly because he had already pinky promised Aristine to zip it. Aristine had this whole surprise planned for Tarkin, and she even told Mukali he'd be the first to test out the prototype once it's ready. After his trip to Catalaman with Aristine, Mukali's eyes are opened. She's all about creating and building stuff. Clearing away his initial suspicions, he's now sure of one thing: Aristine's heart is in her work, not with another guy. He's even come to respect her big time, realizing she's not only a perfect match for his boss, but also genuinely a solid person he'd proudly pledge his loyalty to. Feeling like everything's finally making sense, Mukali's pumped to spill the beans to DNA. But then, he hits a mental speed bump, feeling a bit off. Replaying the conversations, he wonders why DNA was suspicious in the first place. That makes him think, maybe there's more to dig into. In front of a big crowd and a priest, the two countries finally made peace. For a bit, the newspapers were all over the story, even snapping pics of the newlyweds' bedroom, causing a media frenzy outside Tarkin's place. But the buzz died down a bit after Sir Durante's show stopping act. During this quieter time, Aristine brought Ritrin on board. And as magnolia petals drifted down, the Sylvanian crew, done with their gig, took the right portal out of there, dodging any small spats from escalating into big drama. Just as things settled, Aristine got a visitor. The Queen's court lady pops into Aristine's room out of nowhere, saying the Queen wants to hang out. Aristine thinks it's perfect timing, especially after catching the scoop on Prince Hamir in the papers, and decides to take up the invitation. At the Queen's palace, the Queen and the princesses are chilling in the garden, sipping tea and having a blast chatting. When Aristine shows up, they kinda give her the cold shoulder, just continuing their convo. But eventually, the Queen spots Aristine and the princesses catch on too. Aristine says hi back, but she can tell they're not exactly thrilled to have her as part of the royal clan. The Queen then wonders out loud if it's cool to ditch the formal talk now that Aristine's officially in the fam. Usually, a mother-in-law chills on the formality with her daughter-in-law. But since Aristine's from Sylvanian royalty, there's that question mark on keeping it polite. Aristine, all smiles, tells the Queen to go ahead and keep it casual. Out of the blue, Yenneca pops the question about whether Hamir's coming back soon, and the Queen's all happy to say yes. She even goes on about how quick Hamir was to hit her up the moment she mentioned missing him. The rest of the princesses are beaming, super proud of their bro. Hamir, the first prince, who ditched the wedding, really stirred up the news. It struck everyone as odd that he'd miss such a landmark wedding that also sealed a peace deal, especially being next in line to the throne. Officially, the word is he was off doing some super secret government stuff. Yet, the rumor spreaders are buzzing that Hamir skipped out on purpose because he wasn't thrilled about Tarkin gaining more political power. Aristine's thinking, if the queen went to all the trouble to call Hamir back from some remote spot without a portal, it seems like she got pretty jittery about Aristine tying the knot with Tarkin. With that thought, Aristine figures she might as well dig into the treats available, asking a server to hook her up. She's got her own agenda, snack time first. She figures, Hamir showing up or not, there's no point fretting about stuff that hasn't even gone down yet. Munching on her snacks, Aristine can't help but think the desserts back at her own palace taste way better. The queen and the princesses are pretty thrown off by how cool Aristine is acting. They're shocked that she doesn't seem the least bit embarrassed, even though they were pretty much ignoring her. The queen, on the other hand, is getting annoyed, thinking Aristine doesn't bring much to the table and feeling frustrated that she somehow helped Tarkin, who's just a concubine's son and known for dealing with border demonic beasts, climb up the ranks so fast. The queen's thinking about how in politics, yesterday's foe can be today's buddy, and today's buddy might be tomorrow's adversary. She figures Aristine hasn't really gotten a taste of their clout yet. So, she plans to give Aristine a wake-up call about what it really means to marry Tarkin. Starting a chat with Aristine, the queen casually mentions she hasn't met her son yet, kinda hinting that Aristine may have hitched her wagon to a losing horse. She asks Aristine if she's not even a bit curious about the guy who's set to be the next king of Irugo. Aristine's totally thrown for a loop when she finds out Hamir's been grinding away in a magic stone mine. The queen piles on, mentioning they're talking big-time quantities of top-tier, grade stones. She figures Aristine's gotta understand how crucial Hamir's task is. That gets Aristine thinking, maybe Hamir skipping the wedding was because his official gig was the kind he couldn't just broadcast to everyone. Magic stones are the real deal around here. They power everything from national defense shields and teleport portals to regular stuff like photo orbs and phones. Literally, they're in everything. If we're talking a massive magic stone mine, it's gotta be stirring up a lot of talk worldwide. This could even be a game changer for Irugo's standing. With Hamir running this show, Aristine can't help but feel super jealous. It's like he's got the ultimate win button. Makes her think they were born with a whole different level of golden spoon compared to her. However, the queen misreads Aristine's jealous look, thinking she's nailed it by flaunting her clout. She goes on and on about her son, Hamir, laying out why he's been given such a big deal of a job for the nation. She even starts throwing shade at Tarkin without dropping his name, hinting at someone low-class who scavenges mana stones from monster carcasses. She's all about highlighting that her son is throne material through and through, from his lineage to his skills and character. Aristine keeps her face neutral and says she gets it, thinking to herself that the queen's obviously pitting Hamir against Tarkin. But the queen doesn't stop there. She goes overboard praising her son, saying he's drop-dead gorgeous and that women can't stop throwing themselves at him. Even though it bugs Aristine, she figures arguing with the queen is pointless since she'd just spin everything Aristine says. After all, even a porcupine thinks its babies are soft and shiny. Aristine, doing her best to keep cool and sipping her tea, listens to the queen go on and on about her son, thinking it's a bit much. After the queen called her over out of the blue to hear all about her son's ventures that Aristine has no clue about or interest in, and then all this talk about how good-looking he is, Aristine can't help but question the queen's motives. The suggestion of introducing her to Hamir throws Aristine for a loop, and it's starting to dawn on her what this might all be about. The queen's making it sound like a tough choice for Aristine, but is all about giving her the opportunity to meet Hamir just the once, convinced Aristine will be sold on him after that. But Aristine isn't having any more of the queen's son fluffing and cuts in to remind her. Look, I'm already someone's wife. It's almost surreal for Aristine. Like, is this really happening? Is her mother-in-law actually trying to set her up on a blind date? With her voice wavering, she lays it out again, stressing, I'm married no matter how much the queen goes on. This totally floors the queen and the princesses. They're so shocked they can't even spit out a word. Then Yenneca flips, cranking up the volume, incredulous that her brother's getting turned down by Aristine like this. Aristine's left scratching her head. Given Yenneke's not her biggest fan, so she thinks Yenneke would be thrilled about the rejection. But Aristine makes it clear, despite everything, she's still Yenneke's sister-in-law, and that's not about to change. Watching all this unfold, Pelamion is hitting peak frustration, regretting even showing up. She steps in to try and chill Yenneke out, pointing out Aristine was just laying out the facts. Yenneke's still fuming, but the queen gives her a sign to zip it, and tries to smooth things over, suggesting Aristine might have got the wrong end of the stick. She was just chatting about her son, not trying to stir anything up. Yenneke smirks, thinking she's scored a point, convinced her big bro is leagues ahead of Aristine's hubby. But the queen throws Yenneke for a loop by saying it's a shame Aristine's already hitched given how great her son is. The queen goes on, warning Aristine not to come crying later, suggesting she'll regret it if she doesn't play ball now. She hints at a future where Hymir's king and Aristine might find herself on thin ice, rights-wise, if she snubs the queen's offer. Aristine's left gobsmacked by the queen's spiel about how they could have had a close mother-daughter vibe. Over at Tarquin's place, Jack hits up Tarquin with the news that the queen summoned Aristine to her palace. He throws in that Princess Pelamion and Yenneke were hanging there too. When Jack's wondering what to do next, Tarquin's advice is to just chill and not do anything about it. Saw that coming. Dealing with political drama is part of the princess consort gig. Plus, Aristine herself brought this up when they were hashing things out before tying the knot. This is all in a day's work, pretty much like her job as Tarquin's business ally. If Aristine's ticked off by the queen and princesses giving her a hard time, that's not really Tarquin's problem. Tarquin then tells Jack they need to focus on dealing with the demonic beasts right now, saying he's not in the headspace to bother with petty stuff. As Tarquin strides off, Jack's surprised and points out Tarquin's actually heading towards the queen's palace. Tarquin, without a word, picks up the pace, making Jack tell him to ease up. Out of the blue, Tarquin suggests they take a walk, catching Jack off guard as he's practically dragged along. Jack's baffled. They're power walking towards the queen's place. When Tarquin and Jack make it to the queen's palace, Tarquin's rooted to the spot, overhearing the chat between the queen and his wife, Aristine. In her head, Aristine replays the queen's earlier question and begins to catch on. She then calmly dishes out her reply, bringing up the old saying a mother-in-law who's like your own mom doesn't exist. Pointing out the queen's comment about her being married, Aristine shoots back that she doesn't see it as unfortunate at all. She makes it clear that her hubby's doing just fine in her book. Aristine's comeback seems to hit the queen where it hurts. The queen's caught off guard by the range of opinions about someone. She goes on to call Aristine downright heartless, shocked that she got turned down. The queen figured Aristine had at least some political smarts. Then she gets real, saying since it's just them, she'll lay it out. She doesn't have any strong personal feelings toward Aristine, but she finds her all right. Aristine's a bit taken aback by the queen's honesty, wondering what kind of nonsense that is. The queen accuses Aristine of wrecking her life because she's blinded by love. When Aristine hears the word love, she realizes that she only sees Tarquin as a business partner, even though others might think she's smitten. The queen mentions she was considering giving Aristine a seat next to Pelamion, to which Pelamion agrees Aristine deserves. Even Yenneke tries to stir things up. Then the queen adds that if Aristine wants noble treatment, she needs to act the part. As her daughter-in-law, while she has the right to be treated with care, it's unfortunate because Aristine's sticking up for a child of a lowly concubine, setting herself up for a tough road. The queen laughs, calling it something out of a lame romance novel. Meanwhile, in their hiding spot, Jack steps in to prevent Tarquin from marching right up to the queen. He pleads with Tarquin to hold back, pointing out that it's the queen's palace, and it's a ladies' tea on top of that. He warns Tarquin that he'll end up tangled in all sorts of gossip if he barges in. Tarquin relents and heeds Jack's advice, opting to observe Aristine from a distance instead. For Aristine, love isn't something she can afford. Her heart turned to stone when she was just 6. It's been ages since it's felt anything close to normal. Aristine wonders why the queen and the princesses didn't just curse her out and shame her instead of going after Tarkin, who wasn't even around. She admits Tarkin can be a handful and isn't always truthful. However, Palameon notices Aristine's serious expression and interrupts her thoughts, asking what it is about Tarkin that she finds so appealing. Aristine is caught off guard by the sudden question, and Tarkin and Jack from their hiding spot are equally surprised. Trying to come up with a good reason, Aristine blurts out that it's because Tarkin is really good at breaking the bed. This leaves Tarkin red-faced, and even the princesses are flustered. Not wanting to be outdone, Palameon and Yenneca scramble to praise Hamir again. However, to their surprise, the queen is speechless. Being married longer than anyone else present, she knows just how important sexual compatibility with one's spouse is. The queen appears frustrated as she reluctantly admits she understands. However, Tarkin can't just sit back and watch. He's about to say something, but Jack swiftly covers his mouth and tries to stop him. Jack can't help but think that Aristine is truly incredible to have the queen reconsider her opinions. Yenneca, going too far, declares that what's truly important is that her brother is far more remarkable than Aristine's husband. She even goes as far as to say that it doesn't make any sense for someone born from a lowly concubine to reign over others. Upon hearing Yenneca's sharp words, Aristine calmly asks Yenneca if she's implying that her husband's status is inferior because he's the son of a concubine. Caught off guard, Yenneca realizes she's revealed too much of her true feelings in the heat of the moment. She quickly tries to backtrack, claiming that Aristine is twisting her words. However, Aristine doesn't back down. She asserts that Tarkin is not someone to be spoken ill of just because they consider him lowly. With a cold gaze, Aristine questions Yenneca if she's suggesting that King Nevdar's biological son is of lowly birth. As Yenneca struggles to find a response to Aristine, the queen steps in to intervene. She acknowledges that Tarkin's birth mother wasn't of noble birth. Aristine calmly responds, noting that despite Tarkin's mother not having a title initially, she was formally granted the title of royal concubine for bearing a royal offspring. Aristine reminds the queen that she herself bestowed this title upon Tarkin's mother. The queen is caught off guard by Aristine's statement, remarking on how she couldn't possibly forget that humiliating moment. It's like feeling a bug touching her fingertips. Demonic beasts occasionally wreak havoc in the south of Irugo. The Sylvanas Empire shares its border with Irugo. There are also influential clans within Irugo aiming for autonomy. To garner support swiftly amid this chaos, Nevdar opted for a political union with the most influential clan, and he also selected concubines strategically useful for politics, a responsibility overseen by the queen. That was the plan until Nevdar unexpectedly fell in love with a commoner of low status who had no political value. Yet, because she bore his royal heir, she was granted a noble title. While wiping her hands, the queen lays it out bluntly, referring to Tarkin as a filthy halfling since his mother was granted the title while pregnant. She appears uneasy, muttering about how a pureblood and a halfling could be considered equals when everyone is meant to play a specific role. Then she shocks everyone by shouting that a filthy halfling should stick to butchering things, not meddling in palace affairs. Aristine is left speechless by the queen's statement, wondering if the queen even considers the impact of her actions on Tarkin. When Tarkin's mother passed away, the queen sent him straight to the border plains infested with demonic beasts, armed with just a sword. Aristine found out from Durant that Tarkin didn't receive any backup or supplies. Before they could even strategize, Tarkin was forcefully transported through the warp gate. Essentially, Tarkin was sent out to face certain death. Aristine's furious, thinking the queen's talk about noble bloodlines is ridiculous, considering she lacks even a shred of compassion and sent a child off to die. Aristine ponders about the child who lost his mother and was promptly abandoned on the demonic beast plains, all by himself. Despite his mother passing away early due to illness, her death seemed to spark more gossip than her life ever did. Yet that man, he kept surviving, refusing to succumb to death's grip time and time again. Remembering how the queen and the others referred to Tarkin as just a child born of a lowly concubine, Aristine reaches her boiling point. Feeling it's incredibly unfair, she passionately defends Tarkin, asserting that he protected Arugo by slaying demonic beasts on the plains and played a significant role in the war with Sylvanas. With fiery determination, she declares Tarkin as the hero who saved the nation, emphasizing that even someone from an enemy nation like herself recognizes Tarkin's bravery. Aristine questions why the queen is so focused on belittling an Irugian prince like Tarkin. Aristine also points out that if the queen's anger is directed towards the king, that's somewhat understandable. Upon hearing this, the queen rises from her seat, her expression turning furious as she advances towards Aristine. With a menacing glare, the queen warns Aristine that she better not say another word. Pelamian, sensing trouble, tries to signal to Aristine to stop provoking the queen. But Aristine stands her ground, suggesting that the queen should be a bit prouder of her son. As tensions escalate, the queen raises her hand, poised to slap Aristine. Suddenly, Tarkin appears, just in the nick of time, and intervenes to stop the queen. He questions her, asking if she was about to raise her hand against his wife. However, instead of calming down, the queen becomes even more enraged, demanding that Tarkin remove his hand instantly. Tarkin remains composed, insisting that the queen answer his question first. But the queen shows no signs of stopping her tirade. Eventually, Tarkin's stern glare and menacing aura silence the queen, leaving her stunned. Even the other princesses are frozen in place, witnessing a bloodthirsty, murderous aura that they've never experienced before, having grown up sheltered like delicate flowers in a glass house. Observing the tense situation, Aristine quickly calls out to Tarkin. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Tarkin gradually calms down and turns to face Aristine, who stands there watching him attentively. With a release of his grip on the queen's hand, the queen falls to the ground in shock. Helping her mother, who can't stand, Yenneca, also in a fury, shouts at Tarkin, threatening to inform Hamir upon his return and convince him to expel Tarkin, ensuring he can never leave the borderlands again. Unfazed by Yenneca's outburst, Tarkin, prepared to depart with Aristine, calmly responds to her, challenging her to do her best if she can. While strolling back to Tarkin's palace, Tarkin holds Aristine's hand in silence. Aristine starts to wonder if Tarkin was going to say something to her, given his sudden rush into the queen's palace and then swiftly taking her away. She calls out Tarkin's name and stops him in his tracks. Tarkin pauses, noticing the concern in Aristine's eyes, and then slumps down, prompting Aristine to worryingly inquire if something is amiss. Tarkin hides his face, swearing he's all right, but deep down, he's too choked up to say how much it means to him that Aristine had his back. Instead, he keeps saying her name over and over, trying to get his feelings across. But when they get closer, all Tarkin sees is Aristine looking annoyed. She threatens to yell and call him a pervert if he doesn't cut it out, pushing him to finally say something. Tarkin then throws it back at her, asking if she's noticed how quick she is to get mad. Confused, Aristine realizes no one's ever called her out on that before. Hiding behind some bushes, Jack can't wrap his head around the fact that Tarkin ditched him after dragging him to the queen's palace to have fun with his wife. Earlier, when Tarkin had a run-in with the queen, Jack was freaking out about getting caught while still in hiding. Now, he's upset because Tarkin left him all alone, all because of his new love interest. Thankfully, Durante got him out of the palace mess. Jack's blown away that Tarkin, who used to not give a second glance at women and seemed way more at home in a fight than in palace life, has done a total 180 since meeting Aristine. Getting this, Jack's actually feeling a bit better. He's also kinda glad that when Tarkin broke the bed, it wasn't in his usual wrecking stuff style. Although, truth be told, it was really in his usual wrecking stuff style, Jack. But one thing's crystal clear in this palace jam packed with nothing but rivals. Tarkin's got at least one person who's genuinely got his back. Out in the desert, a letter from the royal palace makes its way to Hamir, the first prince with long blonde hair. His mom, the queen, fills him in on the latest palace issues. Hamir thinks he's too tied up with work to leave, despite his team pointing out how tense things are getting back home. He figures it's not a big deal, trusting the queen to manage on her own like she always does. Yet, when Hamir spots Aristine's photo in the news he's checking out, He finds himself curious about the woman who's got the queen all stressed. The next morning, Aristine is getting ready to head to the blacksmith, brimming with excitement as her business venture finally kicks off. Lady Brody watches Aristine through the window, mulling over her solo trips to the male-dominated blacksmith. She critiques Aristine's outfit, deeming it too revealing and lacking decorum, and predicts that Tarquin will soon disapprove. Jealous of Aristine's cheerful demeanor, Brody wonders what could possibly be making her so happy, feeling it's unfair compared to her own circumstances. At Tarquin's palace's blacksmith, Reitran is already waiting for his meeting with Aristine, feeling all jittery. He's trying to figure out what Aristine wants him to make, that she's treating him so nicely. He's wondering if it's a tough-to-mold phosphophylite necklace, a hard-to-process fluorite bracelet from the Occidental coast, or maybe a hair accessory woven with amethyst to match her eyes. But for some reason, whenever he looks at her, he can't shake the image of a pure white sword that resembles her. The more he ponders, the more frustrated he gets. Suddenly, Aristine calls out his name, catching him off guard. Aristine asks Reitran what's been occupying his mind so intensely. Reitran warmly greets Aristine with proper manners, but she tells him there's no need for all that formality since they'll be working together often. Despite her insistence, Reitran continues to kiss her hand, insisting it's his way of showing respect. With a grin, he asks Aristine what project she has in mind. Aristine reveals the blueprint she brought, explaining it's for a sword that saves people. However, as Reitran examines the blueprint, he's surprised to realize it's actually for medical scalpels. Reitran becomes intrigued as he examines the details of the scalpels. Aristine explains that she wants a scalpel with a completely new design, breaking away from traditional principles. However, Reitran shares his concerns, mentioning that many blacksmiths avoid this line of work because if a surgery goes wrong, the blame often falls on the scalpel. This reluctance means that most blacksmiths focus on making swords instead. For them, producing tools and scalpels is just a side gig, done with honor. Moreover, entering the medical market is tough due to the risks involved in being held responsible for medical mishaps. Despite the challenges, Aristine sees this as the perfect opportunity to enter the business. Furthermore, the practicality of this scalpel design has been demonstrated in Monarch's site, which gives Aristine confidence in its effectiveness. Although Aristine didn't come up with the design herself, she feels a bit like she's taking credit for someone else's work. However, she believes that sometimes you have to be bold to make a fortune. Reitran enthusiastically agrees, noting that with improved scalpel quality, there will likely be fewer medical accidents and fewer failed surgeries, ultimately leading to healthier people. He admits he was short-sighted for only focusing on the negatives earlier, and concludes that Aristine's goal is truly noble, to save lives. With a determined look, Reitran expresses his admiration for Aristine's compassionate heart. No matter how much Aristine tries to explain that her main goal is making money, Reitran doesn't seem to listen and keeps praising her, leaving her speechless. Feeling a bit guilty, Aristine decides she'll explain it to Reitran later. She then asks him when the prototype will be ready. Reitran, brimming with confidence, says he's got all the sketches in his mind and tells Aristine to sit back and enjoy her tea, promising to be back before it cools. Surprised and impressed, Aristine nods in agreement. Throughout her life, Aristine has been constantly judged. With her silver hair and violet eyes, the most striking features that have the potential to awaken the Monarch's sight, her father relentlessly pushed her to unlock her power. He used all sorts of tricks and methods, putting her in danger in his pursuit. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Aristine had already awakened her abilities. She chose not to inform her father about her awakening. When she was just 6 years old, she found herself in a situation where her young self felt completely helpless and unable to cope alone. Desperate not to face the possibility of death, she reached out, seeking help from anyone who might be able to assist her. That memory remains vivid in her mind, a moment when she felt like she was being thrust into another world entirely. Now, back in the blacksmith's workshop, where Reitran is hard at work. Aristine waits patiently, the rhythmic clang of the hammer against metal sounding more like music to her ears than noise. She watches in awe as Reitrun skillfully completes his task, and with a proud grin, he presents her with the prototype of the scalpel she requested. Examining it closely, Aristine can't help but express her admiration for Reitrun's craftsmanship and the speed with which he completed the task. Reitrun, visibly pleased by the praise, suggests that the spirits of the blacksmiths must have been inspired by Aristine's vision, allowing him to work with such efficiency. However, Aristine is still amazed, carefully examining the details of the scalpel. She then tests it out by slicing through a piece of paper, effortlessly shaping it into various forms. Aristine feels satisfied with the result, noting its precision even without applying much force. Once again, she praises Reitrun for his genius craftsmanship. But Reitrun returns the praise, attributing the brilliance of the design to Aristine. Aristine can't help but feel a twinge of guilt, knowing she wasn't the one who came up with it. She explains that she simply observed everything that caught her eye and envisioned the part she desired. Hearing this, Reitrun looks a bit puzzled. Nonetheless, Aristine flashes him a smile, saying, "There's something like that." In the past 1,000 years, the Monarch's sight has been a rare thing. Aristine isn't sure if there have been others like her, but unlike those who naturally had the ability, she can control the Monarch's sight of her past life. The first time it happened, she felt like she was dead. She couldn't touch anything or talk to anyone. It was like being stuck in a world where she could only watch. But when she saw this girl for the first time, something clicked inside her. She just knew. Even though the girl was different in personality, appearance, and age, Aristine recognized her instantly that the girl was herself. As Aristine's father mentioned, the trial pushed people, including those with the Monarch's sight, to evolve to a higher level. It was during those critical moments of near-death experiences that she could glimpse scenes from her past at her own will. The Aristine from her past life made countless decisions that puzzled her. In particular, she couldn't fathom why her past self would willingly donate her liver for her father's transplant. However, that decision now proves beneficial to her present self, as she's familiar with medical equipment due to those experiences. Apart from that, by recording surgery scenes, medical dramas, and documentaries she had seen in her past life, Aristine meticulously observed, paused, rewound, and replayed those moments. By scrutinizing various scenes from different angles repeatedly, she managed to replicate them. This effort yielded a fairly decent blueprint. Reitrun mentions that he'll require a bit more time to craft the other models of scalpels from the blueprint. He suggests that for the time being, they should focus on perfecting the basic design, a proposition Aristine agrees with. As they delve into discussing the scalpel, suddenly someone calls out to Aristine. It's none other than Tarkan, who appears with a somewhat annoyed expression, startling both Aristine and Reitrun. At that moment, Aristine and Reitrun are standing very close to each other. Aristine asks Tarkan what brings him there, but his expression only grows more serious. Tarkan advises Aristine to check the time, warning her that if she keeps at it, she'll end up skipping dinner too. Aristine is surprised when she glances at the window and sees that it's already dark outside. She remarks that she hadn't realized time had passed so quickly, a sentiment echoed by Reitrun, who hadn't noticed either. Tarkan stands there, glaring at Reitrun, who apologizes to Aristine for taking up so much of her valuable time. Tarkan appears annoyed, wondering if Reitrun is Aristine's type. As Tarkan steps closer, Aristine quickly shouts, halting him in his tracks. Tarkan is taken aback and rendered speechless, unable to grasp why Aristine has stopped him. However, Aristine swiftly explains that she's in the midst of a business discussion and asks Tarkan to hold on for a moment while she finishes up. Tarkan seems disappointed by her response. Even though the product is already impressive, Aristine feels a bit hesitant about showing it to Tarkan for some unknown reason. She wants to present him with the perfect prototype. However, Tarkan's expression turns to one of suspicion, and he shoots a glare at Reitrun. Clutching the box containing her scalpel prototype, Aristine feels a sense of reverence for it, viewing it as a keepsake of sorts. It's one of the creations she's always dreamed of making since her time in captivity. Aristine grew up without any skills or formal education, but envisioning the world through the Monarch's sight gave her hope and allowed her to plan for a future beyond her confinement. It made her contemplate how she would survive once she was free and what kind of livelihood she could pursue. Without that hope, enduring the solitude would have been nearly impossible during those long years. It's ironic that while the Monarch's sight led to her confinement, it also provided her with the means to survive it. Aristine also recalls how, during her captivity, the servants assigned to bring her items began spreading rumors that she had lost her mind. Although it was unfair, this ultimately led the emperor to believe she was simple-minded, which worked in her favor. Glancing at Tarkin, Aristine feels genuinely grateful to have found such a supportive partner. Meanwhile, Tarkin eyes Raitrin and advises him to straighten himself out, leaving Raitrin bewildered. Ready to head home, Aristine instructs Raitrin to complete the remaining work as discussed earlier. Spotting Raitrin's shirt oddly clasped with a clip, Aristine wonders if it's a new Irujian fashion trend. Raitrin, feeling self-conscious about his new style, assures her he'll showcase it once it's finished. Saying her goodbyes to Raitrin, Aristine feels Tarkin's grip on her hand, his expression annoyed. As they head home, Aristine comments to Tarkin that he could have easily sent the court ladies instead of coming to pick her up himself. Tarkin responds that he happened to have some business in the area, hence the coincidence. He also reminds her of the promise he made to protect her from any danger. This makes Aristine reflect on Tarkin's concern, considering that the blacksmith is within Tarkin's palace and should be safe. Despite this, Tarkin still insisted on accompanying her. She asks Tarkin if something happened, catching him off guard with her sudden inquiry. Though there might have been an incident earlier, Tarkin insists that nothing happened and reassures Aristine not to worry about anything. Aristine then expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Tarkin for everything he's done, emphasizing that she appreciates every little thing, from picking her up to helping Raitrin secure a position at the blacksmith, and even standing up for her against the queen. Suddenly, Aristine opens up about her business, clarifying that it's purely driven by her personal ambition and has nothing to do with Tarkin's ascension to the throne. She promises to repay him for everything, even mentioning paying for the space she's using. However, Tarkin brushes off her offer, surprising Aristine. She insists on paying him back, considering it her personal responsibility. Tarkin then affectionately calls Aristine dear, gently grabbing her shoulder, and explains that as his wife, this palace is her home, meaning everything within it belongs to her, and she's free to use it as she pleases. Aristine asks Tarkin if he doesn't want any payment for it, to which Tarkin nods in agreement. Aristine admits that gestures like this make her feel uneasy, surprising Tarkin with her honesty. In her mind, Aristine ponders the idea that when they divorce, she won't be able to consider any place as her home anymore. She wishes she could also contribute something meaningful to Tarkin. She gently touches Tarkin's hand and asks him if he truly doesn't expect anything from her. Her question catches Tarkin off guard, causing his face to blush slightly red. Tarkin pauses for a moment, locking eyes with Aristine, and simply says he doesn't need anything from her, except for her not to disappear from his sight. The next day, in her room, Aristine is busy with her work, her mind still lingering on Tarkin's words from the previous night. She wonders if Tarkin is concerned about his political rival's next move, especially after her confrontation with the Queen. Finding herself lost in thought, she finishes her work earlier than usual, earning a satisfied nod from Jack. These days, Aristine has been swamped with work. Once the equipment costs were sorted out quickly, things started running smoothly. Acting as the princess consort, she took over tasks that Jack used to handle in the mornings. Then, in the afternoons, she'd head over to the blacksmith to assist Raitrin. Her tasks ranged from figuring out how to organize the iron storage by converting part of the blacksmith into a warehouse, to minutiae like comparing the length of scalpel handles with those already on the market. With so many details to handle, her plate was full. Before she knew it, night had fallen, with Aristine getting completely lost in her work. Every time she stepped out of the blacksmith, there was Tarkin, claiming he finished work early and stopped by on his way back. When Aristine asked if it was bothersome or inconvenient for him, Tarkin brushed it off, averting his gaze and blushing slightly, insisting it was fine. Aristine sensed the sincerity in his words somehow. Today, Aristine is meeting with Umir, a physician from Tarkin's Palace Medical Center, to discuss her project. Umir comes off as a bit arrogant, assuming Aristine wants a tour, but Aristine remains composed and explains her purpose. She then shows Umir the box containing the scalpels and asks her to try them out. Umir is stunned by the prototype and wastes no time in excitedly testing it out, feeling like it's a game changer. She explains how it makes surgeries easier and less tiring, as the scalpel is easy to handle and gets the job done effortlessly. Umir then turns to Aristine, takes her hand and kneels down, kissing it. Suddenly, she asks if she can lick Aristine's hand, shocking everyone present. Aristine promptly declines the request. As Umir tries to persuade Aristine, suddenly one of the patients wakes up and curses Umir for her actions. Aristine can't help but think that there's no shortage of eccentric characters in that place. However, she knows that Umir is the top surgeon in all of Arugo, having risen through the ranks at a young age and earning Tarkin's trust. The fact that Tarkin entrusts his life to Umir speaks volumes about her reliability and skill. Still, Aristine needs more feedback. Handing Umir the papers, Aristine asks her to check those out too. As Umir looks over the papers, she's surprised by the content and asks Aristine if she's the one who wrote it. Aristine confirms and explains that she'd like Umir to review it for any issues. Umir is impressed by how systematic and concise it is. The table includes relevant questions, scores, and attempts to objectively describe the scalpel. It even sets improvement goals based on numerical scores. Umir wonders if Aristine plans to keep refining it in the future, given that the scalpel's design is already revolutionary. She observes that with this level of evaluation, even in the event of disputes in the future, doctors won't be able to question the quality of the product. Umir finds it very intriguing. She excitedly pledges to fill out the form wholeheartedly and believes that other doctors will support and cooperate with it. With a radiant smile, Aristine expresses her gratitude. While wandering around, Umir eventually offers to give Aristine a tour of the hospital. She asks if Aristine isn't accepting pre-orders for the scalpel. Umir expresses her certainty in the product and insists on purchasing a significant quantity. This surprises Aristine. Umir reveals that she's the hospital director and sees no reason to hold back on purchasing something that can save lives. Aristine is impressed by Umir's enthusiasm and thanks her for her support. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Melody paces back and forth, clearly worried. She jumps when she hears her name called from behind. It's Rosaline. Rosaline asks if everything is all right, sensing Melody's distress. Melody's frustration boils over as she accuses Rosaline of being a traitor for siding with Aristine. Rosaline remains calm and composed, suggesting that Melody must be going through a tough time, especially with Brody. This catches Melody off guard. Rosaline admits her guilt and apologizes, reminding Melody that they are from the same kingdom and can confide in each other. Touched by Rosaline's sincerity, Melody begins to cry as she confides in her. She shares with Rosaline that Brody is in a terrible state. She hasn't washed or eaten for days. Melody expresses her deep concern, fearing that Brody might not make it. Rosaline is visibly shaken as she witnesses Brody's condition. Meanwhile, Brody continues to mutter to herself, cursing Aristine for what happened to her face. Rosaline moves closer to Brody, causing Brody to lash out at Melody. Frustrated that she brought Rosaline to her room, she curses Melody, expressing her desire to be left alone. Melody feels scared and struggles to explain herself, but Rosaline intervenes, noticing Brody's trembling. She asks if Brody is feeling unwell, showing concern. Recognizing that Brody feels embarrassed to display this vulnerable side in front of an Irugian, Rosaline suggests bringing a doctor from their own country to assist her. Brody's anger intensifies and she orders Rosaline to leave, calling her nothing more than a loyal pet to Aristine. Suddenly, Rosaline reaches out and touches Brody's face, questioning whether Brody truly believes that she is just a faithful follower of a woman who isn't even a princess and is deemed crazy. As Aristine's carriage approaches Tarkin's palace armory, the guards look surprised, speculating whether Aristine is there to meet Tarkin. However, they remember that Tarkin has a meeting soon and realize it could be a problem. They hurry inside. In the office, Jack receives news of Aristine's arrival from the guard. He considers it a significant matter since Tarkin has many papers to handle this afternoon. The guard knows that Tarkin keeps his public and private affairs separate and doesn't make exceptions for anyone. He wonders if Aristine is still unaware of Tarkin's nature. Suddenly, the guard suggests that maybe Aristine was so eager to see Tarkin that she used her lunch break to come there. Tarkin becomes more interested and asks for more details. The guard appears nervous as he shares his thoughts, fearing Tarkin might be upset with Aristine. He assures Tarkin that Aristine probably didn't have any bad intentions, just like when he and his wife were newly married and missed each other when they were apart. Tarkin smiles as he listens to the guard's explanation, which surprises the guard. Durante then hands Tarkin his coat and offers to guide him to meet Aristine. The guard can't believe how convincing his words were. As Tarkin gets ready to leave, he deliberately unbuttons his clothes, revealing his broad chest even more. The guard sees this and wonders what's gotten into Tarkin all of a sudden. Mukali, who is also there, beams with excitement upon hearing that Aristine is present, and eagerly joins along. The guard is surprised by Mukali's sudden change in attitude and wonders if Mukali now likes Aristine. Jack then informs the others that they'll continue the meeting later, but they should still address the important matters first. However, the others plead with Jack, expressing their desire to see Aristine as well. Consequently, Jack and the others decide to go see Aristine together. Meanwhile, Aristine steps out of her carriage, followed by her maids carrying the box and a basket of lunch. Tarkin and Durante descend the stairs to greet her, and Aristine calls out Tarkin's name upon spotting him. Tarkin is taken aback, momentarily captivated by Aristine's radiant presence, causing him to pause. In Tarkin's eyes, Aristine's hair gleams in the midday sun, and she appears particularly vibrant today. He also notices Aristine's silk dress, pondering which maid might have prepared it. Observing the basket and wooden box carried by the maids, although he's unsure of the box's contents, it's evident that Aristine brought the basket for a purpose. Tarkin smiles slightly, suspecting Aristine brought dessert for them to share after lunch. Tarkin then looks away, asking Aristine why she's there. Aristine responds, questioning if she's causing him any trouble, and explains that she came because it's lunchtime. Tarkin reassures her that she's not bothering him, as he still has some free time before work. Mukali and the others are surprised to hear this, wondering where Tarkin learned to lie so boldly. They comment that Tarkin, once known as the fearless warrior of the century, who wouldn't flinch at anyone, has completely changed after getting married. Aristine sighs with relief and then asks Tarkin if she could borrow one of his men, Mukali, who seems both disbelieving and worried. Aristine explains that they haven't seen each other in a long time. In a slightly shaky tone, Mukali agrees that it's nice to see her, but emphasizes that Aristine came there to greet Tarkin. Mukali hopes Aristine will confirm this, but it seems Aristine misunderstands, stating that her sole reason for coming there was to meet Mukali. Mukali becomes even more worried when Aristine mentions that she wanted to fulfill her earlier promise to him. Mukali tries to clarify things, but then he realizes something and asks if it's about the final product. Mukali regrets accepting Aristine's promise before, now fearing it might lead to his demise. In a nervous state, Mukali tries to say something, realizing Tarkin must be furious with him, but suddenly Aristine mentions that she brought dessert for him too. Tarkin, who has been silent until now, sharply turns his head, his demeanor darkening, and asks if all the things the maids brought are for Mukali. Realizing his life is in danger, Mukali pleads with Aristine to save him, though Aristine is unable to comprehend what is happening. Sensing Tarkin's brewing anger directed at Mukali, Aristine swiftly intervenes to defuse the situation. Tarkin, unable to contain his emotions, expresses his frustration that Aristine wants to show her project to Mukali before him. Aristine explains that it's because Mukali has been a great help to her, accompanying her to Catalaman. This explanation only adds to Mukali's anxiety. Aristine further elaborates that she promised Mukali she would show him the finished project and invite him for tea. Tarkin, consumed by jealousy, reflects on how Ritran also received special treatment from Aristine, wondering if that's how she treats all her business partners. Taken aback by the question, Aristine confirms it, which shocks Tarkin. She then tries to say something else, but Tarkin can't quite make out her words. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Aristine admits that she wanted to show Tarkin the finished product, the best one. Though embarrassed, her words instantly stun Tarkin and calm his anger. After that tense moment, Aristine finds it hard to turn down others who eagerly show interest in accompanying her to test the product. They seem like comrades ready to save their friend, and Aristine feels it would be troublesome to refuse. During the testing, Tarkin examines the list Aristine made and asks if she created it herself, expressing his amazement. Aristine responds affirmatively and mentions her desire to recruit reliable people to test the product. Suddenly, everyone volunteers eagerly, raising their hands with excitement. Although Aristine looks worried, they assure her of their eagerness to assist. Touched by their genuine enthusiasm, Aristine smiles brightly and expresses her gratitude, which leaves them swaying with her warmth. However, their expressions change when they notice Tarkin glaring intensely at them. Out of the blue, Aristine brings up the statement Tarkin made the night before. Nervously, she expresses her acceptance of what Tarkin offered. Surprised, Tarkin gently smiles and reiterates that his possessions are hers as well, emphasizing that she can do as she pleases with them. Everyone watching feels a warmth spreading from the scene. Aristine's maid then enters, bringing dessert for them to enjoy. Tarkin eyes all of the sweets and starts to feel uneasy, as if his teeth are already melting. However, seeing Aristine enjoying them, Tarkin thinks they must be pretty good too, though he feels embarrassed just thinking that. Suddenly, Aristine offers him a bite of her dessert, catching Tarkin off guard. Unaware that Tarkin really hates sweets, Aristine innocently offers him the first bite. The others are equally shocked to witness this unexpected gesture. In the back garden of Tarkin's palace, Melody confides in Rosaline about Brody's condition, expressing gratitude for Rosaline's earlier help. Rosaline reassures Melody that she'll call a doctor for Brody to help her get better soon. However, calming Brody down wasn't easy. Earlier, Rosaline tried to soothe Brody, who was in a terrible state, reminding her that the mark on her face was meant for Aristine's face. This tense moment made Melody wonder if Rosaline wasn't on Aristine's side. Now that things have calmed down a bit, Melody encourages Rosaline to share her thoughts, admitting that they had thought Rosaline was on Aristine's side, which led to them resenting her. Rosaline explains that she thought it was best to find Aristine's weakness, so she also deceived her allies. With this explanation, they reconcile and become friends again. They chat about how lucky Aristine is to have married Tarkin. Rosaline even suggests that Melody is better than Aristine, so she should show her charming side to Tarkin. Rosaline also points out that Aristine doesn't know what Tarkin likes and dislikes, or how to take care of him, which surprises Melody and makes her wonder if she could do something about it better than Aristine. While they're in the middle of their conversation, DNA suddenly appears. Mentioning that she's known Tarkin for a long time, DNA claims she can tell them what Tarkin likes and dislikes. DNA then reveals that Tarkin hates sweets, and if he were forced to eat them, he would strongly dislike it. Meanwhile, Tarkin can't resist eating the sweet Aristine offered him, and once he takes a bite, everyone is shocked, including Aristine, who now realizes that Tarkin doesn't like sweet. Aristine tells Tarkin to refuse it if he doesn't like sweets and even encourages him to spit it out. However, Tarkin tries to play it cool, takes another sweet, gulps it down, and then collapses. Now everyone thinks that even Aristine knows Tarkin is a fool. Aristine feels so embarrassed about her mistake, thinking she wouldn't have slipped up like that under normal circumstances. She's been so hyped up lately that she's been acting without even realizing it. She wonders if it's because the weather's nicer, or because the people around are so friendly and sometimes cute. Still cringing over her blunder, Aristine tells Tarkin to be honest next time, saying she doesn't want to pressure him into eating something he doesn't like. After saying that, Aristine had a realization. She doesn't even know what Tarkin likes or dislikes. Somehow, she felt this urge to learn more about Tarkin, to understand why he's so intriguing and kind, making her want to delve deeper into his world. The next day, King Nevter invites Tarkin and Aristine to have tea together. Not wanting to repeat her mistake before offering the king any food, Aristine checks if he likes it. King Nevter confirms that he enjoys it, especially when his daughter-in-law feeds him. He remarks that Aristine isn't forcing him to eat anything. The king also assures her not to worry because he's being real, unlike the other person. Tarkin can't help but feel a bit embarrassed upon hearing that. The king then asks about Aristine's business. Aristine, wearing a confident expression, recalls her initial goal stated during their first meeting, to dispel the notion that Irugo is a barbaric country. The king nods approvingly, acknowledging her ingenious plan. However, he adds a reminder that the business should not just create a comfortable scalpel but should also revolutionize the market. Otherwise, it's just a waste of money. While Aristine's primary aim is to make a profit, she explains to the king that with Irugo's exceptional metallurgical industry, they have the potential to produce the best scalpels globally. This, in turn, would make hospitals eager to purchase scalpels from Irugo. Aristine asserts that with this achievement, no one would dare label their country as barbaric. Hearing Aristine's explanation, King Nevter expresses his trust in her. He also cautions Aristine that if she fails, the queen will take action. Aristine assures the king that she'll ensure she's fully prepared. As the king engages in conversation with Tarkin, Aristine turns around, taking in the delightful weather. She feels a sense of relief knowing that the king acknowledges her business endeavors. Somehow, she realizes why she's been feeling so emotional lately. It's because all of these developments excite her immensely. As Aristine glances at the nearby pond, the water seems to reveal the Monarch's sight to her. In the vision, she sees a future where Reitrin apologizes to her for failing to produce the scalpel. Aristine is taken aback, wondering what this vision means and what went wrong. Lost in thought, she doesn't hear Tarkin call her name twice, causing Tarkin and King Nevter to look concerned. Aristine tries to brush off her worries with a smile, saying it's nothing serious. However, she continues to mull over what she might have missed, mentally retracing her steps. Suddenly, she stumbles upon a clue that catches her off guard. Concerned for Aristine, Tarkin wraps his arm around her and asks the king for permission to leave. King Nevter agrees, advising Aristine to take a break. As Aristine prepares to depart, the king tells her that enduring or hiding her struggles won't solve anything. He suggests she learn to rely on others and take time to rest. He reassures her that there's no one there to mistreat her, so she shouldn't hesitate to trust and lean on those around her. Aristine is surprised by this advice, and even Tarkin promises to shower her with the best things to replace any bad memories. Aristine is deeply moved by Tarkin and the king's words. At Tarkin's palace's blacksmith, Reitrin is stunned to hear that they need to start over from scratch. Aristine explains that if they continue as they are, the scalpel business is likely to fail. Remembering Umir's mention of purchasing a large quantity, Aristine realizes that Umir probably disposes of the scalpel after a single use to prevent infections from rusted blades. Scalpels often come into contact with blood, causing them to rust quickly, so frequent maintenance is essential. While Umir, as a doctor at Tarkin's palace, can afford to use scalpels as consumables, not all hospitals have that luxury. Aristine envisions the potential consequences if she doesn't address the scalpel issue, realizing that the queen will put her in a difficult position. It dawns on her the importance of King Nevter's earlier advice about creating a scalpel that revolutionizes the market. Aristine confidently suggests that if rust is the issue, they should switch to iron that doesn't rust. Reitrin looks puzzled, claiming there's no such thing as non-rusting iron. Undeterred, Aristine tells him to invent it, surprising Reitrin. She assures him not to fret, explaining that she knows such iron exists. While the process might be challenging, Aristine believes Reitrin is capable of achieving it. Luckily, Aristine is familiar with the type of iron from her previous life, one she often encountered, and the raw materials are detailed in textbooks. It's stainless steel, iron that doesn't rust. After her meeting with King Nevter, Aristine delved into her memories and found a solution. She stumbled upon it once in a textbook, an alloy formed by mixing iron with chromium and nickel. However, processing it is a bit trickier due to the varying ratios required for each product. Despite Aristine's concerns about Ritrin questioning her metallurgical knowledge, she confidently assures him that they can achieve it. Ritrin is amazed by her conviction, reflecting on how he used to stumble in the dark, but now finds clarity with Aristine's presence. With her, he feels like the neglected flowers in his heart are blooming once more, and his passion is reignited. Ritrin, filled with newfound confidence, declares that working with alloys is his specialty, and he's certain they can succeed together. Just then, there's a knock on the door, and Aristine's maid rushes in, clearly panicked. She informs Aristine that the scalpel she left in the room has vanished, leaving Aristine shocked and worried. Aristine rushes back to her room to find the scalpel box open, with the scalpel missing. She wonders who would break into Tarkin's palace just to steal it. Aristine starts worrying that someone might copy her design and sell it before she can finalize her improvements, leaving her accused of plagiarism. As she mulls over these thoughts, Tarkin enters, gently taking her hand and reassuring her not to worry. He suggests that the thief might not have aimed to copy the design. Aristine is surprised by his words. Tarkin adds that he'll inform her if anything becomes clear, leaving Aristine even more puzzled. Tarkin urges Aristine not to fret and to concentrate on her tasks. Despite his reassurance, Aristine finds it hard to shake off her worries. With a soft look, Tarkin tells her he can't explain everything at the moment, but asks her to trust him and assures her that the culprit will be caught. Aristine's heart is warmed by his words, instantly lifting her spirits. Just knowing that Tarkin told her not to worry makes her feel so much better. Days after the incident, to Aristine's relief, there's been no news of a new scalpel model hitting the market. Ritrin has begun working on developing the stainless steel as planned. They're in the midst of researching which type is best suited for medical scalpels. Finally, their efforts start to bear fruit. Aristine has completed all the preparations. Even if someone tries to steal her design, she's confident in her ability to handle the medical field. She believes her scalpel will revolutionize the market. Little does she know, someone suspicious is watching her from outside. The next day, after a long day of work, Aristine and everyone are exhausted. Collapsing onto the couch, Aristine feels like she needs a break. She had already told her maid she'd be taking a nap and asked her to inform everyone. Just as she's about to relax, someone enters and calls her name. Aristine is surprised to see Brody there, especially since she had requested not to be disturbed. With a serious expression, Brody mentions that she has something private to discuss with Aristine. Upon hearing that, Aristine senses trouble brewing. Brody remarks on Aristine's recent happiness and questions if Aristine has nothing to say to her. Aristine is taken aback by Brody's sudden accusation. With growing intensity, Brody demands an apology from Aristine, blaming her for the scar on her face, insisting it should have been Aristine who bore that mark. Brody was the one who carried the hot water with the intention of scalding Aristine. If Aristine hadn't had the vision with the Monarch's sight, her face would have been even more badly burned than Brody's. Aristine then says she didn't inflict that injury and wonders why she should take responsibility for it. Hearing this, Brody's eyes fill with even more vengeance. Meanwhile, in her room, Rosaline ponders if everything has started. It seems Rosaline enjoys stirring up trouble and adding a little more chaos to Brody's situation. She has her own devious scheme in mind and is biding her time for the perfect moment to act. In Aristine's room, Brody, seething with anger, demands if Aristine ever considered taking responsibility. Fuming with rage, Brody pulls out the scalpel and aims it at Aristine, leaving her stunned to realize that Brody was the one who stole her scalpel and is now attempting to harm her. Fortunately, the guards intervene just in time, restraining Brody. Aristine is puzzled by their sudden appearance. The guards, identifying themselves as members of Shadowhawk, apologize for not reacting more quickly. Aristine wonders when they began escorting her. Suddenly, Tarkin strides in with a stern expression, bypassing Brody, who's kneeling. He swiftly reaches Aristine, gently caressing her face as he asks if she's hurt. Aristine reassures him that she's okay, just a bit startled. Tarkin smiles in relief at her response. He then turns to the guards, instructing them to lock Brody up in the Thorn Tower for daring to harm his wife in front of everyone. Brody is in shock, unable to believe what just transpired. The maid present reminds them all that they witnessed the event. She emphasizes that even though Brody is a noble sent by Emperor Sylvanus, she lacks the power to silence them all. The crimes of theft and attempted assassination against Aristine warrant severe consequences, and a lifetime of labor in the Thorn Tower is already a lenient punishment. Brody trembles as she tries to justify her actions. However, she quickly shifts back to anger, blaming Aristine for her predicament and hurling insults at her. Aristine is taken aback by Brody's reaction, which only escalates as Brody continues to insult her, likening her to a street beggar. Suddenly, Tarkin intervenes, causing Brody to feel suffocated. He instructs the guards to swiftly remove Brody from the premises. Brody, witnessing Tarkin's kindness towards Aristine, wonders why he never seems to notice her. She attempted to catch Tarkin's attention by dressing up, wearing the best corset, applying lipstick, styling her hair, and choosing the perfect underwear for the occasion. Despite her efforts, Tarkin passed by without saying a word, completely ignoring her as if she meant nothing. Brody questioned whether it was because of her scar, a sentiment Rosaline also echoed. Frustrated and hurt, Brody screamed internally, questioning why it couldn't be her. After the incident, Tarkin invites Aristine for tea to help her relax. Aristine asks if he already knew that Brody was the culprit. Tarkin admits he suspected it because Brody came to him with a strange scent, while Aristine was working on the scalpel, basically inviting him over for tea. However, Tarkin doesn't recall this clearly. Aristine is surprised by this revelation, but Tarkin assures her he ignored Brody's invitation. Aristine clarifies that she's not interrogating him. She's just shocked to learn that Brody is more cunning than she realized. Tarkin adds that only a few people can freely enter Aristine's room, so he wasn't entirely sure. He tried to gather evidence by involving Shadowhawk, but he didn't anticipate Brody causing such a commotion. At that moment, Tarkin felt he couldn't show violence in front of Aristine, so he held back. However, he now wonders if he should have taken stronger action against Brody. Aristine glances at Tarkin, questioning why he didn't inform her about Brody potentially being the culprit, considering he wouldn't hold back just because he wasn't entirely certain. Tarkin is momentarily taken aback by her question, his mind drifting back to the first time Aristine visited, her once expressionless face now adorned with a smile. Meeting her gaze with his own soft one, Tarkin responds that it was because Aristine had started to smile, catching her off guard with his answer. Taken aback for a moment, Aristine is on the verge of asking something, but Tarkin swiftly averts his gaze, appearing visibly nervous. Deep down, Tarkin feels uncomfortable whenever Aristine is with Raitrin, though he keeps it to himself. However, he elaborates that if he were to bring it up, Aristine would likely become more cautious around others because of Brody's actions. He adds that he doesn't like seeing Aristine unable to focus on her work, which essentially means he doesn't like seeing her unable to smile freely. Tarkin stresses that his palace is Aristine's playground, where she can act freely without any limitations. Aristine is taken aback by Tarkin's words, but then she breaks into a bright smile, expressing how lucky she feels to have such an amazing partner. Instead of today being remembered as a frightening incident of being attacked, Aristine sees it as a heartwarming memory, thanks to Tarkin's thoughtfulness and warmth, which he has cultivated. Tarkin brings up the time when Aristine told him to work harder, surprising her that he still remembers. Despite her surprise, Aristine's smile widens as she expresses how she feels lucky to have such a reliable and trustworthy partner. Tarkin blushes, trying to conceal his happiness. In the days following the incident, the newspapers reported that Brody had been sentenced to a lifetime of labor at the Thorn Tower for trying to harm Aristine. Normally, she should have been tried according to Sylvanus' laws, but Emperor Sylvanus swiftly disowned her. The public demanded severe punishment, an unprecedented case in Sylvanus nobility. As Aristine reads the newspaper in her room, Rosaline interrupts, bringing up the Brody incident. She asks if Aristine feels relieved now that Brody has lost her position as Aristine's servant and is receiving sympathy from the people. It's like hitting two birds with one stone. Aristine questions if Rosaline orchestrated it all. She realizes that Rosaline was the one who leaked the location of the scalpel to Brody. Rosaline responds by saying she can't let Aristine get her hands dirty. Aristine realizes that Rosaline isn't loyal to her, especially noting how quickly Rosaline was interviewed after the Brody incident. Aristine observes that all Rosaline's mistakes are being pinned on Brody, but it also feels like a warning. If Aristine were to cast her aside, Rosaline might spill secrets to the press, blaming Aristine for her actions. Aristine considers the timing, not wanting a scene right when her scalpel is about to be introduced. So, she turns to Rosaline, compliments her, and hints at repaying her. Those words light up Rosaline's face. Unlike Brody, Rosaline is careful and calculated in her actions, making her easier to predict and control. As Aristine looks at the wedding gifts she received, she selects a necklace and places it around Rosaline's neck. Rosaline is astonished by the gift and expresses her gratitude, even suggesting she'll rally the other maids. Aristine, while touching Rosaline's hair, plays along, expressing her happiness that Rosaline is on her side and that she trusts her. Rosaline, feeling sneaky, believes Aristine trusts her completely, especially given the extravagant necklace with a large diamond. Out of the blue, Tarkin emerges from behind, wondering why Aristine hasn't made her way out yet. Apologizing for her delay, Aristine explains she got caught up in conversation. Tarkin notices something and strides over to Rosaline, catching her off guard. He reaches for the necklace around Rosaline's neck, his expression serious, and demands to know why she's wearing it. Tarkin fixes a stern gaze on Rosaline, waiting for her to respond. Feeling intimidated, Rosaline stammers as she tries to find an answer. Sensing her discomfort, Aristine steps in, admitting that she gave the necklace to Rosaline. Tarkin's gaze shifts to Aristine, silently questioning her decision. While Aristine simply confirms it with a yes, her expression reassures Tarkin that everything is under control, and she'll retrieve it eventually. Aristine then explains that it's a reward for Rosaline's hard work. Implicitly, she hints that she's avoiding a scene, especially with the scalpel's imminent introduction. Tarkin looks at Aristine, communicating with his eyes that he'll handle the servant if there's an issue. However, Aristine's intense gaze suggests she's capable of handling it herself. They continue their silent conversation, Tarkin questioning why Aristine chose that particular necklace from all the wedding gifts. Aristine responds casually, saying it caught her eye, which leads Tarkin to conclude that she likes it. Tarkin sighs, while Rosaline watches their interaction with confusion. Blushing slightly, Tarkin assumes Aristine's fondness for the necklace. He then removes it from Rosaline's neck, insisting that one isn't enough, and she should pick another. Aristine wonders if the necklace is very expensive to prompt such a reaction from Tarkin, but she agrees nonetheless and calls her maids to remove it from Rosaline's neck, though Rosaline tries to stop it. Before Aristine leaves, she assures Rosaline that she'll give her a different necklace later on. Rosaline is left reeling on the floor, her hopes soaring and crashing at the same time. She had her heart set on that necklace and wanted it badly. Getting back on her feet, she's now determined to hunt down her prey to reclaim the necklace. And she set her sights on Melody. Meanwhile, Aristine is surprised to learn that the necklace isn't a gift from another country but is actually from Tarkin. No wonder he was so pleased to see Aristine's apparent fondness for it. Later that night, in their bedroom, Aristine feels jittery as she calls out Tarkin's name. Tarkin, sitting on the bed in his sleeping robe, reveals his toned muscles as he warmly beckons her closer. He assures Aristine not to be so tense, noticing her nervous demeanor. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Aristine admits it's her first time, but Tarkin continues to reassure her. As Aristine tries to make an excuse to leave, Tarkin swiftly catches her hand, but she insists something is missing and promises to return after checking one more time. Tarkin insists she can't do that since the goods have already been delivered. After completing the last check in the morning, the scalpels have been sent out to the merchants. Sales under Aristine's name will kick off across Arugo starting next week. The long-awaited scalpels, after all the preparations, are finally ready to step into the outside world. Aristine can't shake off her worries, thinking she might have overlooked something. Seeing her anxious, Tarkin calls for the maid to prepare some tea and wraps her in a blanket to keep her from rushing out. He gently guides her to bed, insisting she rest on her favorite spot. Despite Tarkin's reassurance that everything is fine with the scalpel, Aristine persists in wanting to check the blacksmith once more. Tarkin soothes her with a comforting pat on the back. But Aristine remains uneasy, feeling like there might still be something she's missed. Tarkin's gaze softens as he compliments Aristine, telling her she's done an amazing job. Aristine feels her cheeks flush with warmth at the praise, surprised by the emotions welling up inside her. As Tarkin lays beside her on the bed, he reassures her once more that everything will turn out fine. Aristine finds solace in his words, her worries easing at the sound of his comforting voice. She ponders whether Tarkin's kindness stems from their partnership, or if it's simply his nature to be considerate. Caught up in her thoughts, Aristine's attention drifts to Tarkin's muscular chest, inadvertently drawing Tarkin's notice. He teasingly asks if she wants to feel his muscles, leaving Aristine flustered and embarrassed. In her embarrassment, she accidentally leaves a mark on Tarkin's chest as she instinctively pushes him away. Nervously, she explains her actions, her cheeks still tinged with pink. Tarkin inquires if she's feeling better now, and Aristine, attempting to conceal her embarrassment, assures him that she's completely fine. Aristine playfully tells Tarkin to cut it out and go to sleep. In response, Tarkin suddenly sits up, leaning closer to Aristine, and says that's not the response he was hoping for. Aristine is taken aback by Tarkin's unexpected move, wondering if they're getting a little too close for comfort. Tarkin inches his face closer to Aristine's, leaving her trying to make sense of the situation. But just as their faces are about to meet, the maid walks in with the tea Tarkin had requested. Startled by the scene, the maid apologizes profusely for interrupting what she assumes to be a romantic moment and hastily retreats, leaving the tray behind. Both Aristine and Tarkin are left feeling embarrassed by the interruption. Tarkin suggests they call it a night, and as Aristine begins to drift off to sleep, she can't shake the thought that Tarkin might have been about to kiss her. The next morning, Mukali is visibly irritated with Tarkin, who proudly displays the mark left by Aristine on his chest from the previous night. Mukali questions Tarkin's motives, knowing full well that the mark could easily vanish if Tarkin infused a bit of his aura into his body. Instead, Tarkin seems to be flaunting it intentionally. Tarkin casually mentions the potential political advantages of having a close relationship with one's spouse, leaving Mukali even more astonished that Tarkin is considering such matters. As they walk, Tarkin suddenly remembers the moment from their first night when he inadvertently mentioned having a lover in front of Aristine. In a moment of frustration, he instinctively strikes a nearby wall, startling Mukali. It's clear that Tarkin regrets letting slip such a remark to Aristine. Since the rumor about Tarkin and Aristine spending the night together has spread among the servants, one of DNA's servants brings it to her attention and asks about her well-being. DNA puts on a smile and tries to act supportive, saying it's a positive development and they should be supportive. But deep down, DNA can't shake the feeling that it's purely physical, especially since Tarkin, who never showed interest in women before, is now indulging in nighttime activities for the first time. Although DNA's heart aches knowing she's not Tarkin's first choice, she tries to reassure herself that eventually, Tarkin will grow tired of this new relationship. She convinces herself that she'll be understanding and forgiving when that time comes. The servant also spills that Aristine seems to be still getting to know Tarkin, mentioning how she brought desserts and offered them to him. DNA's taken aback by this, realizing that perhaps the information she shared with the Sylvanas maids didn't make its way to Aristine as well. She imagines the embarrassment and heartbreak Aristine might have felt if Tarkin had rejected her in such a public setting. DNA puts on a sympathetic expression, regretting that she didn't try harder to prevent it. But the maid surprises DNA by revealing that Tarkin actually ate everything. DNA can't believe it, feeling a chill run down her spine. Even though Tarkin and Aristine may be on friendly terms, DNA can't wrap her head around Tarkin going to such lengths. Shaken by the revelation, DNA clings to her belief that she knows Tarkin better than anyone and that his heart hasn't changed, but the news she just heard challenges that belief. Meanwhile, Aristine's maid feels guilty for interrupting Tarkin and Aristine's intimate moment the previous night. She confides in her friend, who suggests changing the flowers in Tarkin and Aristine's room as a way to make up for it. Her friend also informs her that she added some new undergarments to Aristine's closet. Since Aristine will arrive later than Tarkin, the maid decides to change the flowers now. But as she opens the door, she's shocked to find Melody already there, wearing sexy lingerie. They both scream in surprise as they lock eyes. When Aristine arrives, the maid who found Melody in Aristine's bedroom is furious. The other servants restrain her to prevent her from doing anything rash to Melody. She's incredulous that Melody would do something so shameless. Melody, in tears, tries to explain that she heard Aristine was meeting other men and questions what's wrong with her doing the same. Aristine holds her head in disbelief that Melody still doesn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. She then instructs the guards to lock Melody up temporarily. Aristine fears that if this continues, there might be violence, so she isolates her for everyone's safety. The necklace was initially a test to gauge Rosaline's greed, like a collar for a well-behaved dog that only shows its teeth when provoked. However, Tarkin unexpectedly taking the necklace away had the opposite effect. Instead of being a well-deserved reward, the necklace became a trigger for her greed. The next day, Rosaline approaches Aristine with a big smile, congratulating her on Melody being locked up. However, Aristine's expression is serious as she questions Rosaline about her actions during such an important time. Rosaline, feeling irritated inside, puts on a facade of innocence, claiming she didn't anticipate the outcome. She explains she intended to use Melody as bait but didn't expect her to act so quickly. Seeing Aristine's disappointment, Rosaline quickly owns up to rushing her plan, all the while harboring worries about losing her necklace. Rosaline insists that her actions were driven by loyalty to Aristine, placing blame on Melody for causing chaos with her foolishness. She continues to disparage Melody in front of Aristine, who encourages her to elaborate. Rosaline spills the details of her manipulation of Melody, claiming she only bolstered Melody's delusions. However, Aristine interrupts her midway, praising Rosaline and boosting her ego before requesting the promised necklace as a reward. The servant promptly fetches the box, igniting Rosaline's excitement. But upon opening it, she's shocked to find not a necklace, but a pair of handcuffs. Before she can react, the servant secures them on Rosaline's wrists, leaving her bewildered. Aristine calmly explains that they suit her perfectly. Rosaline, visibly shaken, demands to know why Aristine would treat her this way, especially after Rosaline had been willing to do all the dirty work for Aristine's sake. Aristine meets her gaze with a stern expression, stating that true loyalty doesn't come with such easily spoken demands, implying that Rosaline's actions were driven more by greed than genuine devotion. She admonishes Rosaline for attempting to mask her selfishness with supposed contributions, deeming it an insult to those who genuinely support her. Rosaline, initially speechless, eventually declares her intention to meet with a reporter that afternoon, boldly asserting that she, as Aristine's personal maid, holds the power to tarnish Aristine's reputation for integrity. Aristine remains firm and turns to Melody for her perspective, surprising Rosaline even further as Melody emerges from her hiding spot in a rage, now convinced that Rosaline orchestrated everything. Confused as to why Melody is there when she should be locked up, Rosaline looks to Aristine for answers. Aristine warns Rosaline that relationships built on lies are fragile and easily exposed, rendering Rosaline's words meaningless. Realizing she's trapped, Rosaline faces Melody's wrath, who is ready to attack her from behind. Melody vows to expose Rosaline's true nature to Aristine, dismissing Rosaline's attempts to calm her down as she seeks revenge on the traitor. The newspaper spread the news about Aristine's personal maid incident, causing a stir in Irugo. People were understandably furious. Rosaline called in reporters as a desperate move, but Melody proved to be more articulate than Aristine anticipated, rendering Rosaline's efforts futile. Her excuses only fueled more headlines about her. As a result, the insurance strategy became pointless. Before Aristine summoned Rosaline, she reached out to DNA, informing her that Melody had dropped her name and spilled details about Tarkin, including his schedule, to both Melody and Rosaline. DNA's reaction was so intense that even the servants outside could hear her shouting. DNA tried to explain it away as a misunderstanding, claiming she only shared a few tips about Tarkin because she thought they were brainstorming ideas to support Aristine. Seeing DNA's anger toward Melody and Rosaline, Aristine attempted to calm her down. Aristine couldn't help but sympathize, realizing how challenging it must be to have a well-known boyfriend. Aristine gives DNA a compliment, causing DNA to blush. Then she asks DNA to testify about the incident. DNA, feeling a bit nervous, agrees with a shaky voice. Apart from the maids, DNA's third-party testimonies added weight to the calls for Rosaline's punishment, growing louder by the day. This news eventually reached Emperor Sylvanus, who didn't seem pleased. All the Sylvanians he'd sent to monitor Aristine were now gone. His advisors suggested assigning new supervisors, but the Emperor decided to hold off. He believed Aristine was unaware of her personal maid's actions behind her back. To him, Aristine seemed like someone who only repeated what she was told, lacking practical skills despite her high-quality education. Emperor Sylvanus seems pleased to observe the strong support for Aristine among the people of Irugo. He contemplates that if something were to happen to Aristine, it would undoubtedly enrage everyone. He believes this could serve as a catalyst to nullify the peace treaty and dispose of Aristine, providing a pretext for war. Thus, the Emperor decides to allow Aristine to enjoy her remaining freedom before her inevitable demise. In Irugo during the day, Aristine and Tarkin are out and about, drawing everyone's attention. People quickly recognize them despite their attempt to remain incognito. Observing Aristine and Tarkin enjoying themselves, onlookers are delighted by their secret rendezvous. Aware of the curious glances from those around them, Aristine remarks that being with Tarkin always attracts attention. She comments on how Tarkin effortlessly stands out, even in ordinary attire. Reflecting on their clandestine outing, Aristine expresses some frustration, mentioning that she had initially planned to go out with Mukali. However, Mukali had to cancel due to a sudden bout of enteritis. Tarkin softly lifts Aristine's chin, noting that in his eyes, she stands out even more, especially with her distinctive silver hair from Sylvanus. Observing the excitement around them, it's clear that people are thrilled to witness their affectionate moment. Aristine, feeling a bit bashful, suggests that she might consider using an artifact to change her hair color the next time they go out. They're having this undercover outing because while everyone's focused on the maid's drama, the scalpel has sneaked into the spotlight. Aristine's idea was to slip in quietly and gauge the reaction to the scalpel, but things aren't going according to plan. She's wondering why there's more attention now than when they got married. So Aristine urges Tarkin to pick up the pace. As they reach the merchant area, a crowd has already formed. Aristine halts for a moment when she sees the merchant holding up a picture of her, urging people to queue up properly. The merchant explains that they'll receive a picture of Aristine when they purchase her scalpel. It's a limited edition. Moreover, if they buy 3 more items, they'll even get a framed version. Aristine is incredulous at the sight, wondering if they're really selling the scalpel. The crowd seems eager, with money at the ready. As everyone spots Aristine, they're mesmerized by her presence, and quickly clear a path for her to pass through. Blushing furiously at the praise, Aristine grabs Tarkin's hand, and they dash inside after politely asking for permission to leave. The crowd expresses their support for Aristine and Tarkin, even sharing hopes of seeing their future baby. Aristine can't help but feel even more embarrassed by the attention. Inside the trade union, Aristine and Tarkin are greeted by one of Tarkin's subordinates who's in charge of his trade union. Aristine is impressed by how striking the person appears. He exudes niceness with his neat appearance. However, Aristine stares at him intensely, reminding herself not to judge solely based on appearance, knowing that Tarkin's associates can be unconventional. She then instructs him to call her by her name, Rin. With a charming smile, the man introduces himself as Zodiac, the vice president of the trade union named Pink Cat Paw. Hearing that name, Aristine is taken aback. She momentarily freezes, then turns to Tarkin, who quickly clarifies that he had no hand in choosing the name. Despite its cute name, Pink Cat Paw's main products are related to demon beasts. Aristine can't believe that this trade union is under Tarkin. Aristine and Zodiac then argue about the name, with Zodiac stating that the only reason is because it's cute. But before it escalates even more, Tarkin intervenes, instructing Zodiac to focus on their business discussion. Tarkin asks Zodiac why he's selling the portrait. Zodiac explains it's for promotional purposes. Usually, the scalpel is sold to hospitals. But now regular people can see it too because of the effect of Aristine's portrait. He also mentions another businessman who's interested in the rust-resistant iron. Zodiac didn't expect such great results, and he states that Aristine is loved by everyone here. Hearing that, Aristine feels grateful and relieved. However, Tarkin questions Zodiac about the permission to use Aristine's portrait for promotion. Aware that Aristine holds the real power, Zodiac discreetly informs her that sales have skyrocketed by 14 times because of her portrait. Without hesitation, Aristine agrees to capitalize on the opportunity even more. Seeing her swift decision, Tarkin feels helpless. Zodiac then presents Aristine with the sales report. As she carefully examines it, she's taken aback, wondering if the numbers are for real. Meanwhile, at the Queen's palace, the Queen gets word about Tarkin's trade union pushing Aristine's scalpel. Her right-hand person drops the bomb that these scalpels are outselling even Carandulla, the bigwig trade union owned by her own dad, Duke Sciella. They break down how Zodiac's using Aristine's peak to hype up sales. Feeling the pressure, the Queen orders her people to keep an eye on every hospital and have backup plans ready if any flaws pop up in the scalpels. The Queen ponders her strategy to bring down Aristine, convinced there must be a flaw in the scalpel that she can exploit to attack her. She tries to calm herself down, but her emotions are running wild, and she's feeling worried sick. Suddenly, her maid enters and brings her surprising news. Hamir, her beloved son, has finally returned to Irugo and is already in the palace.
Hamir just gets home and does he rest? Nope, not even a sip of water. He heads straight to the Queen's palace to greet his mom. For Hamir, that's like basic son duties 101. The moment the Queen sees her precious golden boy enter the room, her face lights up like a fireworks show. She beams and immediately asks about his trip. How was it? How's he feeling? Yada yada. But Hamir, being the walking lie detector that he is, notices something fishy right away. His mom? She's glammed up. Fresh makeup, fancy perfume. The whole room even looks more dressed up than usual. Suspicious. Like she's trying to hide something. He squints, side-eyes the decor, and then wordlessly glides over to the tea table. The Queen blinks, surprised. Hamir pulls out a chair like a drama prince and flashes his best innocent smile, saying, "I'm just here to try the tea. You know, recover from my exhausting trip." He sips like a connoisseur. The Queen? She goes red, totally flustered. So they start chatting, catching up, all normal. Until bam, the Queen whips out her favorite activity, gossiping about Aristine. She paints Aristine like the villain of the century, telling the story from her own spicy POV, with dramatic flair and lots of salt. Hamir just smiles and listens. At first, he assumes his mom's just being petty because Aristine married Tarkin, but the more she rants, the more unfiltered and emotional she gets. Hamir starts thinking, there's more to this. With that calm, smooth voice of his, he gently asks, "What's really bothering you, Mother?" The Queen's lip quivers with frustration. She finally reveals the root of her meltdown. Lately, Tarkin's been trending, and it's not helping her political plans. She signals to a servant, and she comes in carrying a box like it's royal treasure. Inside? A fancy scalpel set. These, the Queen says dramatically, are what she launched recently. And now people are calling them Blades of Heaven. Can you believe that? Hamir peers inside, inspecting the scalpels. A medical business? he wonders. Risky. Then he spots a card tucked inside the box. The queen explains that it's some legal agreement. The responsibility falls on doctors if they misuse the scalpels, not the manufacturer. That's what's really grinding her gears. Hamir reads it and raises a brow. Okay, but that's still kinda unfair, right? Products can be faulty. Why put all the blame on the user? Flip it, she snaps. He flips it, and his eyes go wide. It's signed by none other than Dr. Umir, aka the top surgeon in Irugo. That signature means full credibility. No one's gonna question it now. And suddenly, Hamir fully gets it. His mom's plans to sabotage this? Toast. So now they're stuck. They can't even pull a malpractice scandal. The queen grumbles that the only hope left is to wait for some big medical accident to shift public opinion. Oh, and don't even get her started on the steel. Apparently, Aristine found some magical no-rust steel. The queen's fuming. She didn't even go to school. That must be pure dumb luck. But Hamir, still sipping tea, starts thinking. If she really got this result, that means she's probably been running test after test after test. She's not doing this for show. She's doing real work. This isn't political. It's personal. Like a real merchant. He starts smiling to himself. The queen sees it and looks confused. Hamir leans in, his eyes gleaming like a fox. There is an easier way to destroy her business, and the key is the steel. The queen squints. But we already tried replicating it. Yeah, don't, Hamir says with a smirk. No need. Remember, you own the biggest iron mine in Irugo. Ding, ding, ding. The queen's jaw drops. Wait, you're right. I can just cut off her supply. Exactly. No raw materials means no production means bye-bye business. The queen practically vibrates with excitement. She's already planning Aristine's downfall in her head. And she's never looked more alive. Seeing her all fired up again makes Hamir genuinely happy. To her, Hamir truly is the only one worthy of inheriting the crown. And now that he's back, she's ready to begin their glorious counterattack. So, turns out that date Tarkin and Aristine went on yesterday? The one where they were supposed to check the market and attend the opening of Aristine's scalpel store? Yeah, that thing? About to be all over the front page. Journalists are already prepping headlines and spicy captions, just waiting for the couple's green light to publish. Jack can't help but bring it up, grinning ear to ear. So, how was that fantastic date of yours? He sing-songs. Aristine? Not having it. It wasn't a date. It was work. She shuts him down. Deadpan. While she's busy explaining that there's nothing romantic going on, Aristine's mind starts wandering. She knows the more they look like a perfect couple, the stronger their political influence becomes. But then she glances at Tarkin and gets hit with surprise. Dude doesn't even flinch. He casually approves the article for publication like it's a grocery list. Excuse me? Who are you and what have you done with the emotionally constipated war prince? Aristine blinks. You're okay with this? Tarkin nods like it's no biggie. Didn't you say it's important we look like a happy couple? Oop. That's her own words coming back to bite her. But then she squints at him. Then why did you look like a shy tomato when Zodiac plastered our faces on those promo posters? Tarkin's face instantly red again. He's blushing like a schoolboy caught texting his crush. But of course, he denies everything. Jack, meanwhile, is absolutely beaming. Aw, you two are totally getting closer. Both Tarkin and Aristine snap their heads at him with matching sharp gazes. We were working. Okay, fine. Work. Whatever you say, lovebirds. A little while later, in the palace garden, it's a lovely day. Sunshine, soft breeze, the perfect setup for a romantic walk, or in Aristine's case, a much-needed chill moment. She finally feels relaxed after forever being in Dramaville. She looks up and spots a cloud shaped like a cat, which immediately makes her think of Zodiac, the eccentric cat-loving rep of Pink Kitty Paws. He's kind of a workaholic, kind of a weirdo, and absolutely obsessed with cats. When Zodiac first used her and Tarkin's photo for marketing the scalpels, Aristine was honestly like, "Bro, what?" But then she got the royalty check, and let's just say the number of zeros changed her perspective real quick. Bless that strange, money-making cat man. But even with all that calm in the air, there's still one thing on her mind. Hamir. According to her info from Jack, the Queen urgently summoned Hamir. And if that isn't a red flag, I don't know what is. Hamir, the royal firstborn, pampered endlessly by Queen Mama. Aristine remembers asking Tarkin what kind of person Hamir is. He said Hamir was smart and capable, sure. But when Aristine asked as his half-brother, Tarkin's tone changed. Back then, Tarkin told her the truth. Ever since he got kicked out of the palace as a kid, he barely saw Hamir. But what little he remembered? That guy was a wimpy crybaby. Not even worth your attention, oof. Brutal. Still, Aristine reads through the intelligence report anyway. Nibbling on her cookie, of course. Tarkin says Hamir is not worth worrying about, but he sure ran straight to see the king the moment Hamir arrived. That doesn't scream unbothered. Hamir might not be a war hero like Tarkin, but he's got game. He's a sharp diplomat with a mind for business, and he's been gathering power from the Queen's inner circle. His signature platinum blonde hair? Super famous in the palace. Aristine rolls her eyes, remembering how the Queen wouldn't shut up about him. Just as she's about to flip to the next page, the one with Prince Hamir's photo. Bam! Chaos. Before she can even see what Hamir looks like, a bird swoops down and snatches her cookie. And as if that's not enough, its flapping wings scatter her papers everywhere. One of her maids rushes over. "Princess, are you all right? We'll get everything." But Aristine freezes. This moment, it feels oddly familiar. She narrows her eyes, trying to recall something. Then it hits her. Her Monarch's sight. The vision she saw in her glass of water while strolling around with Tarkin. In the vision, she saw a bird pooping straight onto someone lying in the grass. A guy with platinum blonde hair. Oh no. She scans the area, walks through the garden, and yep, there he is, lying peacefully on the grass. Platinum, blonde, hair, still clean. For now. Aristine looks up, and there it is. The same bird from her vision. Up in the sky, locked and loaded, ready to drop its nasty little present. No, 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 no. Aristine bolts. She sprints across the grass like a woman possessed, throwing herself forward, and in one dramatic leap, she lands right on top of the man. They both go down. She's panting, eyes wide, face totally in panic mode. "I'm sorry." That platinum blonde man is none other than Hamir, completely stunned that a woman just tackled him out of nowhere. His eyes widen the moment he realizes it's Aristine on top of him. Yep, definitely didn't see that coming. "Well, mister, you just got saved from a head full of bird poop. You're welcome." Right when things start to settle down, Yenneca appears, calling out her brother's name. She looks around the garden but doesn't spot Hamir anywhere near his usual lounging spot. Turns out, Hamir has already pulled Aristine into the bushes with lightning speed. He puts a finger to his lips, silently asking her to keep quiet. Aristine, confused and still catching her breath, is about to speak, but Hamir, wearing a calm, cheeky smile, gently signals her to stay silent. Today, he says, is his day to slack off. And since Aristine technically saved him, he's willing to share his secret hideout with her. The word savior throws her off, but Hamir casually explains that she saved him from the horror of bird poop disaster. Even though Aristine thinks it's a stretch to call her a savior, Hamir insists. It could have ruined his entire day if it landed right on his hair. And since only Aristine witnessed the danger, she knows just how bad it could have been. With his usual charming energy, Hamir casually compliments Aristine, saying she looks even more beautiful than her photos. Aristine, caught off guard, awkwardly compliments him back. Hamir then suddenly bursts into laughter, rolling slightly in the grass, clearly amused by her reaction. Aristine watches him, unsure whether to be concerned or entertained, but she feels relieved. At least Yenneca didn't see her here. That would have been a total mess, considering how eager Yenica always is to point fingers. Imagine the drama if she saw Aristine, married no less, hiding in the bushes with some platinum blonde guy. That thought alone makes Aristine stiffen. Platinum blonde hair. Meanwhile, Hamir, completely unaware of her sudden shift in energy, keeps talking like nothing's wrong. He rambles on about how Aristine looked like an angel falling from the sky when he first saw her. But Aristine, still trying to make sense of the situation, blurts out a hesitant question, asking if he's Prince Hamir. Hamir looks momentarily thrown off, just a flicker. Aristine, now sweating nervously, starts to feel regret creeping in. She had never seen Hamir in person before, not even a portrait. She acted purely on what she saw in her monarch's vision, and now here she is, tangled up in bushes with a stranger. This was definitely not how she pictured their first meeting. She had imagined something much more formal, dignified, not grass stains and accidental tackles. Sensing her discomfort, Hamir decides to play along. With an innocent expression, he says that he's not Hamir at all. His name is Lou, just a guy who likes quiet spots and lazy afternoons. Aristine finds it hard to believe, but before she can press further, she hears someone laughing nearby. She peeks through the bushes and spots Yenica chatting with a man who also has platinum blonde hair. Turns out it's Bellows, Hamir's aide. Yenica had bumped into him while searching for her brother. Aristine watches the scene from a distance, unable to catch their words, but they seem to get along well. She glances back at the man beside her. Lou looks well-built, relaxed, completely at ease. Not at all like what Tarkin once described. Tarkin had called Hamir a weakling, someone not even worth her time. But the man Yenica's talking to now, Bellows, kind of fits that image. So, with a sudden sense of certainty, Aristine concludes that the man with Yenica must be Hamir. The real Hamir almost bursts out laughing. He's clearly enjoying how well the act is going. Eventually, Aristine gets up to leave. She politely tells Lou that she only came to warn him about the bird situation, and quietly thanks him for helping her avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. But just as she's about to walk away, Hamir stops her again. He casually asks if she usually walks around at this hour. When she turns and asks why, he simply says he was wondering if he might see her again. After all, she must feel lonely in a distant country like this. That catches her off guard. Hamir tries to sound casual, suggesting maybe she'd want to make new friends. But Aristine begins to suspect that this guy isn't just some idle servant. The way he speaks to a royal, so confident, almost natural, it doesn't match the role he's pretending to play. She starts putting the pieces together. Maybe he's not a servant. Maybe he's one of Hamir's close aides. Still, Hamir insists there's no hidden agenda. He just wants to get to know her better. But Aristine has heard that line far too many times through her monarch's visions. She recognizes it for what it usually means. With a look of mild annoyance and complete certainty, Aristine accuses him of being a gigolo. Hamir freezes. The first prince of Irugo, closest to the throne, now being mistaken as a gigolo. His face flushes red, his heart skips a beat, and his eyes sparkle like a man hit by a sudden wave of emotions he didn't sign up for. For some reason, he doesn't even hate it. Aristine stands her ground, calmly declaring that she's not interested and that he's definitely picked the wrong woman to mess with. But her serious tone only makes Hamir bite back laughter, his shoulders lightly trembling. Aristine, proud and unbothered, throws in a confident remark. She's too busy making money anyway. The moment she says money, she immediately regrets it. Crap, she thinks. Of all things to mention in front of a suspected gigolo, why would she bring up money? That's basically bait. She had meant to push him away, but now she's worried the guy might cling even harder. In a huff, she tells him to forget what she just said and walks off. But Hamir, clearly intrigued, wonders out loud. Why would a princess need to make money in the first place? That question lingers in Aristine's head. Ever since her scalpels took off, she didn't expect attention from people like him to show up so fast. Maybe she's gotten a bit too confident lately. Okay, maybe a lot confident. But it's not entirely her fault. Everyone keeps praising her. Zodiac's over-the-top support, the rising sales numbers, and the recognition she's earned, it all built up her pride. Who wouldn't get a little smug? Hamir watches her with amusement, eventually bursting into laughter, even wiping away a tear. To him, Aristine is something else. Unexpected, entertaining, and definitely not boring. He then, almost seriously, asks if Tarkin restricts her, financially speaking. Aristine reflexively says no and nearly adds that she runs her own business, but stops herself. She quickly raises a hand to cut him off. She reminds him she's married, and more importantly, he knows who she is. She throws in that she has a bunny-like husband and adorable fox-like maids waiting for her. At the word bunny, Hamir freezes. His mind scrambles to connect the image of Tarkin. With a bunny? Or maybe a wild hare? Technically not wrong, but still disturbing enough that he has to shake it out of his head. He stares at Aristine, almost impressed. She's clearly something else. He steps closer, this time dropping the flirty act. Calmly, he explains that he's not who she thinks he is, not some guy chasing after money or playing games. He admits he's always been curious about her. Now that he finally gets to talk to her, the curiosity has only grown. He just wants to get to know her, nothing more. And so, he asks, what can he do to earn her trust? Aristine blinks, genuinely taken aback for a second. This man, platinum blonde hair, turquoise eyes, striking features. He looks like someone straight out of a romance novel. If he's really not a gigolo, then why isn't he denying it outright? She watches him closely. He smiles at the strangest times. Never flustered, never defensive. He's either incredibly composed or incredibly good at pretending. Eventually, she tells him, if they part ways here and never cross paths again, then she'll believe what he just said. It's safer that way, she thinks. She knows nothing about him, and getting too close would only be asking for trouble. Hamir, still smiling, reflects on her words. He knows it's impossible. Now that he's back at the palace, their paths are bound to cross again. Not as some flirty stranger and a wary princess, but as Prince Hamir and Princess Aristine, wife of the second prince. He wonders how Aristine will react when that moment comes. Not ready to let her go just yet, Hamir offers her something, a secret about Prince Hamir. Aristine, cool and unreadable, asks if he means Hamir's weakness. Leaning closer, Hamir explains that what people hide often holds power. With a little help from him, she could take an easier path in palace politics. But before he can finish, Aristine cuts him off. She makes it clear. She doesn't back down from challenges. If she wants something, she'll fight for it. But she won't use dirty tricks to defeat her enemies. That's not how she plays. Hamir raises an eyebrow. He thinks she's naive. In politics, there are no clean moves, no clear lines. That's just how it is. But Aristine smiles with full confidence. She's not naive, and she's definitely not stupid. She simply believes in her own strength, enough that she doesn't need tricks to win. The conviction in her words is stronger than anything Hamir has observed so far. He flinches slightly, caught off guard by how real her stance is. He softens, looks down, and apologizes for underestimating her. But Aristine isn't finished. In a colder tone, she warns him. If Prince Hamir ever chooses to use her or Tarkin's weaknesses to his advantage, she won't hold back. If he plays dirty, she'll show him just how low she can go. Not because she can't fight fair, but because she chooses not to, until someone makes her. And right now, the person she's talking about is standing right in front of her. She tells him she doesn't want to hear any secret from someone she can't even identify. She doesn't know who he is, and therefore can't trust a word he says. Hamir snaps his fingers, still smiling, and agrees to her terms. If staying away earns her trust, he'll honor that. He promises not to chase her, not to seek her out again, and not to return to this spot. But just one condition. If they ever meet again by chance, he wants to be friends. That throws Aristine off a little, but she catches herself. This could just be a roundabout way to set up their next encounter. She accuses him of planning a fake coincidence. Hamir just laughs. He insists he's busy. He doesn't have time to stalk anyone. Aristine thinks about it. Friendship. She has so few of those. After a moment, she agrees. Back near the palace, her maids are frantically searching for her, calling her name. They finally find her, relief washing over their faces. Aristine explains she was just out walking and wandered a little too deep into the garden. As she turns back, she glances once more at the path she came from. Her thoughts linger on Lou. If he really isn't a gigolo, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad to be friends. After all, she doesn't have any friends. Not really. Tarkan is her husband and partner, sure. But the closest thing to a friend she has is Mukali. Then again, can you really call your husband's subordinate your friend? Or is she the only one who sees it that way? Her mind spins with questions, worries, and uncertainties. About friendship, about boundaries, about what comes next. And in that quiet moment, Aristine realizes maybe figuring out how to be friends with someone is harder than she thought. At the royal smithy in Tarkan's palace, things are usually hot, loud, and full of flying sparks. But today, something's different. Ritrin, the royal blacksmith working directly under Aristine, has been riding the wave of popularity ever since the launch of Angel's Blade, the name he proudly gave to Aristine's surgical scalpel. Once known as a full-blown troublemaker back in Catalaman, Ritrin's now a rising star in Irugo's blacksmithing world. He's kind of getting used to being admired. Just like Aristine, he's low-key basking in his own success. Not that either of them will say it out loud. When Aristine shows up at the smithy, Ritrin's expression lights up like a puppy spotting its favorite treat. After all, it's thanks to her that he's where he is now. But he notices something off in her face. She looks a bit troubled. Before he can ask, Aristine suddenly blurts out an unexpected question. Would Ritrin be free this weekend to watch a play with her? The whole smithy freezes. Ritrin drops his hammer. Literally. His face turns red, his hands go clammy, and his heartbeat becomes the loudest sound in the room. Aristine asking him to a play? His brain short-circuits. He tells himself not to misunderstand, but his heart clearly doesn't get the memo. Aristine quickly realizes what kind of chaos she's just created and awkwardly tries to take it back. She apologizes, telling him to forget it. But it's too late. Ritrin collapses dramatically to the floor, his poor heart shattered into 1,000 confused pieces. Why did she invite Ritrin in the first place? Because lately she's been feeling off. Like maybe she's just not boss material. Not when she can't even make friends. That sudden insecurity pushed her into making that strange request. As Ritrin lies there on the floor, trying to remember how to breathe, one of the blacksmiths scolds Aristine through teary eyes, saying she was too cruel. Another nods, saying she made all their hearts race, not just Ritrin's. Aristine is mortified. She didn't mean to cause a full-on smithy meltdown. Meanwhile, Ritrin still doesn't understand why he's crying. He knew better than to have expectations. But for a moment, it felt like a sweet dream. Before anyone can emotionally recover, someone bursts in with a report. A big problem. Apparently, their supplier suddenly canceled today's pig iron delivery. Worse, every other supplier is also shutting down, citing zero stock. Panic spreads across the smithy again, this time for a different reason. Aristine's eyes widen. This has to be the Queen's doing. She had expected a smear campaign, maybe some accusations of malpractice. But this? Hoarding raw materials? That's a bold move. The blacksmith explains that the supplier apologized over and over, but they had no choice. The biggest iron mine belongs to Duke Skila, aka the Queen's faction. Ritrin, now back on his feet, looks furious. To him, this feels like a betrayal of principle. Aristine, however, stays calm. She asks about their remaining pig iron stock. The room falls silent. Finally, someone speaks up. They'll run out by tomorrow. Despite the chaos in her mind, Aristine's face remains composed. Meanwhile, the others are close to full-blown panic, worried about deadlines, client orders, and the domino effect of this disruption. Ritrin suggests exposing the Queen's plot, but Aristine, still clear-headed, explains it's pointless. By the time they gather proof, the monopoly will be over and all traces wiped clean. Honestly, it's a clever tactic. Importing iron is out of the question. Iron is classified as war material. If a Sylvanian princess suddenly imports iron, that alone could spark a diplomatic nightmare. Maybe even a war, not to mention the avalanche of gossip. Even the Queen can't maintain this monopoly for long. It's likely they already agreed on the duration, maybe 2 weeks. But 2 weeks without production would be devastating. Aristine suddenly speaks up, her voice gentle but firm. She assures them not to worry. She'll find a way. Her expression stays steady, her tone calm. She refuses to show any weakness in front of the people who trust her. All she asks is a little time. Everyone in the smithy is moved. Back in her office, Aristine tries to plan her next move. She knows how fragile trust is in business. A missed delivery could destroy everything she's built. She racks her brain for a solution, but nothing seems solid. Instead, her thoughts spiral into worst-case scenarios: angry clients, bad press, and reputational ruin. Deep in thought, she doesn't hear the door open at first. "Aristine," a voice calls over and over. She snaps out of it. It's Tarkan, standing next to her, gaze sharp, face unreadable. She greets him with her usual tone, casually asking if training is over. But Tarkan doesn't dance around. He's already heard about the pig iron crisis. Aristine admits it while quietly tidying her papers. Then, without skipping a beat, Tarkan declares that if that's the case, they won't be releasing any magic crystals to the market either. Aristine looks up, stunned. Tarkan's clearly irritated by the Queen's dirty move and ready to retaliate in kind. But Aristine reaches out, grabbing his sleeve to stop him. Her grip is light, but her voice is firm. This is her business. She can handle it. Tarkan's eyes widen in surprise. He looks annoyed. He reminds her that he's her partner. Aristine hesitates. Her mind's already racing. If Tarkan really pulls back on the magic crystal supply, it would hurt his business too. And that's the last thing she wants. He's been nothing but a reliable partner to her. She wants to return that same support. With a forced smile, she promises not to let this affect him. She apologizes, even though the whole situation isn't her fault. She just doesn't want their trust to crack. Tarkan, confused and slightly frustrated, asks why she's even apologizing. Is she implying he only made the offer for selfish reasons? But Aristine doesn't respond. She just keeps that same tight smile and insists. She'll figure it out. The air in the room shifts. Cold, tense. Aristine thinks she doesn't want to be a burden to Tarkan. Tarkan, on the other hand, can't figure out what's going through her mind. With a frown, he mutters under his breath, "You really are an annoying woman." Those words hit Aristine harder than she expected, like a cold splash of water. Or maybe a brick to the heart. Maybe all they need is honest communication. But right now, both of them are too wrapped up in their own thoughts to say what really matters. After throwing out those cutting words, calling Aristine annoying, Tarkan turns on his heels and makes to leave without another glance. Reflexively, Aristine calls out to stop him, but he only looks back with a cold, narrow-eyed glare before walking away without a word. That brief, icy look stings more than any insult. Left alone, Aristine stands frozen in place. Her chest feels heavy, her mind buzzing with disbelief. So he really sees her that way? Annoying? After everything? She had already apologized. She thought things were fine. But now, doubt floods in all at once. Maybe they were never more than just business partners after all. Maybe, deep down, Tarkan had always wished he married Diona instead. What started as a problem with iron supply was now unraveling into something much more personal. Her thoughts spiral, crashing into each other. Why is she even worrying about him? Why does she care so much if he's upset? The answer only weighs heavier on her heart. But Aristine doesn't let herself sink too far. She lifts her head, brushes it off, and decides to focus. One thing at a time. She shoves her feelings aside and focuses on the task at hand. Fixing this whole disaster, even if it was sparked by the Queen's petty schemes. And wow, she really can't stand that woman right now. Not long after, one of her maids quietly slips into the room to inform her that a guest has arrived. Aristine frowns. She doesn't recall scheduling any meetings. To her surprise, the visitor is none other than Master Bulletin from Catalaman. With his usual grace, Bulletin offers a respectful greeting and immediately apologizes for arriving unannounced. Aristine welcomes him anyway, and Bulletin, not wanting to waste her time, gets straight to the point. He's here on a personal matter and plans to leave shortly after. He reminds Aristine of a promise he once made, to gift her something special. Unfortunately, the gift isn't ready yet, and for that he apologizes again. Aristine assures him it's fine. There's no rush. But Bulletin insists. This delay could damage his honor and Catalaman's reputation. To make up for it, he's brought something else in the meantime. Aristine's eyes widen the moment she sees it. Crates of iron bars stacked neatly in carts. Her heart skips. She knows exactly what this means. Delivering iron now, when the Queen is trying to monopolize it, is a huge risk. She looks at Bulletin, concerned for what this could cost him. But Bulletin is calm. He explains that this delivery isn't about politics. It's about honor. A promise is a promise. Aristine's heart swells with gratitude. Bulletin smiles, clearly pleased by her reaction. Then, leaning in ever so slightly, he whispers that this is all he could gather while avoiding the eyes of the Queen's allies. Aristine is genuinely touched and asks how she could possibly repay him. But Bulletin shakes his head gently. If anything, he is the one who owes her. He points at the necktie he's wearing, gifted by Ritrin, using the money from his very first paycheck. He never imagined Ritrin would turn out like this. For the longest time, he thought their relationship would never heal, no matter how much effort he poured into mending it. But ever since Ritrin joined Aristine's smithy, the boy had changed, becoming brighter, more dependable, and full of purpose. And it was all thanks to Aristine, who not only nurtured Ritrin's talent, but also guided him when no one else could. But Aristine, with her usual humility, says that Ritrin's growth is due to his own effort, and Bulletin's genuine care. Hearing that makes Bulletin pause, visibly moved by her words. Elsewhere, Tarkin sits silently, staring down at the crates of iron stacked before him. He doesn't say a word, but the tension in his jaw speaks volumes. Durante appears behind him, reporting that Catalaman responded faster than expected, giving them a few days of breathing room for production. He then asks the question hanging in the air. Why didn't Tarkin tell Aristine? Tarkin replies plainly, "This is just a temporary fix. It doesn't solve the root problem. The rest will depend entirely on what Aristine decides to do." Later, in the privacy of her bath, Aristine tells her maids not to let anyone disturb her. She needs time to think. As she sinks into the water, her mind drifts to something King Nevter once told her, that the Queen would never miss a chance to strike the moment Aristine faltered. Those words weren't just a warning. They were a test. A reminder that strength isn't just about making smart moves. It's about carrying the trust others place in you and refusing to let it break. And right now, Aristine is carrying a lot. From the King, from Catalaman, from Tarkin. Letting out a slow breath, she submerges deeper into the water, then calls upon the power of her Monarch's sight. Her heart is steady, her mind sharp. She's ready to find the answer. In the bath, Aristine activates her Monarch's sight and starts searching. This time, it shows her past life in Korea. Thankfully, she's gotten the hang of it now, and it's a huge relief knowing she can control it when she wants. She jumps from one memory to another, scanning everything carefully, but she still hasn't found the piece she needs. Outside, the sky begins to shift. The sun's almost down and her maids are getting anxious. It's been quite some time. But Aristine had told them not to disturb her, and none of them dare to break that rule, even though worry is written all over their faces. Back in the water, still deep in her vision, Aristine finally finds it. The memory she's been looking for. She concentrates, trying hard to memorize every word. But then she feels something. Warm and not in a good way. A drop of blood falls from her nose. That's when it hits her. How long has she been in here? The water's gone cold. Her body's freezing. From outside the room, she hears a voice giving orders to open the door. The maids hesitate. They're scared. Aristine had been clear about not letting anyone in. But the voice belongs to Tarkan. With a cold, sharp stare, he tells them flatly, if something happens to Aristine, are they willing to take responsibility? Hearing the noise outside, Aristine prepares to stand. But the moment she moves, her vision spins and her body gives out. There's a loud splash. Without a second thought, Tarkan bursts into the bathroom. His eyes widen at the sight of Aristine, motionless in the freezing water. Her skin is pale, almost bluish. Without wasting a second, he rushes to her side and lifts her out of the tub, holding her tightly in his arms. His voice trembles as he calls her name, but she doesn't respond. She feels cold. Too cold. The maids are panicking, rushing around in a blur while Tarkan yells at them to call Umir immediately. In the bedroom, things don't calm down. A maid, holding a change of clothes with shaky hands, asks if she can help change Aristine, since her temperature might drop further if she stays in wet clothes. Tarkan is still sitting on the couch, arms wrapped around Aristine, her soaked body pressed close. He glares at the maid, clearly not ready to let anyone else touch her. But eventually, he lets them do it. The fire crackles gently. Now in dry clothes and tucked into bed, Aristine lies still. Tarkan stays close, eyes fixed on her face, gently brushing a strand of hair away. Her skin's still cold, and he doesn't like that at all. Then Umir arrives, rushing in with her medical kit and checking Aristine right away. After a few tense moments, she confirms that Aristine's fine. It's not poisoning, thankfully, just exhaustion, and being in cold water for too long. She explains that Aristine will likely catch a light cold but should recover with enough rest. Tarkan still isn't convinced. He tells Umir that Aristine's hands are still cold and she hasn't opened her eyes yet. He refuses to believe she's okay. Umir, slightly surprised by his insistence, calmly says she's confident in her diagnosis. Tarkan can trust her. But his expression stays hard. Since they've already tried the usual method to warm her body, Umir suggests using a folk remedy to help lower the fever and stabilize her temperature. The word folk remedy catches Tarkan off guard. He turns his eyes toward Aristine, still lying unconscious, her skin pale and ice cold. Tarkan looks away for a moment, his jaw tight, then quietly tells Umir and the maids to leave them. Once the door closes, the room goes silent, filled only by the faint crackle of the fire. He exhales, steadying himself, and starts to undress, piece by piece, until nothing is left. Aristine is still unconscious, her skin pale and cold even though she's lying right beside the fireplace. When Tarkan touches her, his chest tightens. Her body feels icy against his warm fingers. His face heats up immediately, but he pushes through the embarrassment. Determined to help her, he gently undoes the ribbon of her robe, then pulls her close, wrapping both of them under the blanket. The so-called folk remedy begins. Even as he holds her, his mind is restless. Why does she push herself so hard? Why does she always draw that line between them? Always smiling like she's fine, always keeping him at a distance, even when he only wants to help? He brushes a few strands of her damp hair from her face, staring at her softly. Every time she forces that smile, something inside him burns, something raw and dangerous. That beast-like part of him wants to break through her calm, to make her see him, to claim her completely. They share meals. They sleep in the same bed. They talk and meet each other's eyes. But somehow, when it truly matters, Aristine treats him like a stranger. Yet now, holding her like this, with her whole body pressed against his, for once it feels like he's crossed that invisible line. Like he's finally within her walls. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in her dream, Aristine is having the time of her life. It's a sunny day at the beach, waves glittering under the light. She's laughing with her friends, happily munching on her favorite pineapple pizza. Everything feels perfect, except she suddenly feels really hot. Then a giant turtle appears and calls out to her. She climbs onto its back and sighs in comfort as they float on the calm sea. The turtle's shell feels soft yet firm, and she absent-mindedly kneads it, giggling as the turtle shudders each time she does. Back in reality, the soft and firm shell she's touching isn't a turtle at all. It's Tarkin's chest. Still half dreaming, Aristine keeps patting him absent-mindedly. Something about the warmth and shape feels strangely familiar. Then, like a light flicking on, realization hits. She opens her eyes and instantly freezes, right in front of her. Tarkin, half covered, trying and failing to hide his completely red face with his arm. Aristine's brain short-circuits. Her eyes go wide, cheeks burning hot. What the hell is going on? When Tarkin notices she's awake, he tells her to stop touching him and put her clothes back on. Aristine glances down, realizes the situation, and lets out a scream that could probably be heard across the palace. She yanks the blanket up to her chin, accusing him of being a total pervert. In a panic, she pulls the blanket fully toward herself, leaving Tarkin completely uncovered. But she doesn't care. As far as she's concerned, he deserves it. Outside, her loud voice makes Umir rush in without a second thought. What she walks into, though, nearly stops her heart. Tarkin is hovering over Aristine, who's clutching the blanket to her chest with teary eyes, calling out Umir's name like a victim in distress. Instant misunderstanding. Umir's fury ignites instantly. She snaps at Tarkin, saying Aristine is sick and needs medical rest, not whatever this looks like. Tarkin tries to defend himself, insisting it was the folk remedy, that he's innocent. Aristine, still flustered, can't help but question what kind of remedy that even is. Putting his robe back on, Tarkin looks exhausted. He reminds her that she passed out in the bath from overwork and cold exposure. He leaned closer, explaining that he was just trying to warm her up, literally. And what does he get in return? Being called a pervert. He sighs, placing his forehead gently against hers. He mutters that she has a weird sleeping habit and that she's the real pervert here. That shuts her up real quick. Her face turns bright red again, both from embarrassment and indignation. She knows she misunderstood, but still, it's not fair. How else was she supposed to interpret waking up like that? Umir just sighs, trying to calm her down, reminding her she's still recovering and needs rest. And just like that, the chaos in the royal bedroom fades into a heavy, awkward silence, one that neither of them really knows how to handle. Aristine is supposed to be resting in her room after catching a cold, but of course that doesn't stop her from doing paperwork on her bed. She's right in the middle of handing a document to her maid so it can be sent to Ritrin when Umir swoops in, full of fury, telling her to put everything down and rest properly. Work can wait. Aristine tries to explain, because this breakthrough she had after sifting through her past life memories really needs to be tested ASAP. But before she can defend herself, Tarkin chimes in, cool as ever, peeling an apple like some calm fruit ninja. He agrees with Umir, saying resting is also part of her job. That makes Aristine blush. She glances at him, then quickly looks away, muttering an obedient little, okay. Naturally, that sets Umir off. She gets all pouty, offended that Aristine listens to Tarkin but not her. So now Umir starts arguing with Tarkin, insisting that she's in charge of Aristine's care and that he should back off. Tarkin, still chill, reminds her not to raise her voice because it could disturb the patient. And just like that, it escalates into a hushed battle over who gets to take care of Aristine. Aristine has to jump in and tell them to keep it down. They're the ones who said she needs rest, right? Cue awkward silence, followed by more bickering, just in whisper mode this time. She lets it happen. Honestly, she's too tired to deal with their drama. Then come the three wings. Macaulay shows up with a slightly red face, Durante's his usual calm self, and Jack looks genuinely worried as he asks how she's doing. Meanwhile, Tarkin and Umir are still at it in the corner, probably arguing about the correct temperature of soup or something. Aristine thanks the trio and assures them she'll be fine with a little more rest, but something feels off. Macaulay seems fidgety, his face a bit pink. She asks if something's wrong. Macaulay, looking like a guilty bear caught stealing honey, says it's nothing, but Jack nudges him to stop being shy and show what he brought. Turns out Macaulay brought flowers, a fresh bouquet. He shyly explains he couldn't show up empty-handed to visit someone who's sick. He hands her the bouquet with a stammered wish for her recovery. Aristine is touched. Umir, of course, is impressed. Everyone beams when Aristine smiles genuinely while holding the bouquet. But then she drops a bomb. It's her first time receiving flowers from a man. Instantly, all eyes turn to Tarkin, shocked. Tarkin looks like he just got smacked in the face by a lightning bolt. Jack's stunned. Macaulay starts to panic. Umir is barely holding back laughter. Jack lowers his voice and grills Tarkin. How could he never give Aristine flowers? Durante, ever the chaos instigator, offers to kill Macaulay so Tarkin can reclaim the title of first man to give flowers. Macaulay protests, flailing beside him, yelling about how he's innocent and still very much alive. Aristine, meanwhile, is busy treasuring her first bouquet. She wants to arrange them herself, put them in a vase, soak up the joy. The background chaos? Completely ignored. As she walks with her maid, the girl expresses concern. Aristine feels a gentle warmth bloom in her chest. These people are just so sweet. She only caught a cold, but they treat her like she's made of glass. It makes her heart feel all warm and fuzzy, like a cotton blanket fresh from the sun. She sneaks a glance at Tarkin. Their eyes meet. They both freeze. She quickly turns away, face flushing. She still can't look him in the eye after last night. It was just first aid. She shouldn't misread his kindness. After all, she believes he already has someone he loves. Tarkin stands and walks over, offering to carry her if she's not feeling well. She awkwardly declines, saying she's fine, cheeks still burning. But Tarkin says that from now on, she has to tell him anytime she's unwell, even if it's just a paper cut. That kind of gentleness hits Aristine hard. He's so kind, even to someone he finds annoying. She starts overthinking. What is going on in his head? She wants to analyze him, pick apart every thought. She wants to ask why he's treating her this way, but she's also scared to hear the answer. Deep down, she doesn't think she deserves it, but she's also kind of melting. She reminds herself she has more important things to worry about, like solving the iron issue. But the more she tries to push Tarkin from her mind, the more he shows up. And now here he is, holding a spoonful of soup, trying to feed her. Her face turns crimson. And yeah, his chest is out again. Irigoyen clothes really don't believe in modesty, do they? She quickly eats from the spoon, trying to block all thoughts of pecs and skin. Jack and Macaulay take the hint and decide to leave. Umir, however, looks like she wants to snatch the spoon and feed Aristine herself. Then something unexpected happens. Macaulay pauses at the door, eyes wide. Diona is there. Her face is pale. She's frozen, watching Tarkin take care of Aristine. Apparently the maid told her she couldn't come in, but she did anyway. Her voice trembles as she asks what's going on. Tarkin turns to her, expression unreadable as ever. For Diona, the only reason she's been able to stay by Tarkin's side all this time is because she's always respected his boundaries. It's not just about being Chantra's sister. She's earned that spot through hard work and dedication. So when she hears the rumor that Aristine fainted from overworking and that Tarkin is now personally nursing her back to health, she's completely thrown off. Tarkin? That cold-hearted man? Taking care of someone himself? It doesn't make sense. Her heart starts racing with anxiety, but she tries to calm herself down, brushing it off as something shallow, maybe just lust between them. Because for her, just being able to look at Tarkin was enough. She knows how deeply haunted he is by the past. How distant, how indifferent to women, to the point of cruelty. She's always believed that someday he would come to her. But now, what she sees with her own two eyes feels like a slap in the face. It's nothing like what she imagined. Jealousy is burning inside her. If Tarkin ever gives his heart to someone, it should be her, the one who stood by him all these years. She's worked so hard to be someone worthy of standing next to him. But the scene unfolding in front of her eyes? It's all wrong. Her whole body trembles as she tries to keep her emotions in check. Tarkin's cold tone snaps her back. He scolds her for not giving a proper greeting. Diona stumbles a little, bows, and greets them with an unsteady voice. But Tarkin stays icy as ever, asking why she's here. He's clearly irritated, and she knows it. Tarkin hates having his personal space invaded. Then, just like that, he turns back to Aristine, asking if she wants more soup. Aristine suddenly looks uneasy. Tarkin notices and asks if she's feeling unwell, but Aristine is actually trying to signal him, to comfort Diona, who clearly misunderstood the situation. But Tarkin misreads her signals and bluntly tells Diona to leave if her presence is making Aristine uncomfortable. Of course, Aristine immediately denies that. Tarkin assumes Diona must be there to see the three warriors, so he tells her to just take them and go. But Diona expects this kind of treatment. She's used to it. Forcing a smile, she says she only came to check on Aristine. Aristine finds it odd, since they're not close at all, but she thanks her politely and says she's feeling much better now. That just makes things worse. Diona's twisted thoughts take it as a subtle way of pushing her out. There's a sharp edge to Diona's voice now, and Aristine picks up on it. Maybe she's angry because she feels like a third wheel in her own relationship. Aristine didn't want to be in that position, so she tries again, dropping a hint to Tarkin that he should spend some time alone with Diona. She even thanks him for taking care of her and says she'll repay him later. But Tarkin snaps. The way Aristine keeps treating his actions like some favor she needs to repay, it bothers him. Now Aristine's confused. Why is Tarkin mad at her too? She feels like she's stuck between the two of them, like a punching bag. Is this a couples fight? Or some weird ploy to make each other jealous? With everything going on, the Iron Crisis, the drama, she touches her forehead, overwhelmed. She glances at Durante, who's been quietly watching nearby. He gives her a soft smile and a little nod, and somehow she gets what it means. It's okay to trust herself. Aristine realizes Tarkin won't go and comfort Diona, and she assumes the warriors must already know about their relationship. So she speaks up, trying to clear things up. She tells Diona that there's absolutely nothing going on between her and Diona's lover. Diona flinches at that. Her face freezes. She stammers, pretending she doesn't understand, insisting she only came out of concern, just like Aristine did for her before. She tries to shift the mood and acts innocent, saying she just wanted to repay the kindness. But when Aristine asks again, Diona's expression gives her away, even if her words don't. Aristine decides to be honest. If she were in Diona's shoes, she'd be boiling with frustration too. This is already the third time Diona's come to her in person. At the wedding, after the scandal about the broken bed, and now. Every time it's been about Tarkin. She sighs, realizing Diona's so-called concern is just a cover. Her face said it all when she saw Tarkin earlier. So Aristine starts explaining why Tarkin is taking care of her, but she hates it. It feels like making excuses. She even tries to reassure Diona that Tarkin and Diona are the ones who have something real. She, on the other hand, is just Tarkin's partner. A bit of a handful, she admits. Diona flinches at that, but oddly, she looks a little flattered too. Aristine hates this whole situation, but she puts on a smile and tells her to rest easy. But Umir, who's been there the whole time, doesn't agree. She's confused. She blurts out that the one who shares a real bond with Tarkan is Aristine, not Diona. And then she casually drops a bomb. They spent the night cuddling, naked. Diona's entire body freezes. Aristine's eyes widen in panic. Umir is basically dumping gasoline on the fire. Diona stammers, asking Umir why there was cuddling when Aristine fainted from overwork. Umir, with a mischievous grin, explains the hypothermia situation, the skin-to-skin body heat thing, and then keeps going, adding spicy details. Something about how the two are a married couple full of passion. Diona's brain just shuts down. All she can think of is Tarkan, who never lets anyone get that close, suddenly breaking all his rules with Aristine. Tarkan finally speaks up, snapping her back to reality. He says this whole conversation has taken a weird turn. Diona panics and moves toward him, trying to explain. But Mukali steps in and blocks her path. She stops, trembling. Why is Mukali getting in her way? Tarkan turns to Aristine and asks why she felt the need to explain everything to Diona, as if she's making excuses. Aristine says it's because it's unfair to Diona. Diona, now desperate, tries to stop her from going on, but Aristine speaks her mind. She says Tarkan and Diona are lovers. Diona has always been special to him. She even mentions how she heard the queen recognize Diona as his future wife. Tarkan just stares at her, stunned. His expression says everything. Tarkan isn't the only one stunned. The whole room falls silent, all eyes snapping toward Diona. She starts trembling, sweat trickling down her face as she tries to hold herself together. Tarkan shoots her a sharp look, clearly demanding an explanation. Still shaking, Diona insists she never said anything. That's when Durante finally speaks up. He's been holding it in, but now he can't anymore. He calls her out for lying to Tarkan, saying he saw and heard everything himself. He tells her to come clean. What exactly did she say to Aristine on the morning of the wedding? Diona's voice wavers as she tries to twist the story, acting like she's the one being framed by Durante and Aristine. Her response catches both of them off guard. In desperation, she looks to Mukali, hoping he'll back her up. But Mukali's face says it all. He's furious. He tells her to tell the truth or he'll spill everything she said about Aristine. Now cornered, Diona stumbles. She's drenched in sweat, clearly panicking. Deep down, she knows what she did was wrong, but after everything, her effort, her struggles, her obsession with becoming the ideal woman for Tarkan, she just can't admit it. Instead, she plays the victim, acting like she's being unfairly attacked. Umir lets out a whistle, watching the drama unfold. Then she casually sums up everything Diona's done, warning Aristine on her wedding day, pushing her to the edge until she had to be consoled. She points out how Diona always acts like she's the one who suffered, crying like she's the only victim, when it's Aristine who actually went through hell. Diona, still teary-eyed, keeps making excuses. She brings up Aristine's background, how she's from an enemy country and this is just a political marriage. She claims Tarkan shouldn't give his heart to someone like that, someone who doesn't even know him. She believes she's the one who's always been closest to him. Everyone said she was the one most suited to Tarkan, at least until Aristine showed up. Raising her voice, Diona insists that she'll end up by Tarkan's side in the end anyway. So what's the harm in people finding out a bit early? She says she's guilty of nothing but love, because everything she did out of love for Tarkan. Okay, calm down, Delulu princess. But Tarkan's face doesn't soften one bit. If anything, he looks even more furious. He says she's tarnishing her brother's honor. His gaze pierces right through her as he declares that to him, she's nothing more than the sister of his most trusted warrior. No more, no less. He says she's insulted his wife, and even her life wouldn't be enough to make up for it. And the only reason he's not throwing her in prison right now is out of respect for her brother. Tears stream down Diona's face. She finally confesses her feelings, saying she never wanted things to go down like this. She worked so hard to become the perfect lady for him. So why can't he see her? Watching it all, Aristine finally realizes it. Diona and Tarkin were never in love. Hearing Diona talk about working so hard to be noticed, Aristine remembers her younger self. She also thought she had to push herself beyond limits to earn someone's affection. But no matter how hard she tried, some things just couldn't be forced. Some lines couldn't be crossed. So she understands Diona's pain. She sympathizes with her, quietly offering her empathy. But instead of gratitude, Diona snaps at her, screaming that she doesn't want pity and telling Aristine to stay out of it while she's talking to Tarkin. Mukali slaps Diona right in front of everyone. Mukali, you legend. He's had enough. He tells her love isn't a free pass to hurt people. She's been lying, creating drama, and driving a wedge between Tarkin and Aristine. And yet she acts like she's done nothing wrong. He demands she apologize. Diona clutches her cheek, red and stinging, and yells that she refuses to apologize. Seeing the scene spiral, Tarkin decides he's done wasting time. He orders the warriors to take Diona away, and he warns her, don't ever come near his wife again. Aristine, meanwhile, is still frozen. Everything just happened so fast, she doesn't know what to say. Tarkin walks up to her, telling her straight up, he has no relationship with Diona. She's never been special to him. There's never been passion, affection, or even a thought of her as a future wife. Not even his mother ever considered it. Diona hears every word, and her face turns red from a mix of rage and humiliation. Aristine lowers her head, admitting she used to think Diona and Tarkin were in love. They always seemed close. But she realizes now what she saw back then was only a small part of Tarkin. She didn't know the full story. She even thought about using that perceived closeness as a bargaining chip once. The thought makes her feel a little ashamed. Suddenly, Tarkin pulls Aristine closer by the waist. He looks straight into her eyes and tells her firmly, he's never had feelings for Diona. Not in the past, not now, not ever. She'll never be special to him. He says this loud and clear, right in front of Diona, whose heart doesn't just break, it shatters into pieces. And it's all her own doing. With that same serious gaze, Tarkin cups Aristine's face and says the only one he married is her. Aristine blushes, her heart fluttering from the intensity of his words. Now that Aristine knows Diona's not Tarkin's lover, it hits her like a breath of fresh spring air. Oddly enough, that thought alone feels comforting. And she's not even sure why. Meanwhile, behind them, Diona keeps causing a scene. Sobbing, shouting, denying everything. Still trying to break free from Durante and Mukali's hold like she's some misunderstood victim. Umir, fed up with the drama, fires a sharp remark. She says Diona's been clinging to Tarkin all this time by using her brother's name, and now her true colors are finally showing. Diona, of course, loses it even more. She rants about everything she's sacrificed and how she's shocked to be treated this way by people she thought were on her side. But Umir doesn't budge. She tells Mukali to take Diona away. Right now, Aristine's recovery is what matters most. So Durante and Jack end up dragging Diona out because she refuses to go quietly. Even while struggling, she shamelessly keeps calling out Tarkin's name like he's going to come save her. Mukali, clearly upset and disappointed, turns to Aristine and bows deeply, apologizing for all the trouble. That makes Aristine pause for a moment. Why is Mukali apologizing? Still bowing, Mukali says it's his fault for not raising Diona properly. His anger turns into guilt as he remembers all the lies she told him, the ones he believed before getting to know Aristine. He apologizes again before walking off, looking completely defeated. A little while later, back at Tarkin's palace, the news spreads like wildfire. Everyone's talking about how Diona snapped. Some are cursing her, others just can't believe it. Aristine listens to it all from her office, realizing how fast gossip travels in this place. After the outburst, Diona's officially banned from Tarkin's palace. Tarkin wanted to go even further, but when Aristine heard about Chantra, Diona's brother and Mukali's comrade, she convinced him to settle for house arrest instead. Truth is, Aristine never really hated Diona. Maybe because she always saw Diona as more of a negotiation tool to get to Tarkin. But now, when she remembers Tarkin saying, "You're the one I married," it stirs something. She doesn't quite know what she's feeling, but she knows this isn't the time to get distracted. She still has to deal with the whole pig iron monopoly situation. So she throws herself into work. She writes down her strategy based on what she saw with her Monarch sight, but it ends up taking longer than expected. When she finally finishes, she hands the plan over to Richrin. His eyes light up while reading it. He's clearly impressed and even praises her idea, surprised that she managed to come up with it while still recovering. Aristine just wants to know if it's doable. Richrin says it is, but then hesitates when she asks about the timeline. He explains that to finish it on time, they'll need help from the Mage Tower to build a high-heat device, and that'll require A-grade natural magic crystals. The problem is, those kinds of crystals only come from the Calendula mine or the newly discovered Hyeln mine. Aristine knows what that means. Calendula belongs to the Queen's family, and Hyeln is managed by Hamir. Richrin starts to look worried. They won't be able to get either easily. But Aristine smiles. The Hyeln mine might be under Hamir's management, but it's still a national project. The final say belongs to the king. Richrin's surprised. He realizes she's planning to go straight to the top. Aristine tells him to contact the Mage Tower and get started. She'll handle the king. Even if His Majesty has been supportive of her scalpel business, magic crystals are another level. She has to prove her project is worth more than whatever Hamir's offering. Meanwhile, in Tarkin's office, the mood is gloomy. His staff tiptoe around him, thinking he's still furious about the Diona situation. But truth is, Tarkin can't stop thinking about something else. The moment Aristine asked him about the lover he mentioned on their wedding night, and he couldn't answer. He was stunned. Back then, he thought it didn't matter if he had a lover or not. He always believed he'd just keep that girl in his heart quietly. But now, when he finally wanted to explain, Umir barged in, furious. She said the problem wasn't just Diona, but also Tarkin for not being clear about his feelings. Then she kicked him out, declaring that guys who leave women hanging just make things worse. As Aristine's physician, she said he was officially off limits. Right after that, Aristine peeked through the door and told him not to worry. She'd take care of the pig iron issue herself. She thanked him for staying by her side and then calmly said, "You can go now." Tarkin was floored. Now, back in his office, he sighs, loud and heavy. Jack sighs too, just as dramatically. Turns out he's been beating himself up for not realizing Diona's true nature sooner. As the sharpest strategist in Tarkin's palace, he can't believe he missed it while Mukali figured it out. It's eating him up inside. He even starts lightly banging his forehead on the desk in frustration. Jack mutters that maybe he should just go back to the front lines. He's lost all confidence in his strategies. Tarkin doesn't answer. He's deep in thought, trying to figure out why he couldn't respond to Aristine's question right away. Then it clicks. He finally understands why. He's in love with her. When he says it out loud, his staff jump in surprise. Tarkin looks confused. What? Was it that obvious? Apparently, yes. Everyone's known for a while. Tarkin's the only one who didn't. Jack bursts out laughing, all his self-doubt instantly vanishing. Aristine requests an audience with King Nepthur to secure the magic crystals, and luckily, he grants it right away. She's led into what looks like a game room. Pretty casual, and it seems like the king has just been playing cards with his subordinate. When the king sees her, he greets her warmly, and she responds with polite grace. The conversation starts off lightly with him asking about her health. Aristine downplays it, saying it's nothing worth worrying about. But the king gently insists that it's only natural for a parent to worry about their child, even if it's just a minor cough. That unexpected warmth from him touches her. Deep inside, she feels this unfamiliar, ticklish flutter, like a spring breeze in her chest, and can't help but blush. She's not used to being cared for like this. She remembers how desperate she was the first time she approached him, feeding him just to win his favor. Back then, it was all about strategy and survival. But now, it's different. She's more relaxed, yet more flustered. This time it actually feels real, like a daughter being looked after by a father figure. Noticing her bashfulness, the king smiles. She really just looks like an ordinary girl right now. No one would guess she's a sharp businesswoman and a skilled politician. Then the king casually brings up the issues surrounding her scalpel business, catching her slightly off guard. Still, she confidently assures him she has it under control. The king assumes she's here to ask for help regarding the pig iron monopoly. But instead, Aristine throws a curveball. She asks for permission to purchase magic crystals. As always, her unexpected request throws the king off. He reminds her that the authority over that belongs to Hamir. But Aristine calmly points out that Hamir's authority is something the king entrusted to him in the first place. Rather than give an answer right away, the king changes the subject, asking if she knows how to play cards. Aristine admits she's never played before, though she understands the rules. The king gestures for a new deck and invites her to play. She's a little puzzled by this sudden shift, but joins him at the table. As they start playing, the king brings the conversation back to the crystals, asking why she needs them. After all, scalpels and magic crystals don't exactly go hand in hand. Aristine explains how they're key to solving the pig iron shortage. The king nods thoughtfully, noting how valuable magic crystals are. Many nobles have already sided with Hamir to gain access to them. If he grants her request, it could cost Hamir an ally. Is that her plan? While juggling the card game and her answers, Aristine stays composed. She knows this is more than a friendly match. It's a way for the king to feel her out. But she doesn't flinch. She tells him straight. Harming Prince Hamir would only create a bigger mess. She's not interested in petty political revenge. All she wants is to fix the pig iron problem. The king watches her carefully as she raises her bet. He matches her move, amused and intrigued. As the game continues, he studies her style. Whether she plays safe or takes big risks, how she reacts to pressure, how she calls or raises her bets. And what he sees is impressive. Even without experience, Aristine plays with calm confidence. Her moves are logical, her risks calculated. She doesn't fall for bluffs, nor does she make sloppy ones herself. Her image remains spotless. He's genuinely surprised and asks if this is really her first time playing. Aristine avoids his gaze, feeling a little guilty. The truth is, her monarch's sight had just activated on the water's surface of a nearby vase, revealing all his cards. It's pure luck, and it feels a bit unfair. She memorizes the order of his cards, and now she knows what's coming next. Victory should be easy. But then her sight cuts out before showing the final card. Now she's stuck. Should she win or lose? Winning might make the king feel insulted, like a beginner just bested him, and he might reject her request out of pride. But if he's the one who suggested the game, does that mean winning earns his approval? She's not sure. The stakes are delicate. The king notices her hesitation. Taking a breath, Aristine decides to stop relying on her sight. She trusts her own read of the king. Before she even sees her next card, she goes all in. That alone stuns the king and his subordinate. She follows it up with a bold claim that she'll win. She trusts the king will recognize her sincerity. She even throws in a cheeky challenge, suggesting she could back down and give him an out if he wants. The king is speechless. He remembers her vow to help fulfill Irugo's dream and sees this moment as her putting everything on the line, not with strategy, but with heart. He finds her boldness refreshing. Time and again, Aristine surprises him with choices he doesn't expect. She's someone who's actually fulfilled his wishes in ways no one else could. How could he not treasure her? The king admits he's truly enjoying this game. It's been a while since anything thrilled him like this. When Aristine walks out of the palace, she's grinning. She's relieved, proud. She remembers how the king laughed when she won, how he teased her, asking what kind of magic she used. She can't contain her happiness. She did it. She got his permission. One day, she truly believes her business will surpass Hamir's. First things first, she needs to contact Ritrin right away. But as she walks, she sees someone nearby, a man with sunlit golden hair standing in the distance. She already knows who it is. But she didn't expect to see him here. And now she wonders, what is he doing here? Right in that moment, Aristine remembers what he said the last time they met, that he wouldn't come looking for her again. So when that man with sunlit golden hair turns around and looks surprised to see her, she instantly recalls the rest of his words. If they ever meet again by chance, they should just treat it as fate and be friends. Still, bumping into him like this catches her a little off guard. Rue greets her with a wide smile, practically glowing like the sun. Aristine blinks, wondering how they managed to cross paths again like this. She greets him back casually, even calling him Mr. Gigolo. Rue chuckles and bows, asking if she really prefers to call him that. He reminds her of their little agreement. If fate brought them together again, they'd be friends. The word friends makes Aristine glance away, her cheeks turning just a bit pink. She doesn't say anything yet. Rue, of course, keeps going. He says friends are a gift from the heavens, meant to meet again. As he gently picks a flower petal that landed on Aristine's head, he tells her he had a feeling they'd see each other again soon, though he didn't expect it to be today. The way Rue acts only makes Aristine more convinced that he really does come off like a gigolo. She finally calls him by his name and asks what he's doing here. Rue blushes a little and admits that he likes the way she says his name. Aristine gets chills, not in a good way. She's starting to think her second new friend might be a little full of himself. Meanwhile, Rue's right-hand man, his aide, is standing behind Aristine, frozen in panic. His face goes pale. What on earth is Hamir doing here? He knows his boss is playful, but this is insane. Aristine, still trying to process how this new friend seems to enjoy hearing his own name, doesn't notice anything yet. Rue, aka Hamir, sneaks a glance at his aide and subtly waves him off with a signal to leave and stay quiet. Suddenly, Aristine turns around like she sensed something. Rue asks if something's wrong, and she tells him she thought she saw someone. Rue just shrugs and says he didn't notice anything. Then, with a smile, Rue offers his hand. He says the King's Garden is famous for its beauty, and asks her to take a walk with him, to celebrate this little twist of fate. But Aristine doesn't take his hand right away. She just stares at him, thinking about everything he's been saying. After a pause, she finally places her hand in his, but calmly reminds him, this isn't destiny. They're just friends. Meanwhile, back where Tarkin is, things are chaotic in a different way. The moment he realizes he's in love with Aristine, Jack bursts out laughing. Tarkin smacks him on the head. Not only is Jack already bleeding, now he's got a fresh bump to deal with. Jack puts on a serious face and starts analyzing the whole situation. He points out that Aristine clearly doesn't know how Tarkin feels. So of course, Jack decides it's time for him to step in and help. Tarkin doesn't seem totally convinced, but he listens anyway. As Jack brags about himself like he's some kind of love expert, Tarkin, deep down, admits that, yeah, he probably needs help. Aristine doesn't realize his feelings, and she's drawn a clear line between them. Probably because of that dumb thing he said about having a lover. Even though he cleared it up and explained Diona isn't his lover, he hesitated too long, and now everything's complicated. He wants to fix things, but Aristine is busy with her royal meetings. Tarkin looks frustrated. Jack tries to get him to relax. He suggests making Aristine realize her own feelings too. Jack says they're a perfect match. Ever since Aristine met Tarkin, she seems happier. Jack thinks they should set the mood, make things romantic, highlight what Aristine likes about Tarkin. The only problem? Tarkin has zero experience with romance. He seriously starts thinking about what Aristine likes, aside from sweets and business talk. Slowly, his hand goes to his chest. Maybe she likes his chest? Turns out, she really might. Because right now, Aristine is blushing while staring at Rue's chest, thinking there's no way someone that fit is just an attendant. Rue notices her expression and starts to worry. Is he walking too fast? But actually, it's the opposite. Aristine thinks his pace is perfect. Not too fast, not too slow. Smooth. Natural. She smiles, remembering how awkward she felt walking next to Tarkin in the beginning, like a cicada clinging for dear life to a tall tree. Suddenly, she snaps out of it and turns to Rue, asking what exactly he does that lets him stroll into the king's gardens so freely. Rue seems slightly thrown by the question, but calmly says he works in administration. Aristine follows up, asking which family he belongs to. Rue smiles gently and tells her his family probably shouldn't get too close to hers. That raises a few eyebrows in Aristine's head. Is he working with the queen or something? Rue asks if she wants to know more about him, but Aristine shakes her head. She says it's not necessary. They don't need to know everything about each other to be friends. Rue looks genuinely touched, saying he'll remember those words. Then he turns the tables and asks why Aristine came to see the king. He says she doesn't have to answer if she's uncomfortable, but Aristine says it's okay. Right before she left the game room, she saw the king writing a decree. So it'll be public knowledge soon anyway. She tells him she asked for permission to buy magic crystals. That stops Rue cold. He freezes for a second before asking for confirmation. Aristine leans in toward a blooming flower and softly says she needs them urgently. Rue asks why she didn't go through Prince Hamir, since he's the one managing the crystals. Aristine turns to him, looking confused. With a disappointed expression, Rue wonders aloud. If that was her request, why didn't she just ask Hamir directly? Aristine looks at him, puzzled. She shoots the question right back. Does he really think Prince Hamir would agree to sell her the magic crystals if she asked? She can't help but wonder why Rue suddenly looks so disappointed. But Rue avoids her gaze and mutters something about how it depends on the approach. Maybe Prince Hamir would have made a different call. That only raises more questions in Aristine's mind. The way Rue responds, it's like he knows Hamir personally. Rue stiffens the moment she points that out, but instead of answering, he flashes his usual sunny smile and quickly changes the topic. He asks what else she did with the king. Aristine catches the subject shift immediately, but goes along with it. She says she played cards with the king, and it was actually kind of fun. When Rue asks if she won, Aristine just smirks and tells him to guess. Rue smiles knowingly. Of course she did. He steps a little closer, gently plucks a flower petal from her hair, and casually suggests that she should play cards with him next time. A little later, Aristine and Ritrin arrive at a massive site near the edge of Tarkin's palace grounds. Ritrin informs her that everything's ready to go. They just need the magic crystals now. Aristine is a bit surprised things moved so fast. Ritrin explains that the mages have been working nonstop. Plus, well, money gets things done faster. The furnace they've built is an upgraded version of the current model, made to generate stronger, more concentrated heat. It's Aristine's way to solve the ongoing iron supply issue. Since they can't import new iron, they'll just recycle what they already have. In Arugo, a country rich in resources, recycling isn't something people think about. So this whole idea is kind of revolutionary. Ritrin is blown away, not just by the idea of using scrap metal, but by how advanced the whole process is. Aristine adapted the method from her previous life, where they used electricity. But here, they'll rely on the best magic crystals they can get to generate the crazy high heat they need. Suddenly, someone rushes in with big news. The magic crystals have arrived. Both Aristine and Ritrin are shocked. Even with the teleportation portal, this was lightning fast. They rush over to check them out. The moment Aristine sees the crystals, she's awestruck. She can literally hear the soft resonance that only top-tier crystals produce. There's no doubt. These are the real deal. She quietly notes to herself that the king must have pulled some serious strings to make this happen. She'll have to thank him later. But then the servant who brought the magic crystals flinches. He nervously clarifies that the crystals didn't come from the king. They're from the Hyeln mine, hand-delivered by none other than Prince Hamir. Now Aristine's stunned. Prince Hamir sent these himself? Her mind races. What's going on here? The queen is out there sabotaging her, and yet her own son is lending a hand? What kind of game are they playing? The servant continues. Hamir also asked him to deliver a message. He looks forward to seeing her at the banquet and wishes her success in her work. He also apologizes for missing her wedding. Aristine tells him to thank Prince Hamir on her behalf. The upcoming banquet is an official event, one that will bring together all the royal family members of Irugo. It's meant to celebrate Prince Hamir's return. She figures maybe she'll get a better read on him there. But for now, she has bigger things to focus on. She quickly orders Ritrin to notify the mages. The crystals are here. Once the mages get started, it's like magic. Literally. They begin channeling the energy from the crystals, and both Aristine and Ritrin can't take their eyes off it. They silently pray everything goes smoothly. And then finally, the furnace comes alive. The flames roar and cheers erupt. The scalpel production can finally resume. Ritrin can barely contain his excitement. "We did it," he exclaims. But when he turns to Aristine, she doesn't shout. Her expression says it all, like she's finally breathing after holding it in too long. He chuckles, suggesting that she should head back to the palace early and get some rest. But the second she hears that, Aristine freezes. Her body tenses, and Ritrin can't figure out why. She suddenly bolts, muttering something about having more work to do. Lately, Aristine's been staying later and later at work. It's easier to bury herself in tasks than deal with personal stuff. That night, as she tries to sneak back home, one of the maids catches her mid-tiptoe, slippers in hand. Aristine jumps, clearly not expecting to be spotted. She makes up a reason, says she's just been super busy, and casually asks about Tarkin. The maid tells her Tarkin went to bed early. Aristine nods like that's the perfect excuse and continues to sneak quietly, not wanting to wake him up. But let's be real. No matter how careful she is, there's no way someone as sharp as Tarkin doesn't notice her. She creeps into their dark bedroom without turning on the lights, feeling her way to the bed. Then she hears his voice. "You're late." She jumps. He's already awake. Aristine apologizes, explaining that work kept her out. But Tarkin isn't having it. He mumbles that maybe she should just marry her job instead. Oof. Yeah, he's mad. Big time. Aristine tries to explain herself, rattling off excuses, and suddenly realizes she sounds like a spouse trying to talk their way out of trouble. And honestly, it's not like she doesn't know what she's doing. Ever since he took care of her when she was sick, she's been low-key avoiding him. Every time she looks at him, she feels something stir inside her. It's confusing. As she lies next to him in bed, fidgeting slightly, Aristine starts to wonder what's wrong with her. Is she the weird one here? She was fine before. Why is she suddenly so hyper-aware of him? She tries to push the thoughts away and focus on something. Anything. Pure. Meanwhile, Tarkin silently sits up behind her, staring at her back. His pouty, sulky energy is off the charts. He's definitely not over it. Aristine can feel it. Tarkin's eyes are on her, staring so intensely it's like he's willing her not to sleep. She turns around, ready to tell him to stop and just go to bed. But the moment her eyes adjust to the dim moonlight, she freezes. His figure becomes clearer in the dark. The moonlight gently outlines his face. He looks sulky, his cheeks slightly red. But what completely throws her off is what he's wearing. He's in see-through mesh. Her face instantly lights up like fire, and she blurts out, accusing him of being completely shameless for dressing like that. The next morning, Aristine takes drastic measures. She puts a sign outside the door banning Tarkin from entering until she's done working. Tarkin stands outside the door, slumped forward with his forehead resting against it, completely deflated. Jack is next to him, watching the sad scene unfold. In his despair, Tarkin mutters that he thought Aristine liked his chest. Jack lets out a soft sigh, sympathizing, but gently points out there's a line between sexy and straight-up indecent. Tarkin's had enough. He smacks Jack without hesitation. He vents that things are only getting worse. Aristine is avoiding him more than ever, though at least he hasn't been exiled to a separate room, just demoted to the sofa. Jack apologizes for the bad advice, but Tarkin admits it wasn't entirely useless. He remembers how flustered Aristine looked that night, cheeks flushed and all. It was honestly adorable. At the very least, now she knows how he feels. Jack, meanwhile, shivers a little. He senses mischief in the air. Then Jack changes the subject, handing over some documents. Tarkin reads them and raises his brows in surprise. He glances at the signage on the door again and grins. That ridiculous sign? Yeah, it won't be there for long. Elsewhere in the palace, the king meets with the queen. He brings up a new issue, the steel supply chain and some suspicious rumors. Apparently, Duke Skeela's been buying up massive amounts of iron. Instead of helping stabilize the economy, he's making the market worse. With a sharp, piercing stare, the king tells the queen to explain herself and to summon her father to the palace immediately. The queen's clearly on edge. Her entire iron monopoly scheme is starting to backfire hard. Even though Aristine's team had been using scrap metal, they still needed a certain amount of pig iron to make scalpels. It basically became a race. Either the queen gives up first, or Aristine runs out of iron. That standoff drags on until the king finally summons Duke Skeela and slaps him with a fine. That changes everything. Now, the tide is clearly turning in Aristine's favor. Still, the queen's faction doesn't back down quietly. They may be wounded, but they're not out. At a bar, things are heating up in a different way. One customer's ranting at the top of his lungs. He says iron should go towards swords, not scalpels. That Iragoans should carry blades, not medical tools. He kicks off a whole public opinion war. He argues that regular folks don't need scalpels. They're just wasting valuable resources. Then he loudly complains to the bartender about how manufacturers are struggling to get pig iron because the princess is hoarding it for her business. Just as he's about to start spouting more nonsense, someone steps in. A man approaches and tells him to quit it. That guy's obviously an Aristine fan. Just look at his headband. And he's not alone. 3 more men from another table come over. They overheard everything, and they're not having it. The moment the ranting guy insults scalpels, they flash their own. Scalpels they actually use. They even threaten to sew the guy's mouth shut for slandering Aristine. The drunk man panics and tries to turn to the bartender for help. Big mistake. The bartender is also a fan. He points proudly to a huge Aristine poster behind him, says the guy's not getting any free dumplings anymore, and kicks him out without hesitation. Back at the palace, Aristine is in a meeting with the mages. She tells them to be on high alert. There might be people trying to stir up a hygiene controversy to discredit her scalpels. Asena tries to say something, but Aristine cuts her off. She already knows. She can feel it. That intense gaze on her back. Of course she knows. It's Tarkin, staring daggers at her from behind. She ends the meeting and tells everyone they'll continue tomorrow. As the mages file out, Asena side-eyes Tarkin's outfit and mutters that he looks like a peacock in the middle of a mating dance. Later that night, under a beautiful full moon, Aristine walks ahead while Tarkin follows a few steps behind, watching her. Finally, he breaks the silence. He asks when she's going to stop avoiding him. Aristine flinches. She denies she's been avoiding him, but deep down, she's been trying her best to stay as just his partner. Not to get caught up in the kindness he shows her. Tarkin quietly, but firmly tells her again. He has no lover. He steps closer. He clarifies. He's not involved with any woman. His voice grows clearer, closer. Aristine turns her head in surprise. She wonders, since when did they get this close? Tarkin's hand reaches out, just about to touch hers, ready to say something. And in that moment, Aristine feels something shift. If she lets him catch her now, maybe, just maybe, their relationship might turn into something completely new. Aristine looks into Tarkin's eyes and wonders, why now? Why is he saying this now? She can't hold it in. She brings up the lover he mentioned back on their wedding night. Immediately, her inner voice scolds her. You shouldn't have said that. You should have just brushed it off. Said it doesn't matter. But then Tarkin responds, calm and sincere. He says he only said that to avoid any messy emotions from the start. That catches her off guard. Her heart stumbles. Wait, did he lie because he was worried she'd fall for him? Her face twists in disbelief. In her defense, she blurts that she wanted the same thing. No love, no feelings. That's why she asked for a partnership, a deal. Her voice stammers. She can't believe that's why he lied. And now she feels angry, frustrated. She always dreamed of freedom, of making enough to gain power, of protecting herself from Sylvanus, of walking away from this marriage with her own 2 feet. That dream was carved in a cold, empty room she was locked in as a child. There was no place for love in that dream. Being loved, loving someone back, that was a fairy tale. She didn't have time for that. Survival was all that mattered. Tarkin, still standing there, continues. He tells her he never thought it'd be a problem. He's the kind of man who stands by his word. He never goes back on his decisions. And he believed this would be no different. But deep in Tarkin's heart, there's a memory. Someone from long ago. Someone who felt like both fate and a curse. The moment was brief, but the feeling stayed. It etched itself into his soul, and for years, he just accepted it. That longing, that emptiness, it was part of him. Until Aristine appeared, wearing tattered clothes yet standing so boldly. Those amethyst eyes of hers burned bright. What started as simple curiosity slowly unraveled into something more. As he got to know her stubbornness, her fire, her odd little quirks, something shifted. That girl from the past faded. And Aristine lit up his entire world. Now, looking straight at her, Tarkin admits, he never imagined a day like this would come. But she changed him. Completely. Irrevocably. He pulls her in close, tells her she's his only one, his wife, and he's her one true husband. Her cheeks flare red, but her face is full of emotions she can't sort out. Tarkin pleads, "Please say you feel the same." Aristine tries to turn away, his hand gently cupping her cheek. With a pout, she mutters, "Why would he want to hear something like that from someone as annoying as her?" That stings, but instead of backing off, Tarkin opens up. He tells her how it gnaws at him when she doesn't lean on him. How it bothers him when she tells someone else things before she tells him. How he gets restless when she comes home late. How it drives him mad when she's sick. But above all, when she draws that invisible line between them. When she pushes him away. It breaks him. He leans in, whispering all this near her ear, and it sends goosebumps down her arms. Her face turns bright red. And then, he says it. He doesn't want to hear those words just for the sake of politics. Aristine knows she should push him away. That's what she planned, right? But Tarkin pulls her closer instead, wraps her up so tight she can't escape. He begs, again. And then she sees them, his golden eyes. They shine like sunlight. And for a girl who used to crouch alone in dark, damp places, sunlight was something she thought she'd never reach. But now it's right in front of her, and she can't turn away. With her face burning, she finally closes her eyes. And quietly, she admits it. He's the one for her too. Their husband and wife. Tarkin doesn't smile, but something in his gaze sparkles even brighter than before. It's so beautiful. Aristine can't look away. The next morning, sunlight pours through the window. Tarkin's still asleep, arms wrapped around Aristine from behind, peaceful as ever. Aristine stirs. Her eyes blink open slowly, and a dazed look washes over her face. Oh no, she's fallen for it. Aristine realizes it. She's totally lost. Not in a dramatic way. It's not a battle or a strategy gone wrong. She just lost to Tarkin's unfairly charming self. And just to be clear, nothing spicy happened between them last night. Nope. He's just earned his place back in bed. No more exiled nights on the cold, lonely sofa. She's already awake, but her body's not having it. She keeps her eyes closed, pretending to still sleep because she doesn't want to leave the comfort of bed. Tarkin, still holding her, gazes at her peaceful face like it's something out of a dream. He gives her hair a gentle kiss, wraps his arms around her tighter, and lets himself melt in the warmth of that moment. Later that morning, the servants prepare their breakfast, since Aristine and Tarkin decide to eat in their chamber. Aristine's still half asleep, poking at her breakfast while Tarkan asks about her sleep with a soft smile. He's clearly happy just eating with her like this. She glances at him, a bit awkward, and suddenly gets it. So this is what marriage feels like. Waking up beside someone, having breakfast, getting asked how you slept. That's why people fall into this. And today, Tarkin's got that glow. Like, sparkling. It's almost unfair. Just looking at him makes her cheeks burn. Tarkin's already wishing this could be their everyday routine. Most of Aristine's work is settled now, so she can't exactly use busy with work as an excuse to avoid him anymore. His eyes stay on her face. There's a tiny smear of cream by her lips. He reaches for it. She jolts, instinctively stopping him, heart racing. His golden eyes meet hers, calm, curious, intense. That look, like he's studying her like prey, makes her feel all kinds of flustered. Then he swipes the cream and eats it. Tarkin's a natural-born hunter. He knows better than to charge in. Aristine's just starting to let him in, and if he pushes too fast, she'll run. But when she doesn't reject what he just did, he breathes easier. She doesn't hate it, because this is all new to her. She's not used to being cared for like this. And Tarkin? He knows he still has a long way to go to win her over. That afternoon, Aristine is alone in the palace garden, lost in her thoughts. Tarkin. He's not a rabbit. He's a fox. A sly one wearing a rabbit's skin. This morning wasn't a one-off. He's still acting strange, in a good way. He even tried feeding her, like actually putting food to her lips. The servants were stunned, just standing there blinking. But Tarkin? He owned it. I'm her husband, he said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Aristine couldn't argue, so she let it happen. At first it felt weird, uncomfortable even. But little by little, she's getting used to it. Worse, she's starting to enjoy it. She likes it. She really does. But now her brain won't stop spinning. Her plan used to be simple. Help Tarkin become king, then get her freedom through divorce. If it fails, she's either tossed aside or worse, used or killed in some political power play. This is not the time to fall in love. She knows she shouldn't let herself get comfortable with his warmth, his soft chest, his everything. But how do you resist someone who keeps pulling you closer every night? Her thoughts cut off when someone calls out to her. It's Rue. Not surprising. This little forest corner in the king's garden is a secret spot he once showed her. Perfect for hiding away from the world. After everything, her attendants have been overly protective, so she sneaks off here when she needs real alone time. But Rue? He doesn't treat her like glass. He respects her status but talks to her like she's normal. Just Aristine. That matters more than he probably knows. While playing a game, Rue casually congratulates her for turning the pig iron shortage into a win. It's a compliment, and she takes it. She gives credit to the magic crystals arriving just in time, thanks to Prince Hamir, though she still doesn't get why he helped. Then Rue asks if she made a lot of money from it. And that question catches her off guard. Her body stiffens, a visible flinch. She confesses. She's actually in debt. Rue can't believe what he just hears. How is the wife of a man with a successful business broke? Completely baffled, Rue blurts out if she at least asked Tarkin for help. Aristine shakes her head. Not even once. She shrugs it off with a light smile, assuring him it's not that serious. She knows exactly how Tarkin would respond anyway. He'd just tell her to start another business under his name. Trying to keep the mood light, Aristine reveals that she spent the rest of her money giving bonuses to the blacksmiths. It's fine, though. She'll get royalties from the heavenly steel and magic furnace next month. She's not worried. That makes Rue pause. He tilts his head and asks, "Wait, is she planning to make the production method public?" Aristine's face heats up. Rue suggests she should keep it to herself instead. Monopolize it. If profit is the goal, that's the smartest move. It's a groundbreaking invention after all. But that ticks her off. She jumps to her feet, accusing Rue of thinking she's faking the whole money talk, just to sound modest and noble. Now it's Rue's turn to freeze. Did she just read his mind? Aristine sighs, admitting she's really not that noble. What she wants is to make money without doing all the work. If she monopolizes it, that means she'll have to manage it too. And that's exactly what she's trying to avoid. Rue watches her with amusement, remembering how her face turned red like a tomato when she brought up the heavenly steel. He can't help himself. With a teasing grin, he says the steel must be heavenly because Aristine is a saintess. She instantly shudders. Her whole face turns red. That reaction makes teasing her even more fun. He keeps going, clearly enjoying her flustered state. Flushed and flailing, Aristine grabs a cupcake and smushes it into his mouth to shut him up. Rue bites into the cupcake, pauses. The taste is familiar. Aristine smirks, proudly saying she has the best pâtissier. Rue's expression stays cool, but inside he's a little stunned. Tarkin hates sweets. Yet the man actually stole a pâtissier from Yenneke's palace just to please his sweet-toothed wife? He smirks, remarking that Tarkin must be sweeter than he lets on. Still, it's kind of wild. Tarkin, the man who didn't even seem to function on normal human emotion, actually changed after marriage? What happened to him? Curious, Rue tosses out a casual comment about Tarkin, wondering aloud. Aristine blinks. Why bring up Tarkin all of a sudden? Rue plays it cool, saying it just seemed that way. Aristine's smart, interesting. But what is it about her that made Tarkin act like this? And then Rue freezes. Blush creeps onto Aristine's cheeks, and Rue feels his heart skip a beat. She starts to explain. At first, it was just political. Tarkin was supposed to be a business partner. But now, he's turned into someone reliable. A true husband. Rue finds himself staring, a strange feeling stirring inside. Aristine rises to her feet, realizing how late it's gotten. She starts to leave, but Rue, acting on impulse, grabs her hand. Aristine halts for a moment. There's a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Her brows knit together. She's annoyed. Rue lets go. He quickly pastes on a smile, brushing it off. He says he wouldn't have let go if he thought she'd actually stay. But either way, she would have left, to run back to her rabbit-like husband and those fox-like attendants of hers. Aristine sighs. She's honestly tired of his flirting. She jokes that he'd be better off as a gigolo than an administrative officer. As she walks away, she finds herself thinking about the way Rue looked at her. He's hard to read. And behind her, Rue stands silently, his own expression unreadable. When Aristine gets back to her palace, she stops dead in her tracks. Right there, standing in all his glory, is Tarkin, chest wide open, trying on outfits for the banquet. Her heart slams against her chest. Tarkin usually doesn't care what he wears. This is new. One of the maids squeals, teasing Aristine for having such a gorgeous husband. Aristine plays along, saying it is quite a sight. The maids absolutely lose it. Tarkin walks over, clearly fishing for compliments. "How do I look?" he asks. Aristine reminds him she just said it to the maids, and she knows he heard it, but he gives her those puppy eyes. He wants to hear it from her lips. So Aristine decides to mess with him a little. She walks up, places a hand on his bare chest, and coolly says, "I don't like it when I look up close." Tarkin freezes. She adds that the design isn't really her taste after all. His face falls, just a little, which makes her laugh. She grabs his arm and stops him from heading back to change. With a bright smile, she explains. It's way too revealing, and she's not letting anyone else see what's hers. Tarkin falters. then collapses to his knees. The maids go wild, squealing, gasping, spinning in circles, loving the drama. Aristine is horrified. She tells Tarkin to get up. But in that moment, bam. Their lips brush. They both freeze. This is 100% an accident. But somehow, it turns into the perfect excuse for Tarkin to steal another kiss. And he doesn't waste the moment. He cups Aristine's face and kisses her again. And again. Until she's breathless. She tries to stop him, even tells him to, but he clearly isn't listening. She finally has to push him away. Tarkin pulls back, eyes blazing, face flushed, and clearly not happy. He grumbles that something like this should be perfectly normal between a married couple. Aristine doesn't exactly disagree. She just turns her face away, totally embarrassed. It's not what he said. It's the fact that they were doing it in front of everyone. But when she peeks around, wait a second. The maids are gone. Like poof, not a single trace. Tarkin looks like he's holding back a lot. Instead of pushing his luck, he just pulls her into a hug, rests his chin on her shoulder, and admits it's hard for him. He asks her not to tease him so much. His voice is low, gentle. Then he kisses the top of her head and apologizes for losing his patience. He says he was planning to wait, until her heart matches his. Aristine doesn't say a word. But her heart? It's thumping like crazy. Later, they sit down for a meal together. At first, Aristine thinks he's acting totally normal, like nothing just happened. But no, he's actually way sweeter than usual. He even offers her favorite dish. The thing is, she can't even taste it. Her head's still spinning. A bit later, Aristine excuses herself to go wash up. Really, she's just trying to get a grip. She touches her lips, still warm. The kiss lingers in her mind. Hot, smooth, and firm. And that scent, fire and steel. Like something that could melt her down and reshape her into someone new. She wonders what's going to happen between them. And maybe she doesn't want to know. Because once she does, there's no turning back. As she stares into the water basin, her Monarch sight suddenly activates. It startles her. It hasn't shown her anything in forever. The vision flickers to life. She sees herself looking nervous, and there's Tarkin comforting her. Her cheeks flush again just from watching it. Even the Monarch's sight is teasing her now? How did it even come to this? They were supposed to be business partners. This definitely isn't how it was meant to go. Her thoughts spiral until something feels off. In the vision, her expression doesn't match what she's feeling. She looks uneasy. Then the scene shifts. A maid is trying to stop a soldier from rushing toward Tarkin and Aristine. He has a cold, serious look. He announces Aristine's arrest for assassinating the king. Her stomach drops. In the vision, Tarkin steps in front of her, protective. Aristine looks worried and asks about the king. But the soldier snaps at her, accusing her of playing innocent and interfering with the banquet. His voice is tight. He says the king really cared about her. But he's already gone. Aristine is frozen in shock. The king was healthy. How could he collapse at the banquet? The soldier insists there's evidence. Poison, found in her belongings. The vision ends, but Aristine is shaken to her core. Something awful is coming, and no matter what she does, the king's fate might already be sealed.